started with a friend.
Raw one, what's up, my dude? Hope you're doing well. All credit for this music goes to stop goes to Sandsmoke. That's the channel that I'm listening to.
Eve is the healthiest.
Stop. I don't care about Eve Online. Nobody cares about Eve Online.
Our first principle. A futuristic world full of exciting activities, roles to play, habitats to explore, to colonize and to control. This is where the brunt of our development goes, making sure that we create experiences with and across the game.
I agree with you.
Stop,
dude, he keeps just playing. He keeps just like talking. Fuck this guy. He keeps just like talking. No, now I hear myself. No. What was I trying to do on here? I was trying to do something. So today, guys, you know, before I even put my face on the frickin' screen, I'm going to tell you what we're going to talk about today, guys. You want to know? You want to know what's up? You want to know what we're going to talk about? Well, we're back talking about Terrence Howard. And guess what? Today is a day that I don't normally stream. Isn't that crazy? So like and subscribe. I know that maybe that's not that hype, but you know what? I can make it sound more hype. So there you go. Yeah. Stay tuned. We're going to talk a lot about some Terrence Howard shit. And then we're going to go on to do some more... I think we're going to go on to do some more where is it? CIA declassified story from a CIA physicist who proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that aliens exist. Yes, unfortunately, raw one. Oh my God. Unfortunately, raw one. We have to finish talking about Terrence Howard today. That is essential. He still has not had a chance to talk about his addiction to incest pornography, nor has he had a chance to really regale us with the stories of his personal religious beliefs. And so there's still a wealth of things to learn about in regards to Mr. Terrence Howard, aka James Rhodes from the Iron Man series. So if you guys like MCU celebrities, then stay tuned. We're covering a real MCU celebrity. This guy was in a Marvel movie. He was, he was Iron Man's right-hand man. And, I would encourage all of you to just stop cyberbullying this man. Okay? Stop cyberbullying him. Okay? Because he's an actor. And actors are better than us. Okay? With that being said, I'm Goose. Hello. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to the bonus stream. Welcome to the bonus day. The day in which we don't normally stream. Typically, I don't stream on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I usually wait till Mondays. We do Monday through Thursday. If you like streams where people have dry senses of humor and you can often not tell when they're joking, then welcome. It's very confusing, and you'll probably leave going like, what did I just watch? And if you're a fan of that, then stay tuned. You're among friends. So yesterday we left off at Terrence's interesting claims about his overall philosophy and his vision on what mortality looks like to him in his current phase of existence. Perhaps... sorry, I'm changing my title here for a second. Here it is, sorry. MCU actor reveals space math. I think that's a good title for this particular stream. We'll put the film and animation. No, not film and animation. Why is it? Why? Just because he's in the film and animation industry? Come on. Keep it there. All right. So, where we left off was just kind of him explaining his philosophy, which is essentially that there's a plus and a minus, and you don't breathe in or breathe out twice without breathing in once, and that as we shift into new lifetimes and as elements go up in octave, then they become more effeminate, and then the male becomes female. So, I mean, that kind of sums it up. And the reason for that, which Paul Bet-David asked him, was, what made you believe that? And then he goes on to explain that electricity goes through the center of the Earth and wants to turn left, but it's forced to turn right by, I guess, the rotation of the Earth, and then turns into the magnetism and the radiation. In terms of what? I don't know. In terms of what they have to do with in their relation, I don't know. But that's what got him thinking about how men turn to women. The male turns to the female. That's what he said. Through this whole time, that's what he's been saying. Also, just as kind of a quick summary of what he said at the beginning of the podcast, he outlined how he describes his sex life with his wife to his young daughters when he was preparing them for living life on their own. And what he says after that is that he knows that it was a lost cause. He knows that he was able to talk to them effectively, but they probably won't listen because of karma, because of the way that he used to treat women. And so he now knows that they're probably going to be either assaulted or raped or whatever his weird assumption is that's going to happen to his daughters. So he's just come to accept that. He's just come to accept that that is just the way that his daughters' lives are going to unfold, which is so sad and just really insane. So we're picking up from there. This is just after his talk about God, I believe.
Of these interactions, then the entire universe must take this same walk. If one is doing it, the one thing that everything is based on, if this is how the foundation moves, I'm sorry, the boat is going to move according to how the seas move, and that's all we are, boats.
Right, so he's talking about God. He's talking about how people have such a fundamental belief in God sometimes, and that they follow the dogma so strictly. He's talking, I think, specifically about Abrahamic religion. I don't know if because he said that I think the one religion that he supports now, I think, is Buddhism, because it's like anti-materialistic. It's not about like, you know, things that you own or like people that you know or whatever. It's just about like inner peace and all that kind of stuff. I don't know too much about Buddhism, but that was sort of his point. And he said that if you keep subscribing yourself to the things that fundamentals believe, then you're going to keep shifting a foundation under yourself because of whatever reason.
Waves on this thing of the universe popping up, we still have to follow that path.
Was this prompted 10 years ago by you having man boobs and
You're
you
crazy,
said maybe
man.
this is what's happening to me? Is that kind of like is that like, hey, I used to have muscles up here. I used to be able to flex.
No, I think it started with a friend of mine was having prostate issues.
How old was he?
He was only 60, and he was having serious prostate issues. And I began studying what the prostate is like, and you know, trying to find a solution for him. And that's when I realized that the testes ultimately pull up and become ovaries, and the prostate becomes the uterus, and in the feminine side, the uterus drops down and becomes the prostate. The ovaries drop down and they become testicles. The clitoris becomes the penis. All of that stuff, it's just an in and out process. The universe is very simple. It's not complicated. Now we can throw all these other things, like you throw religion in there, and it tells you that you're going to die and then you're going to float up into the heavens. But
I gotta say, I'm having serious doubts that he knows anything about biology. Where's he getting his information from? Because
realize that the testes ultimately
he's
pull
saying
up
that
and
he
become
realized that the testes will ultimately pull up and
ovaries,
become ovaries,
and the prostate becomes the uterus.
and the prostate becomes the uterus. Guys, don't you know this is all basic anatomy? All right, this is all basic biology. He's really just talking to you about what you would have read in a 9th grade textbook. All right, so why would you ever try to suggest that Terrence Howard doesn't know what he's talking about? How dare you? How very dare you? All right, you guys. You know, I wouldn't go around bullying this guy. All right, he's such a new emergent mind. You know, he's such a an underrated philosopher of our time. Okay, I think that we need to really listen to him about how the testes go up and become ovaries. All right, guys, come on, let's get serious here, okay?
And in the feminine side, the uterus drops down and becomes the prostate. The ovaries drop down and they become testicles.
Exactly.
The clitoris becomes the penis.
Yep.
All of that stuff.
Yep.
It's just an in and out process. The universe is very simple. It's not complicated. Now we can throw all these other things, like you throw religion in there, and it tells you that you're going to die and then you're going to float up into the heavens. But when have we seen that happen? How does that fit with the sustainability of our ecology, of our environment, of our universal flow? There's always a back and forth. You know, how is it that a male god had a male son without a feminine counterpart of as above, so below?
I mean, you're just picking and choosing whatever parts of probably the Bible, I assume, is what he's referencing. But like, he's just picking parts of it that he wants to redefine into whatever stream of nonsense he's currently trying to use in order to justify whatever fake philosophy he's coming up with right off the top of his dome. If you guys didn't notice, I mean, I feel like that's pretty apparent to me. Like I can see the grift here happening in real time, but in case you guys just don't recognize it, that's fine. You know, not everybody is as able to spot these fucking hucksters. But you know what? That's why I'm here. I'm here to help. You know, hopefully we can all sleep better tonight, knowing we're not going to get scammed by Terrence Howard.
You know, those are the things we follow, these myths or religious understandings that we've been taught without.
And plus, real one, I gotta do the rest of this podcast, because if I don't, I won't be able to chop it up and post it as a video. You know, I don't want to have to do this thing in 3 parts. All right, I don't want to have to. Rare 1974, what's up? How's it going? We are looking at Terrence Howard reinventing math. I don't know if you knew that was a thing, but he's introducing new math.
Questioning now. Without question, if somebody said, "Oh, I had a dream today, and an angel showed up and told me to do da 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 da."
I don't know if you knew this, Rare, but the testes pull up and become ovaries. Did you know that?
Most people would look at them like they were insane, but most of our faith is based off of someone that had an interaction like that. But it was told to us by someone with authority, our mother, our father, and it was told to them by someone with authority. And we give that authority, and wherever they got that information, whether it's from the Hebrew Bible, whether
I knew this was going way too slow. I had him way sped up earlier.
it's from the Quran, whether it's from the ancient texts of the Veda, we believe it based upon the authority that someone else has put in it. But many things we haven't questioned for ourselves.
Nah, I didn't know that? Well, you better watch, because then this will be important information.
Used to be a Jehovah's Witness.
Yes, I used to study with Jehovah's Witnesses. I never got baptized.
Oh, you never did?
No, I never got baptized, but I studied for 25 years.
For 25 years. Would you have considered yourself a Jehovah's Witness?
Yes, I considered myself, just I hadn't made it to the point of being completely dedicated and getting baptized.
What prevented you?
I asked a question one day.
So a grifter revealing other grifters it's something to be celebrated to a certain extent. If he's trying to present this like he's going to take a victory over the Jehovah's Witnesses, then it's only going to bolster his position more, which is a bad thing, because he's spouting utter bullshit.
I have to drink some water for this.
Gotta hydrate. You gotta hydrate before you make up a big stream of bullshit.
According to the Bible, it never rained on this planet until the year 2348 BCE.
That is according to the Bible, apparently.
4,370 years ago.
I mean, but we know that it rained for like a billion years at some point.
Or 4,730 years ago, I think. Adam was created in the year, depending on how you take it. The Masoretic text says that he was created in the year 4004 BCE. Other people have it at 4024 BCE. And if you look up then, I
don't know. I can't verify any of this shit. Cynical, who was here yesterday, was able to speak some on it, but I can't remember what he said, but I definitely don't know I don't know the veracity of the claims he's making about the Bible right off the top of my head. I could probably look it up, but we're trying to speed through this so we can get to the aliens.
Can Google or hit chat. The idea that it never raining on this planet in the 4.6 billion years that the Standard Model says.
Even though it did, for a good portion of that.
That hit me kind of strangely, and I began asking questions about that. Is it
yeah, gosh,
possible
it's almost
for
like you shouldn't
never
just
to have
blindly
been rain on
trust
this planet
religion.
until the year 2348 BCE. They couldn't give me an answer for it, so I started doing research, and I looked into glaciations and ice cores, and the deeper you look.
So Terrence Howard is now going into this process of how he does his own research. If for some reason or another, he started looking at glaciation and ice cores. Not a bad place to start, honestly, if you're trying to look for evidence of times older than young Earth creationists believe. I would say that that's a good place to start. I don't know that he's doing it for the right reasons. We'll find out, but I'm going to say that I will remain a little bit skeptical if I'm putting myself into you, the viewers' shoes.
Into the ice cores, you can go back almost 1.2 million years and you see the same recursive things that's taking place. And in order to have glaciers in those places means you have precipitation. In order to have precipitation.
Yep, if there's oxygen in the atmosphere, there's probably going to be precipitation. Psychology, how to tell your children how much you care for them. Answer, interracial marriage. Ask any interracial child the secret of hearts, and they will say no one cared about me. This doesn't mean a whole lot without any context, so I'm struggling to understand what point you're trying to make. Are you saying that psychology is good or bad? You should start with an opening statement, perhaps, and then lay out your point. Maybe even say hi, hi, hello, I'm a person, hello, hi, how's it going? Recognize the person who's taking their time to bring this footage to you with a hello, or a hey, what's going, or a sup, fucker. Either way, how's it going?
You have a hydrologic system that is functioning, and snow begins as rain initially, and it freezes. So that question right there.
Is he just learning how precipitation works? Or was this when he was in his earlier adulthood trying to figure out why the Jehovah's Witnesses were wrong? Both are pretty sad for our current educational system, but he's an actor. He didn't really have a formal education. He just kind of learned, he was a kid actor, he'd been enrolled since he was a wee babe, but a wee babe. And so he spent his entire life in Hollywood, doing Hollywood shit, living with Hollywood people, and then he claims that he wasn't sleeping around at all in his entire career in Hollywood. Again, bullshit. But the point here is that it seems like he didn't learn about basic just precipitation, just something that I learned pretty early on. I don't know about you guys, but I learned about precipitation pretty early on. And he's just now learning. Or at least, I'm assuming that he was getting out of Jehovah's Witness when he was maybe in his 20s or 30s, which is, I would argue, a little late in adult development to learn about precipitation.
Stop.
Which is fine. Maybe people have insulated lives. They don't learn about things that don't necessarily concern them. So I get it. I'm trying to steelman his origin here. So that I'm not just placing judgments on him for not having an education, but you'll see why it's hard to do that later on, and I really want to get to that.
And mind you, I love. It's not that I don't believe in God, but what we've been taught is not lining up with archaeological truth, archaeological facts. If you look at the trees,
right.
They don't.
So he deconstructed. So he's just describing how he deconstructed from religion. That's not a different story from a lot of different people, but for him, this leads to space math.
Yeah, of a global flood. It supports the idea of perhaps a regional flood in a given area. But to support a global flood, all of those tree rings, for water to be on the earth for 150 days and everything's crushed underneath it, all the trees would die, so you would see a new growth pattern. But we still see tree rings that goes back 12,000 years. So there was a flood. There's a number of reports for a regional flood. But as far as it being a global flood, that doesn't match according to archaeological.
I don't know that there's a number of reports about a regional flood. I think that's just what scientists have started to glom onto when they're talking about what could have been the tale of the flood. I believe History Channel did a full reconstruction of what the Ark might have looked like, and what because I don't think that people are necessarily denying that the Ark existed. I just think that it didn't take the form that people are saying that it did. He follows the Illuminati, correct, Christopher? Correct, he probably does. He said that he had a shot at Beyonce. He said that he could have been Jay-Z, which I feel like is also kind of bullshit. I don't know what circles he ran in when he was coming up, but I don't think he ever had a shot with Beyonce. Just my own, just from what I know about him, I don't think he ever had a shot. But he says he's oh yeah, I rejected Beyonce.
Facts according to
but so now that's probably why he doesn't like the Illuminati, right? Because she's supposedly part of it. So, and then I guess Blue Ivy is supposed to be the chosen one, the vehicle or the vessel for the Antichrist, right? Isn't that what people believe? I'm pretty sure.
The glacial facts. So
I keep track of these, right? Because I have my NASA hat on, right? Never a straight answer. Or as they say about the Jewish word, I think is the Jewish word for deception. All right. Don't trust the government. Don't ever trust the government. All right. NASA, never a straight answer. Okay. So the Illuminati, they're gonna have an Antichrist baby made by Beyonce and Jay-Z, and he almost had the chance to be the John to John's Mary for the second coming, or at least for the coming of the demon lord. And yet we didn't see that, you know, because he didn't get a chance to inject her with his space math. You know, it's a shame. It's a shame. We really missed an opportunity for global illumination.
Those things, and remember, we were told that the Bible is the Word of God, and men wrote it, but it was under inspiration. And I was like, well, if I look at 4004 BCE as the starting point for a man being here, well, that doesn't match the genealogical records of everyone coming up out of Africa.
It's insane. He's just taking the atheist side here. He's just taking the atheist, like, debunked religion side. It's fucking weird. I mean, I agree with him. I fucking agree with him. Hey, Helmet, what's up? You're right, it is Friday. My wife is going out of town this weekend, and so I'm going to stream for as long as I can. I guess we could call this a sub-a-thon, but I hate when people do that, so we're just casually streaming, probably for like 10 hours today. We'll see. If I get too tired, then, because I'm an old man, I always say, oh, I'm going to stay up late, but you know how, like, when you're a kid and you have a bedtime? Yeah, that shit comes back around when you get too old. You end up with a bedtime again. And it's not because any authority's telling you gotta go to bed. It's because you just feel way too fucking tired to be awake anymore. So because I'm old, I may end up, cutting the stream around 5 or 6. But I feel like we can go till like 8, maybe 10, maybe all night. Like I said, when it comes to these live streams, my energy is highly dependent on chats. If I have people, like, I see this as like my blogging or like my journaling, And so, like, if I have people here talking to me, then it's gonna keep going for as long as I can keep it going. As long as I'm taking care of my dogs, as long as I'm taking care of myself, like eating, then I don't mind streaming for like 10 or 12 hours. We're certainly not gonna keep looking at Terrence Howard for 10 or 12 hours. That is absolutely not gonna happen. But I am only 75. I think I'm only 75, maybe 85 subs away from 500 subs, which is the minimum threshold for getting your channel monetized. So I only need like 75, 80 subs. And then as far as my watch time goes, I'm at like 800, 900 hours out of like 1,500. So if we get 10 people in here watching the stream and they stay consistent and they continue to just like watch the whole stream, then there's a chance we could hit that threshold tonight, if not this weekend. But the more people that watch, the more watch hours I get, and the further I get closer towards that goal. And if we hit monetization, you'll get those subs. It's been happening. It's just slow going, and that's fine. I don't mind seeing it grow over a long period of time as long as it grows. But if we hit the goals, if we hit monetization sometime this weekend, anytime really, when we hit monetization, the first stream after that, I'm gonna do like a karaoke stream. So if we do that this weekend, then I'd be happy to do that as well. But we just got to get there. I have faith it'll happen, and I'm not in a rush. I think slow and steady will end up being the more satisfying thing in the long run, because I think the people that stick around from the slow and steady approach will stick around, and they're like, you guys, Helmet, you've been around for a long fucking time. You've been here since I started doing this, I think like 2 years ago. Nearly 2 years ago, almost. I bet you get a lot of traffic later on when the people get off work on the East Coast. Yeah, the viewer spikes have been happening closer to like 2 and 3 over here, which is closer to like dinner time on the East Coast. And I think, but most of my viewership is East Coast / UK. I don't know why. That's just where they happen to fit in. I don't know. It's weird. And like, weirdly enough, most of my online friends are from the East Coast. I don't know. And then most of my viewership is Christian. I don't get it. But you know what? I'm here for it. All right. I'm happy to have that. Happy to have you all here. Let's listen to more Terrence. Hey Skippy. Yes, it is the special Friday stream.
And making them.
I said we were gonna do it.
Movement through Gobekli Temple, all of these places, they 13,000 years old. Other places showing that mankind has been here at least 300,000 years, or at least 1 million years. So that was a hard thing for me. because I felt like I was losing my religion. But at the same time, I was gaining
Losing my
And when they began
religion.
writing about trying to understand what was taking place, they used the best tools that they had available at the time.
I don't think I've been here that long, definitely over a year, though. Yeah. I feel comfortable saying over a year. I just am not sure how long beyond that. But yeah, you've been one of the most regular viewers of all time, I'd say. If Amy were here, I'd give her that title, but she's not currently here. When she is, then she'll get it.
But those tools, now we have more sensitive instruments. And so we should be using those sensitive instruments and using our common sense and take the stories that we can from these things, but not to... We have to walk away from fairy tales at the end of the day. And hold on to
Hey,
truth.
you know, Terrence finally has a view worth agreeing with. Isn't that crazy? You know, he's had his career for, 30, 40 years, something like that, and never once, I don't think I agreed with any of his space math bullshit, but this I agree with. He believes in God, but he also believes that we need to stop believing in fairy tales. Fairy tales? He believes we need to stop believing in fairy tales. That's right, you guys. Don't believe in fairy tales. You know, if it's this early in the day and I haven't had enough kanibas, then my mind is a little slow. So words will not come out correctly.
And hold on to the God when we pray. Who do we pray to? Do we pray out there? Or are
Who
we praying
do
to a
we
deeper
pray
place
to?
inside? The connectivity to the Creator. And the thought that I had to go through an interceder. Like, I'm a father. There's nothing that any of my sons...
He literally spent the entire first 30 minutes talking about being a father. I don't think Paul David has been ignoring you for that long. Maybe the last 10 minutes, but not the entire time.
could do, or my daughters could do, that they would have to go through somebody else in order, one of my other children, to talk to me. There's no way, and I'm not even a perfect father. I'm a loving father and a just father, but there's nothing that my son could do that would...
Even though he said he beat his kids. He said that before he realized that he wasn't supposed to beat his kids, he used to take a belt to them. And then when they became so afraid of the belt is when he stopped, because he realized he was terrifying his children. And the reason he says he stopped is not because he terrified his children. That's what made him realize that little girls were more manipulative than little boys. That was his reasoning. So it led to them knowing that a spanking was coming and being able to manipulate him to avoid it. My guess is through crying or begging or like trying to appeal to the fact that he's the person who gave them life and that they don't want him to beat them. Perhaps. And he calls that manipulative. This was early on in the podcast. I would advise you guys to go back and watch this at your own leisure, but it's worth watching the entire thing.
Make me throw him into a fire and burn him for, for eternity, for something he did for 30 or 40 years, or even 80.
I forget who it was that was saying yesterday, like, why are we talking about this guy? He doesn't have anything to do with anything. He's just some nobody. If he wants to be whatever, then why talk about him? And this is why, because he's not necessarily admitting to very harmful things, but he's proposing very harmful ideas and putting it behind this mask of authority over space math. Shit that he's just making up. And this is the only reason he's still famous, is because he's like this genius who's like reinventing mathematical principles, but nobody's actually like listening to the fucking words that he's saying.
Years. The equanimity, it doesn't balance out. The reciprocity, it doesn't balance out.
And I'm pretty sure Paul David is religious, and he's like a born again, which makes them even more like zealous. And so he's probably he's listening through gritted teeth, is I think the old phrase. Listening through gritted teeth.
I'm thinking God is love, so how can you do that too? But that's what some of the scriptures are talking about, or that's what some of the faith believes in. That Jehovah's Witnesses believe that, no, you just die and you're wiped out forever.
If you're a fan of the stream, then you will know that I'm about to turn off my face cam, and there's a good reason for that. I happen to smoketh of the Canibas. If you also happen to smoketh of the Canibas, then please feel free to join. Feel free to sync up. We're going to count it down, but just got to turn the face cam off for now, but I am going to still play this, and we're going to keep it going, and I'll be right back, or at least my face will.
And that's a loving thing.
If you guys can, please like the stream. We are trying to get to 500 subs today or this weekend. I think we can do it, but it requires your help.
But they were never able to explain the...
All right,
help me to
we're going in
reconcile
3,
the dates
2,
of Bible chronology
1.
based
Cheers.
upon archaeological
Smoke them if you got
truth.
them.
My father was a Muslim.
He was a Muslim.
My father was a Muslim.
What's your mother?
My mother was a Baptist.
And was he a practicing Muslim?
Yeah, he's a practicing
He was.
Muslim.
So
He became a Muslim when he went to prison. So
did you ever become a Muslim?
Yes, my name was Suleiman. Practiced a lot, did all of that.
For how long?
Up until I was 13.
Up until 13, you're Muslim. And then how did you walk away from it?
I've talked about this before, but there was a day I came home and all of the brothers from Maastricht was over at the house, and there was this brother, Yakub, very kind. I loved his scent, I loved his nature. But apparently he had castrated a wino, a homeless person, for urinating on the mosque.
Okay, there's a lot of shit that he's saying right now that we're gonna have to go over again. Holy fuck. He loved a person's scent?
He castrated him? And he's sharing the story with you?
And no, everybody's around. Like 13 of the brothers from the mosque are there because Yakub has been arrested, and they're talking about that. And the argument was, the conversation was, well, he shouldn't have, he shouldn't have
Castrated.
Well, he shouldn't have, what is the term? Desecrate. That was it. He shouldn't have desecrated the holy temple by urinating on the mosque. That was what they were talking about. They weren't talking about.
So he pees on the mosque. He pees on a building, and they cut his dick off. So there's these people that he's talking about. He pees on a building, and they cut his dick and balls off. And that's what made him leave Islam.
The fact that this young man, or older gentleman, was also a child of God that may have been lost. And I was like, that, it was so severe.
You're overhearing this conversation?
Yeah,
Or you're
I'm sitting, no, I'm in the stairs, and they're in the living room.
So you're not part of the conversation,
No.
the 13.
Yeah, no, that's the story they're telling. A guy got arrested because he cut off a guy's dick and balls for peeing on a church.
Amen or rabbit.
I'm just listening. Got it. And it could have been 12, but it felt like all the seats were taken up. And so at that moment, I started questioning Islam in that regard, because a God of love, I couldn't see that happening. So then I started exploring, Methodist.
Yeah, see, Helmet? See, he's speaking our language, which is pretty fucking sinister, let me tell you.
Let's explore Catholicism. And then by the time I'm like 17, I bump into witnesses, and they tell me about
Hello,
the truth
I'm
about
back.
Christmas, the truth about Easter, the truth about all of these things.
At least my face
And
is.
I believe
My face is back.
because
Hello.
it is the truth. But when
Welcome.
it came to,
Welcome, face.
they tell you stay away from astrology. And I'm like, why do you stay away from astrology? But I listened. And then when I did my research, astrology came from astronomy. All of our religion, the 12 constellations that the sun goes through, became the 12 disciples. The sun dying on the 21st of December,
It's not the White House anymore, it's the PDF file house. Yeah. I mean, it's still white, but it's because it's covered with the semen of old men. Of old PDF file men. Gooners, as I believe the kids refer to them.
I'm being dead for 3 days, and then on the 25th it rises again and becomes that Southern Cross.
How you doing,
I was
Baxter?
like, wow, they wanted me to stay away from astrology because it
Baxter.
was the basis of most
Baxter.
religions.
Baxter Rabbit.
And so that was a red flag for me.
Interesting.
Baxter
It was a
Rabbit
ve- It
lol.
was a huge red flag for me.
Well, let me ask you, to me, there's a couple ways with this, right? One of them is,
Sorry, I have a good time trying to figure out people's usernames. What the fuck is he doing? Is this Alka-Seltzer? Does he have heartburn? Stress can cause heartburn, Paul Bet David. I don't know if you knew that. But stress can aggravate symptoms of existing health issues. And I would assume that PBD is a pretty stressed out guy most of the time. Having all the interviews with these quality guests that he books.
the actual debate, which is the theological debate you can have on faith, and that can go for hours, right? Christianity, Muslim, Jewish, Seventh-day Adventist, Mormon. We can go do
Yeah.
Entanglement and doing things based on karma, but without the idea that you want to gain something in return from it. It's more of a living way, instead of a worshiping way. A lot of our worship now has become.
I did a Google search, no results for someone urinating on a mosque, but plenty of results for a story in the Quran where someone did it. Well, see, there you go. He is known for making stuff up. Terrence Howard is definitely not the most truthful of people, or maybe he's getting his stories confused. Maybe he actually read that in the Quran and was like, that's what made me question Islam and not an actual story that he was hearing. He could just be misremembering, or he's playing it up for sensationalism, Maybe just trying to make it sound a little more sexy of a story.
Something perfunctory, and it's transactional. If I do good, then I can ask God to help me, and people do things hoping they're going to get something in exchange, instead of balancing and doing good just from the sake of doing good, because it's the right thing to do. That's what rule number 9 is: make way for life. You got to take. You're going to have to take in this world, but take responsibly and give as much as you take. If you're going to eat a piece of fruit, the Buddhist way, the human living way, be appreciative that you got.
Do you think that he's donated as much to charities as he has taken from his appearances spreading lies?
The flesh of the fruit, but why not go and plant the seed? Why do we throw the seed in the trash? The embryo. Why do we throw the plant's embryo into the trash? Why don't, since it's sustained us,
Why are you using a different word for no reason? Why are you just bringing a different word into this? There was no reason for that. He's, like I said, he's got his a thesaurus. I think it's sitting on his lap right now, probably.
we go and plant that somewhere? and maybe when our children or one of our seedlings is out there in the world and somebody uses it, they'll also place it in a good place. So it's
One
for
of
the
our
karma of
seedlings.
it. But I don't follow, any religion anymore.
Today, nothing.
No religion.
But he believes in karma and God. So he's what is that? Religious but not, or spiritual but not religious?
But I pray constantly.
Pray too. How does it start?
The universe, because I believe the entire universe is
Do you
God.
say Dear Heavenly Father, or what do you say?
I have a name.
You have a name.
I have a name.
But it's not Dear Heavenly Father. You have
Wow, he just rambles on and on with gibberish, doesn't he? Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He couches all this stuff in just ramblings, all the hippie woo-woo crazy stuff. And so you can't really tell, like, it's really hard to tell when he's just misspeaking and using a different word to mean whatever it is he's trying to communicate, or if he's just making up a lie. And so every time, like, we haven't gotten into the substantive stuff yet. It's just we're just learning about what a piece of shit he is. But when we get into that, you're gonna find that I'm gonna have to look up a lot of stuff, and it's because, like, he just says, like, one idea that I know is bullshit, and then he says one idea that I'm, like, questioning, where it's like, oh, wait, now that might not be bullshit. And so then in order to validate that, I've got to look up the other one and see if maybe that's bullshit, maybe it's not, maybe like I misheard him, like, and I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. Not really. Well, kind of. I'm playing the part of somebody who's trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. So, like, I want to be able to steelman his arguments, whatever point he's trying to make, but it's so incredibly hard because he just says a lie, says maybe truth, says totally truth, says a lie, and he just cycles in between these different structures of speaking, like, veracity to his speech.
No, it's because it can't just be Heavenly Father. It can't just be just a man up there, a male figure.
frustrating.
It has to be both a masculine and a feminine side of the deities in order for there to be balance with it. But there's an energy, and the masculine has always been the electric. The feminine has always been the magnetic. The discharging, the expansive. And so when
Like
when
what?
balance-
Like what? Like what? See, like, just a torrent of bullshit. And some of that could have been correct. Some, like, maybe there's some, like, because he equates the universe with pluses and minuses, and that's how he kind of, like, assigns genders to things. So within his framework, what he's saying is correct, but I can't verify any of that. I don't think there's a scientific basis for assigning a gender to magnetism or electricity. Like, there's, like, male and female, like, outlet connectors. There's male and female, like, hoses, like hose connections. There's male and female, like, adapters for things. I think that maybe he looked at that one day and he's like, oh shit, maybe all of electricity is like that. Like, I just don't think that there's any basis for that to be a belief that he has. Has anybody ever heard of, like, magnetism being male or female? I think he just heard the word attraction and just started associating that with everything, like with magnetism. Oh, magnets attract. Opposites repel. So if it's not complementary, it's going to repel. But if it's complementary, they're going to come together like love, and women are more into love, and so therefore magnetism is a woman. Like, where is the logic? I just can't find it. I really am trying. That's no joke. I really am absolutely trying to find the logic in this, and it's very difficult. Electric is male, magnetic is female, and gravity is obviously trans. Okay. I mean, I'm down to adopt this new way of thinking if it helps humanity out. Something tells me it's not going to, but, if we gotta do it, if we gotta do it, let's do it.
with that. And I see everything is God. There's no part that's not made from the Creator. It wasn't just man
Everything
that was
is
made
God.
in the likeness
Okay.
of God, because when you look at at how everything is born, how it's raised, how it gestates inside of the body, it still takes the same curl, it still unwinds the same way, the same thing in hemoglobin, same thing in chlorophyll, same thing in the blood of the cephalopods, just one or two trace elements is changed in the center of it, the nucleus. So there is nothing that's not.
This was the thing I really freaked out about yesterday. I just couldn't stand hearing this. It keeps the same curl, and the same with the blood and the hemoglobin and the blood of the cephalopod. Why are you specifically choosing cephalopods? What do they have to do with anything? What did they do to deserve that kind of call out? And all the base elements are changed in the center of the nucleus. I don't know if you guys knew that. All right, but this man up here, that's a genius. All right, I don't know if you knew that. but that's a genius. He's doing space math before it's even invented. All right? You guys are going to learn soon. All right? He is doing space math before we even know what space math is. They told you that the Wright brothers were crazy, that a man can't fly. Well, there you go. Ow! I just knocked the cable out of my preamp. Hang on. I can't hear anything. There we go. Now I can hear again.
Not made from the Creator. And so instead of God living, where in the universe is God? Is he, near Alpha Centauri somewhere, or is he outside of the universe? No, I believe the universe collectively is God. Therefore, all of us are part of the Creator. I'm as small as, when I want to be small, I think about Terrence Howard. But when I want to be large, I think about Terrence Howard in the universe. And Terrence Howard disappears, and then now I'm a part of everything.
Have you ever read Conversation with God?
Yes.
What do you think about it?
I love it.
Okay. He must have just drank some ayahuasca. Because he became the universe?
And Terrence Howard disappears. All I think about Terrence Howard. But when I want to be large, I think
When he wants to be small, he thinks about Terrence Howard. Cool. When he wants to be large,
about Terrence Howard in the universe.
he thinks about Terrence Howard in the universe. Now, I believe the two are the same thing, but let's see how this evolves.
And Terrence Howard disappears. And
Oh, okay, and then Terrence Howard disappears. Okay. And becomes the universe?
now I'm a part of everything.
Have you ever
And
read
now he's a part of everything. Okay. What's in the water bottle that he's drinking from? A tea of some sort.
Conversation with God?
Yes.
What do you think about it?
I loved it.
Okay.
I loved
Was
it.
it recent or was it?
That was 20 years ago.
Okay.
That was 20 years ago.
I'm just wondering, because you'll hear words being used, and it's the universe. I'm like, okay, so that's sometimes folks who read the book Conversation with God, they would speak the language that way, and some people had a bad experience with a person who was a member of a church, and then there's a falling out. For me, I was an atheist, 25 years. I had nothing but bad experiences, and I was like, I'm not even dealing with it. And then I met with a man whose name was Mono, and he said,
Why is anyone giving him this platform to ramble on and on? Why is no one challenging his BS? I hope the host of the show isn't taking him seriously and is just facilitating the spectacle of idiocies. So, Palbit David is just kind of like a sensationalist grifter. He does all this to sell boner pills. Just like Alex Jones sort of thing. But he's not as into conspiracies. He still entertains it. Like, he still brings people on who are into conspiracies. But his whole thing is the interview for selling of products shtick. And so Terrence Howard goes around just like a lot of like the flat earthers and the non-believers of the moon landing and the space and all that kind of stuff. They go around to all these different podcasts. They all kind of rotate, and they talk about their shit and they make money. And so that's no one challenges it because they're both benefiting from it. But no, I highly doubt that Palbit David is taking any of these guys seriously. He's kind of just like a staunch corporatocracy type Republican Trump supporter kind of guy. But I think that's really all he kind of cares about. I don't think he really cares about flat Earth. I don't think he cares about anything that pushes his platform forward. Is something that he'll concern himself with, which is fine, for him. But like I don't think he actually believes any of the like angels and demons stuff.
most powerful thing to me. He says, if you judge God horizontally, you'll always be disappointed, because people will let you down. They will, but if you judge it vertically, that's where the relationship begins, because it's you and him. And that's the element of faith, because for somebody like you.
Meaning if you acknowledge that God is daddy as opposed to a friend, then you'll be better off.
Would you consider yourself a very analytical guy? I think you're very analytical.
I'm analytical. I examine things.
Of course he's analytical, Paul, but David, he invented a new type of math, okay? He's using space math before anyone else. Haven't you seen the crystals? Haven't you seen the crystals?
I'm very emotional.
You
same
look
time.
at the
You wouldn't be in
crystals,
this
Paul,
is your
but
entity.
David.
It's a good balance of both,
They'll
right
tell
brain
you.
and left brain. How do you manage faith? How do you deal with faith?
Well, like you said, with conversations with God, I believe every conversation is with God because everything is divine. And so when I deal with people, a gentleman told me once, he said, in every person you meet, there's this little piece of God in them. That's who you talk to. And then I added to that, but make sure they see it in you first. And so that
Saint Luke, in the 17th chapter of Saint Luke, it is written that the kingdom of God is in all men. Not one man, not a group of men, but all men, all of mankind.
that's how I deal with faith. I approach
If you know what speech that's from, then we can be best friends.
everyone as if I'm talking to the Creator. And I wish I'd talked to that gentleman at Disneyland. Like, okay, wait a minute, this is God right here, instead of this insignificant worm that's stopping me.
He's going to connect you. He's going to be like Terrence. I'm so sorry, because Terrence Howard is on Connect. If you got any questions, you can always connect them. We're going to put the QR code below.
Right.
You ever heard of Hafiz, the poet Hafiz?
No.
He's a Persian poet. I'm trying to find this thing because of what you said. I
What?
read this
What
many
was
years
that?
ago, and he said something about Hafiz, the poet Hafiz.
No.
What?
Right, because Terrence Howard is
What
on Connect.
is
If you got
that?
any questions, you can always connect.
You can always
Yeah, we're gonna put the QR code.
connect them. Consultations? Why is he wearing a bandana? And it's a little unprofessional to be holding your phone in your hand in a fucking promo photo. Well, I guess it's for a mobile thing. $12,000 for 15 minutes? Someone take out a mortgage and donate me $12,000 so we can talk to Terrence Howard. We got to get him on the phone. What the fuck? What the fuck? I hope that's not real. And if it is, I hope that he does only have 33 reviews, because that means that only 33 people are stupid enough to have paid for a phone call with fucking Terrence Howard. I think that it says like something like $400 for a text. I can't really read it. But the pricing model that he's using for his consultation app does not sound like it makes sense. A text message takes what, like 2 seconds to send? Okay, I guess if you're typing something out, like really important, it might take 15 minutes to construct like a really good message. But like you can tap it out pretty quickly. Is that worth $400 even from a celebrity? I'm gonna say no. I don't think it's worth it. But $15,000 for 15 minutes on the phone is certainly not worth it. That's probably the least worth it that I've ever seen. The least worth it thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Except for the price of pizza. In some places. You people know who you are. Wherever you live in a city that charges way too fucking much for pizza, you know you, and stop. Stop it. Tell the rest of you to stop it.
Below.
Stop charging too much for pizza.
It's a Persian poet. I'm trying to find this thing because
I'm not going to pay $30 for an individual pizza. I'm just not. And in the place we're moving to, the only good pizza joint in the entire city charges like $40. I think it's $38 for one of those fucking small ass pizzas. $38! I'll never be able to eat pizza out again. I'll have to make my own fucking whatever. I mean, it's fine. I can make it, but it's a chore. You have to add that to all the rest of the chores you got to do, plus working. And I won't have fun making pizza anymore. Damn it!
of what you said. I read this many years ago, and he said something about, man, I gotta find.
You need to put Terrence Howard in a room with Kent Hovind.
Okay,
yeah.
God is speaking through everything, through the wind, through the flute.
Well, he would definitely be trying to convert Terrence, but I don't think Terrence would be into that. He'd be like, no, everything is God. Don't you see? Everything is love. Everything is God. And when Y is Y and A is A and C, and we find the sum of A and B and we add 1 and we plus 1, it becomes male and female. Lithium.
Through your own breath. So sometimes it kind of goes to, if you go a little bit deeper in it, he says sometimes God speaks through you. He uses human beings as a way to communicate to you. That's and by the way, Hafiz is like Rumi.
That's
I'm sure
weird.
you've heard of
That's
Rumi.
like body
if you know
horror.
Rumi in Iran, many times I'll talk about Hafiz as well. So faith for you is in conversations with. Okay, so let me ask you this: being in Hollywood, you've acted with a lot of different guys in the business. You've done movies with some of the best, and we talked about one time which movie you were in, which was
he was in Iron Man. He's Iron Man's best friend. I don't know if you guys knew that. This guy's a big celebrity. He's like A-list. He's been in a bunch of Hollywood movies. I remember you said you were going to move. When does that happen? Late August, I believe. We do not own a truck, but we've got a U-Haul on reserve. They require so much from you now. Back in the day, it used to be just call a guy, be like, yeah, I need a U-Haul for like 3 days. Okay, here are the keys. But now it's like, I need 2 forms of ID. I need your mother's maiden name. I need references. References? For what?
my favorite, the one
Oh yeah, they've been known to destroy U-Hauls.
with Channing Tatum. What is it? Fighting? Oh my God, the way you played in that movie. I watched it multiple times because of how we talked about it last time. What did anyone in the business tell you about faith? Are there a lot of people that believe in God? Is it more those who don't? Is it more because
I think it's a pretty small percentage in Hollywood of people that believe, that are like religious. There's still some there, but I don't think it's like a bunch of people.
curious, like you're on the set, okay guys, we got a 3-hour break, you're sitting there with somebody that you're doing a movie with. What are some of the most profound things any colleague told you about relationship with God and faith?
Well, most of them have lost their faith.
Why not just ask what the most profound thing they've ever told you was? That would be a really good question to ask. What was the most profound thing you in your Hollywood career that you heard anyone say when you were on a job with them? That would have been really cool. Yep, references for renting a U-Haul. I had never heard of that. I feel like they're like farming for sales or something. I'm not sure, but it's pretty weird.
You know, they talk about God because it's a good talking point, you know. I'd like to thank God for all of these things, but they never identify, you know, everybody.
Mel Gibson believes in God. Yep. He's also an anti-Semite.
A God is anything that you worship, you know.
And he was also the road warrior.
Some people's God is money because they do anything for it. They'll sacrifice themselves, they'll sacrifice their children. You know, some people's God is lust, and they're willing to sacrifice all of that. A God is something that you would trade everything for, or you turn to. You know?
Nope. God is a supernatural entity that is the focus of religion, typically, or a series of dogmatic beliefs. All-knowing being, or usually typically an all-knowing being, omnipresent, all that kind of stuff. It's like an ultimate authority in a dogmatic set of beliefs or religion.
Now, when you're doing nothing else, so most conversations on set.
So I don't know why he's defining it like that, but he likes to redefine words. So let us allow him.
You know, our
Lettuce, romaine lettuce, iceberg.
shallow as you can imagine, because these actors, they're scared. They're scared.
Wow is your god, Skippy. You worship it. You definitely worship it. But classic, not retail, right?
We come into the business because not that we want to perform.
Retail is just a mess. I think I've missed the last 2 expansions.
But we're hoping to be validated. We're hoping that, you know, so the kids that tease me in school will know that he's an important person. He's somebody worth listening to. So when you're on set, most of them has had to trade in a lot of their beliefs and the things they hold precious to themselves because they're to get into that place, to get into that business. That it makes them
I guess it makes sense from Terrence's point of view that people in Hollywood who reject his trying to convert them, or his not I mean, I don't think that's what's happening. I think that if this was the situation that was presented to him, I think it makes sense from his point of view to be like, oh, they just had bad experiences. They just are trying to hide whatever their real feelings are so that they can be on these Hollywood sets. Because that's kind of what happened to him, right? Like his entire space math, his whole like reinventing math and figuring out the theory of everything, that's all stuff that people on the Hollywood platform would probably not support, or probably not agree with, or probably make them think that he's crazy or whatever. So he had to hide a lot about himself and his views, likely because he was afraid of being rejected or ostracized. So it makes sense that he would look at other people through this lens, because this is what happened to him. Totally makes sense. Totally fair.
want to talk about faith because they feel short in themselves, but they don't realize that all you got to do.
I mean, he's projecting, but I can recognize that. I think that's I don't think that he realizes that he's saying anything wrong, but and not that what he's saying is wrong. I understand. I see it. I see you.
It's truly just to watch yourself. Every day you go to sleep.
I keep
it's
shaking
like
my desk.
You're dying. You die according to your sins. The next morning you're able to wake up with a fresh head. Now you can go and be a grave digger and go dig up the bones from
Come to our
yesterday
service
and
this
follow
weekend
it.
at the
So
Temple of Thrall.
I
I will
mostly
not.
about, you got to remember that God renews. I am what I shall become.
Who was the best example of somebody you watched? Like what you said was mind-boggling. You never slept with anybody in the business. Never. You said you laid in bed with them.
Bullshit.
And what?
Yeah, you said you laid in bed with them. And he admitted to his daughters, for some reason, that he used to sleep around, and he used to womanize, and he used to, like, mentally abuse women. He admitted that to his young daughters when he was trying to prepare them for life.
One of them asked you, don't you want to know what it feels like to be inside of me? And you said, I already am. By the way, when you said inside.
Who or what is Colds, and why do they crave so much attention? Colds is Skippy, and Skippy is a legendary WoW enjoyer. I don't know, why do you care so much? Bobo.
You know where it took me, Rob? You know that movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall where he's singing inside of you? You know which one I'm talking? He's hilarious. Inside of me. He is so funny. But was there anybody where you're like, man, what a devout, disciplined, man of faith or woman of faith to be in Hollywood? Was there any one example where you were blown away by?
No, because most of the girls have had to trade so much.
Why is it so important to Paul Bet David, who in Hollywood is devout? Like, why does that matter to him? Like, does he think that Terrence Howard is, like, still involved in Hollywood? Because he's been in mostly B movies, not B movies, most like indie stuff for a while. I think since his last TV show, he's only been in like indie stuff. And I don't know if it's like indie TV movie stuff, but there's been other sort of big names in it. definitely relatives of famous people, so potentially like a high production value. So he's not like on the C list or anything. He's just not in the big Hollywood productions anymore, you know? But I think that Paul Bet-David kind of assumes that he is, or just kind of says, oh, well, I'm interviewing a celebrity today, so I'm just going to ask what I would ask any celebrity.
Get there. They know that that's part of
I guess what I'm trying to say is that he didn't do his research on, or he didn't do a good enough amount of research on Terrence Howard before he came in to interview.
his actions.
100% of them?
Yeah, like the interesting thing was Nia Long once. Not that we dated or anything, but we were doing this movie Butter. I mean, Nia, I give her a lot of credit because she's probably responsible for me being
Making movie Butter. Do you have to?
the actor I am today. Because Nia would constantly go in. Anytime she was on the project, she'd be like, "You need to bring Terrence here. You need who's Terrence? Oh, he's dope. Da 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 da." Well, one day we're on the set and we're flirting, and we talked about, okay, let's hang out afterward. And so I get in my car and I'm like, okay, so what do you want to meet up at? And she's like, if you think I'm going to let you come home and have your way with me, you got something else coming.
She said that.
Yeah, like she said it in a good way because there was an attraction there. But she was like, and we've
Thank you for retracting that. I appreciate it.
been great friends for 20-something years since then. You know, another girl, she's not an actor.
And Nia Long is a dime.
She is.
She's
She's
gorgeous, yeah.
She's a whole dollar.
Yeah.
She is a whole dollar. You know, she was, but that the integrity, the foresight that she showed. You know, because afterwards you.
I'm sorry. What this section is called "Faith in Hollywood," and we stopped talking about God. We started talking more about why Nia Long was like good to go. I wonder if he told his young daughters this story as well. Probably did.
We knew it wouldn't have been a forever relationship.
That
right?
didn't make you want to pursue it even more?
No, it made me like I dig her. I dig her for
That's it.
seeing the
Stop
truth
right
of it.
there.
Yeah, she spoke the truth. She spoke the truth.
Was she with somebody at that time?
No,
Both of you guys were
we were both single.
And is she married? I don't know if
She's married. She was married. I think she got divorced recently, but
Wow, interesting. Okay.
but that one got me.
Who else? You were going to say somebody else.
I don't know. I don't
Okay, so but Nia Long to me, Nia was, oh, wait.
Just so you guys know, this is all happening in front of his wife. His wife is in the studio. She's sitting right, like when they take the long shot where you see both of them, she's sitting like at our point of view. And they had talked about how they're divorced now, but it's because he wanted to have threesomes. It's because he wanted to have an ethical swinger sex life for some reason. Why he honors the Institute of Marriage that much, that he's willing to divorce his wife just so that he can have sex with her and other women. I'm not really sure, but you know, people believe different things. You know, that's the beauty of humanity. Is that we're all so creative. You know, we're all so unique and different in different ways. Some negative ways, but you know, most of us.
She was with that coach?
Yeah,
You got to be kidding me.
yeah. She ended up marrying him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And he had some controversy tied to him. He was.
Yeah,
What the
I mean,
why
you
are
got
they-
all the girls
this is
there
supposed to be
around.
about
I don't know what happened,
faith.
but something happened. But just the fact that she had.
You're supposed to be talking about
the
God right
foresight to say,
now.
No, this isn't going to go where. You know, she was really looking for love at the same time. You know, one of my best friends, or someone that used to be my best friend, a girl named Stephanie Baclahan, you know, who we met to date, but then we got in the car, we smoked a joint, and sat there in front of the parking lot, ready to go somewhere, and we realized we were going to be buddies for life. And so I ended up sleeping on her couch for 6 months when I didn't have work or anything like that, and that's where John Singleton came and met me and ended up getting Hustle and Flow.
It's a UFO,
she
look.
was a really good person, but that came as a result of us having an attraction. But recognizing that the attraction, just because you're drawn to somebody, doesn't mean it has to culminate in sexuality. You know, and sometimes we go to that date. Oh, wow, yes, Nicole Ari Parker. We were doing a movie together, and we kind of felt like, oh, you know what, we're playing boyfriend and girlfriend, and there was a bit of an attraction, and we're sitting there laying in bed, clothes on, but watching TV. This is long before she met Boris or anything like that. And we looked at each other like, what are we about to do? And we laughed, and we've been super close ever since.
Again, he is telling these stories in front of his wife, who is being forced to listen to them. If I said these things in front of the mother of my children, I'd be done for. Oh yeah, she's still she's still hanging out with him. I mean, who wants to stop the gravy train, right? And if you can buy anything that you need, if you are comfortable, and maybe even making money on the side just from his gigs and shit, then why not? Why not? Even though he admitted to his young daughters that he was emotionally abusive to women and that he used to womanize, and that he just accepts that that's what's going to happen to them because of the karma, and he just accepts that, then maybe he's a catch. Maybe he's the dad that you always hoped you would be with, as long as he keeps you in cash.
You know, Marvin Gaye's daughter.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Listen, some people are watching and saying you're a saint. I mean, this is,
No, not a saint.
So you believe in men and women can be friends without having sexual attraction?
Well, you have the attraction,
Oh,
but you
for
just
Christ's
don't act
sake,
on it.
dude.
And if you
What a fucking alpha sigma bullshit Chad thing for Paul Bet David to say. Wait, whoa, bro. Hold up. You're low-key trying to tell me that men and women can be friends without any sexual attraction? That is fucking cap, dude. That's fucking cap, man. You gotta stop jerking it and save that up in your balls and like start thinking more clearly, man. That's your power, man. That's your power there. It's in your balls. Your power's in your balls, man. You gotta keep that power in your balls.
feel something, like if I feel like I have a great attraction
Low-key.
towards somebody. I was doing a movie with this girl, Nikki.
6'7".
I forgot, what's Nikki's last name?
Nicole was in Boogie Nights?
Yeah, she's in Boogie Nights.
Nights?
Yeah.
Who was she in Boogie Nights? You wanted to be Boogie Nights? I didn't know she was in Boogie Nights. And by the way, just so the audience knows, your wife is giving these names.
Because we've talked about it.
I'm sure.
We've talked about it.
Oh, boy.
I dated Marvin Gaye's daughter for a bit, and we never slept together or anything like that. But, I'm more of a,
He's just flat out lying. He's lying about probably dating most of the people he's saying that he dated. He's lying about not sleeping with anybody. He probably got it wherever he could.
I want to get to know who you truly, truly, truly are. And then you try and take your walk to see where, if there's a, yeah, Nona, you respected her because of
Nothing happened. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm trying to think, have I ever laid in bed with a girl when I was single watching a movie? Science was, listen, you have a, what was the phrase, Rob, you said earlier? The 1,200...
Emptying your storehouse?
Emptying the storehouse. Wow. So emptying the storehouse, you're able to control protecting that storehouse in these
Yeah,
moments.
I just knew that it wouldn't turn out the way
What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? Emptying the storehouse? Is this a euphemism for spermy balls? Is that what we're talking about? That is insane. You're emptying the storehouse? Like you can't store it up in your ball sacks? Like you gotta liquidate? Is that what they're saying to each other right now? Is this an inside joke, or did they talk about this earlier on? Maybe it was not fit for viewer consumption, but they're referencing it. Wait, whoa, so you were able to do that? Empty the storehouse? Whoa, storehouse full, huh? Close off access, huh? Whoa.
I'm wondering, how did you know that?
because you know your prey. You know what they'll taste like. You know what it'll feel like.
I'm sorry. Ladies, is it sexy when a man describes you like he's actually going to predate you? Is that hot? Like, do you ladies like it when dudes treat you like prey? I mean, I know that's probably a kink for some, but not like when you're trying to meet a meaningful partner. You put that, that's like, if he's into feet, or if he's into like butt play or whatever, then like you hide that for a little bit. You may discuss it like, if you're linking each other's FetLife profiles, but typically, you don't just outwardly share all that stuff. You keep that on the back burner for a bit. You just kind of like, you casually slide into it. Maybe one day you're like, oh, I accidentally did this or whatever. Did you like it? And then if they say yes, then there you go. You're good to go.
When you have a perfect connection with somebody,
How can you tell that?
pheromones. Your whole body responds to them. It's no
For
longer
Christ's sake, dude. He's actually trying to talk about the science of attraction right now.
a head game. It's it's a soul game. And if you wait for that, then every interaction you have, like all of these girls, like when they started talking about me and domestic violence, and I'm like, all the people that know me have to know that that's not who I am.
I'm sorry, what?
And whether
Wait,
they accepted it or didn't, it didn't matter. But
wait.
it was like, but the girls that know me out there, when they called me, said I was a slut or a womanizer and all that.
Wait, since what? What came out about domestic stuff with him? Hold on, wait. So he beats women. And that's why people don't like him. Hold on, wait.
And I'm like, all the interaction.
Domestic
you had, like, all
violence.
these girls, like when they started talking about me and domestic violence, and
Let's see. I want what part does Terrence Howard play in domestic violence? Let's find this out. Terrence Howard, domestic violence. Damn it. Shit. Well, crap. Crap. He's an abuser. Shit. I didn't see this coming. Oh, no. My hopes are dashed. Damn it. I don't really want to read this word for word. Let me, hang on. Screw it, we'll read it. Here's the thing about accountability. It's like integrity. You're either accountable or you're not. And so yes, Hollywood should hold stars accountable for their behavior, especially if that behavior is illegal, sexist, or racist. In fact, accountability may be the single best hope for moving the needle when it comes to conversations about sexism and racism. As evidenced from the fierce backlash to Jonathan Chait's recent article bemoaning the restrictions set upon his white male privilege by politically correct language, we're living in an era where people, young millennial and beyond, are straight serious about calling out intellectual dishonesty and a lack of social awareness. Terrence Howard's history and public record of physically assaulting women shouldn't prevent him from getting work as an actor, but how does he then take a lead TV role as a homophobic, sexist, abusive character and not expect or willingly address this history of abuse? Why was there not a writer included in Howard's contract? Guy, you have to be prepared to answer questions when your history with women if you take this role. Otherwise, we all look stupid, and also it's really just the right thing to do. With every question Howard avoids and paycheck he receives comes further evidence that the women he hit are not worth as much as his ego and his career. The goal is not to publicly shame Howard or Bill Cosby or Woody Allen or Roman Polanski or any other Hollywood celebrity. Celebrities are the politicians of popular culture or our cultural policymakers, and they should be vetted as such. We watch their State of the Union addresses at the Oscars, vote for them when we buy movie tickets and download music and tune into their shows. We judge them when we don't speak out on important issues. We have passed the point where entertainers are strictly entertainers. But if the paradigm here is the NFL suspension of Ray Rice, the difference between NFL and Hollywood is that the NFL is more enlightened. You read that right. When NFL players behave badly, it hurts the NFL brand, and more specifically the team brand, and it hurts those brands even further if those players are not punished. It's image management disguised as accountability. Ask a casual NFL fan what team Aaron Rodgers plays for, and most will get it right. Ask the average moviegoer or TV viewer what studio or network-produced Hustle and Flow or airs Empire. It's likely that many fewer would know. Clearly, Hollywood feels above image management, much less the need for individual accountability for their stars. Dial it back, Hollywood. We're on to you. So, and this was just the first Google result that I clicked on. There are many more. He admits to hitting his wife. Quote, "I lost my mind." He was able to hide most of his history of abuse. So, and the reason why they divorced in the first place is because of his abuse, not because of whatever he had stated. He said he wanted to feel like he was hurting her less because of wanting to have relationships with other women. What he says about his wife during the divorce proceedings was, "I was terrified of her releasing the private tapes that showed him in intimate settings." He denied abuse allegations. That's it. That's all it says. Oh, Terrence.
And I'm like, all the people that know me have to know that that's not who I am, and whether they accepted it or didn't.
I mean, he says himself that he didn't treat women well. He says he was abusive. So I don't know why he's like, he keeps saying it and then taking it back,
matter, but I was like, but the girls that know me out there, when they called me, said I was a slut or, womanizer and all that, and I'm like, no, you're associating me with the characters that they've made me play. And that's been the hardest thing is...
They made you play? I mean, if they're sexist, abusive, womanizing, homophobic, whatever, you know that you have the choice not to play them. You have the choice. You can even push back on that if you'd like. If you choose to play them and you want to push back on certain aspects of the character, you probably do that. But you can also choose not to play that character. You don't have to take the job. That's insane that you're saying anyone made you take any roles.
Showing that there's a differentiation. Just because you make me play security guard doesn't mean I'm a security guard. I may be a gardener at home. I may be all of these things just because I'm...
No. But if you choose repeatedly to take the position of the racist, homophobic, abusive womanizer, whether it be a security guard or a store manager or a businessman, doesn't matter the role, consistently on a repeating basis, you're either being pigeonholed or you might have those qualities enough to manifest themselves in whatever roles that you're playing. School's almost out. I'll be back after a bit trying to let Terrence Howard break the brain with his nonsense. Oh no, we're going to talk about aliens next. Brain's about to break even more.
Play bank president doesn't mean that I'm, that I'm fiscally or financially mature or any of those things. This is just what I do throughout this day.
So hard though on this side.
Yep, and none of your roles have made you a physicist or an astrologist or any astronomer or any of these, the things that you claim to be an expert in.
Like we're watching Game of Thrones, and I swear to God, if I see the actor Joffrey anywhere, I'm gonna be like, this guy. Like you literally watch it. You're like, what a piece of, you watch the mom, you watch the movies.
Yeah, Game of Thrones messed me up, and I think it messed up a lot of the world because it got everybody into incest porn, because people started watching.
Okay, hold on. Let's take it back a couple of seconds because I don't know if you caught that.
This guy, like you literally watch it. You're like, what a piece of, you watch the mom, you watch some movies.
Yeah, Game of Thrones messed me up, and I think it messed up a lot of the world because it got everybody into incest porn. Yeah.
God, can you smite us, please? Are we ready to go back home? Can we, God, Christians, can you help? Can you pray for me? Can you work your magical Jesus? Work your magical Jesus. Can you work your magical Jesus?
No, because people started watching it. And how many people turned off the TV when Jaime and Cersei's hooked up? Or how many people got quiet and watched it? That was the incest that was pushed inside of Game of Thrones and the House of Dragons. It's almost being normalized in a sense. But I bet you incest porn went up from Game of Thrones. It's presented for 7-8 years in front of you. Now it's normal.
I got a Manek the other day, and
I mean, I guess you could say that it's been in your face for 8 years, but no, it's not like they were just constantly fucking the whole time. And they laid out, I'm sure at many times people have laid out the reasons for why that was happening. And it's not like they were saying that it wasn't fucking gross. And I can't understand the cultural phenomenon that surrounded, everyone saw that infographic, where, I think it was Pornhub, they released the, what was it, they released the most searched for terms for 2022, I think, and incest pornography was definitely one of the top 3. I think it was incest and cat girl was one of them, and then something that just sounds totally weird. It was white girl American or something like that. It wasn't it was just a weird series of words. But yeah, there was a top 3 thing that was the most searched for terms on I don't think it was just Pornhub, but I think it was across a bunch of different platforms. But I don't think it's because people were watching Game of Thrones and thought that the Cersei incest thing was so hot that they wanted to go and look for it. I mean, they're actors. They're not actually related. So it's not, it's implied incest because of the characters they play, but it wouldn't, I don't know, maybe I just don't think the same as everybody else, and I don't get inspired by that kind of stuff. But maybe some people do. I don't know. But it's what got him addicted to it.
he sends me Manek first, and then I'm like, hey, he says, hey, you got to talk about porn on Grok. I said, yeah, we'll talk about it. He says, no, I don't think you understand. This is serious. You have to talk about the challenges of porn on Grok. I said, we will. And he keeps Manecting back, and this is 6 or 7 Maneks later. And then he finally says, listen, let me tell you why you have to talk about it. I'm addicted to it.
Gee, do you think that he is possibly the creator of this app that he keeps talking about casually here? Do you think maybe that he had a hand in creating it? Do you think maybe that he might get some of the money from it? Quite possibly.
But I don't know how to let it go. I said, what do you mean? He says, Grok porn allows you to pick and choose whatever fantasy you want. And it says you can ask for a 19-year-old girl doing this to this person in this position and that position and this. And I think it's horrible. I'm addicted. I can't let go of it. I don't know what to do. And he's sending me a message like this, right? So, I was in the military. We had a guy in the corner with a sergeant. You go to his office. He was the most famous sergeant at our unit. You want to know why? He had 2,000 cassettes of any porn you wanted. So Friday night, Saturday night, I'm coming back from the gym. All I'm hearing is, you're hearing the sound in the corner. And he's blasting it. So all these 18-year-olds are coming to his room to watch it. And he's 32 years old, E5. Let me tell you what I've collected over the years. He was a legend, right? And it's to himself, have the best of that. Nowadays, right
He's
here.
right there.
And then think what AI is going to do on whatever crazy situation you want. What impact does that have when a boy watches it?
What is your fucking point, Paul Bet David? What the fuck is your point in talking about kids in the military watching their squad leaders' pornography? What? And he was a legend because he had so much of it? What the fuck are you talking about? Terrence was talking about incest porn in Game of Thrones. What are you reminiscing about?
Where a man watches it.
When I was a kid, in order to see porn, you can get the magazines or you'll be at a wealthy friend's house and they had some videos. But it was a rare opportunity to see it. The proliferation of it today, I don't know how you avoid it. Like for me, I still have to be careful. I try and make sure that my phone, my computer, and all of that is inside of the casita and not near my bed if I'm away from my family, because you still have the desire to go back into watching. I was, wow, who was I talking to? What is his name, honey?
It's his wife that he's talking to when he says, "What is his name, honey?" So she's been here.
He played Hop. He was the voice in Hop. Yes, the voice in Hop. Not him, but the actual voice.
Russell Brand?
Russell Brand. I was talking to Russell Brand, and I remember saying, I still watch porn periodically.
I
I said that
producer.
to him, and he was like, what? He was like, you really should research that. You really should research what's taking place with that. And when I did the research and considered would I want my child in that position, when I put it back to that, when I put it back to it, then you're like, you take a moment, if you can catch yourself. But if once you start going, once you've gotten on that train, it's over. Once you've turned on the computer, it's over. So for a man, it's a lot of self-control. So I have to make sure none of this stuff is running. Mind you, I didn't masturbate until I was 25 years old. Only because...
What? That's absolute bullshit. Why would anyone believe that? Why would any person ever believe that? Ever at all in a universe? What the fuck? This guy says he didn't self-pleasure for the first time until he was 25 years old. I mean, he would have had to have been wearing barbed wire mittens for his entire adolescence. What the fuck? I'm sorry, Terrence. I just don't believe you.
Father is so staunch about
I just do
manhood,
not believe you.
And I'm like sitting there thinking, this is a man's hand touching my penis. That's homosexual. If I'm getting off rubbing.
Your dad told you if you masturbate, it's a man's hand touching.
Yeah, so for me, I didn't masturbate for the first time until I was 25 years old.
What? Why are you... A, that's a lie. B, so why would you make this up? But B, why would you then admit it? Why would you first make this up? Because it's absolute bullshit. And then why would you admit it? Then why would you then go on a podcast and talk about it with such a huge misunderstanding about that type of thing? You're saying that it's somehow gay? Oh man. Since the beginning of time, men have justified all manner of different things in order to engage in homosexual activities. But this is the first time I've ever seen someone push himself so far into the closet that he ends up in fucking Narnia. That is insane that he's saying that jerking your gherkin is that his father thought that it was homosexual and that it gave him such a complex that he never did it till he was 25. Again, it's a total fucking lie. Again, I'm sorry, Terrence. I just don't friggin' believe you. I just don't. I just don't believe the words that have come out of your mouth in the last hour, but definitely not the last couple of seconds.
And I
Still on
I wish
Terrence,
that
yeah?
I maintained that.
But for a second, you went back to the first time you went there. You
Yeah, I
probably
was in
gonna take
Czech Republic,
about-
I was in Prague.
you remember?
Yeah, I was inside the
We're
hotel.
not even halfway through.
Yeah, I had watched porn before, but
So it's gonna take another couple
The
hours.
first time that I actually went there. And then
We're
I
doing
had
a
to
long
move
stream
television
today,
out
man.
of the room of the hotel. I was shooting hard sport because I couldn't stop. I kept watching it, and I was like, oh wow. So pushing the easy button.
Czech
And-
Republic.
And you get
Shout out to Czech.
you get caught into it. So even at 57 years old.
So he's admitting how much he masturbated once he finally learned how at 25 years old.
I have to be careful and to check myself. So that rule number 5.
So you don't wreck
respect
yourself.
Respect yourself. You know, and I sit there and think about, you know, what Maximus, you know, be sitting off in a cell doing that, you know, from Gladiator. I'm like, 'cause I love who he was, and I put that into my head. I try to.
Is that really what you would do?
Yeah, I sit there and think about.
Would Maximus masturbate in jail?
Would Maximus would be with the people that I look up to. You know, Socrates.
Wow.
Was Socrates involved in that? And if there are, you know.
So Paul Bet David gives him a chance to kind of like dial it back a bit, and he's like, so that's what you think about. Would Maximus masturbate in jail? And Terrence is like, yeah. Maximus, Socrates, would they have jerked it in jail?
I know that I don't
Dude.
necessarily believe about angels and things of that nature, but I know that there's other dimensional beings, that there's other temporal dimensions. You know, things are moving at a different rate, a different pace, and based upon the individual that came and shared all that knowledge with me about the science,
Jesus,
I'm
dude.
like, okay, are they looking at me like I look at my dog when he's licking himself? You know, is that who I am? And if I could, would I do what my dog is doing? You know, so I compare it like that, and it helps to pull me back.
How?
I mean, I guess, you know, if you're alone and you're bored and you have nothing else to think about, then sure, your mind might wander to, like, the realm of pleasure and pleasures you've never experienced before, but, like, why are you sitting there staring at your dog thinking about if you could do that, whether or not you would? That's like those conversations that people have when either they're stoned or drunk and they're, like, just not thinking, and they're like, dude, you see, look at your dog, man. He's totally getting in there. Like, you'd totally do that if you could, wouldn't you? You dirty dog, wouldn't you? you totally. And then you don't invite that friend over anymore. Because now it's getting weird. Because he's trying to convince you that you would totally lick yourself if you could.
Promiscuous were you at your peak?
Oh, at my peak, I was dating about 4 or 5 girls, you know, that I would go and hang out with, you know.
Was it interchanging or same?
I would meet new girls all the
I
time.
asked the question because did you ever go on a run where for like a 5-year period, 10-year period, it was just...
I explored my dark side. I did the Carl Jung thing. I explored and embraced my shadow, you know, and then you realize you have to get to your lowest point. And that lowest point was sitting there watching porn, you know, and starting to use my gift of gab to talk girls into doing those things.
At what age did you realize you had the power?
Because he's really smart and influential, and he's really convincing, and so all the people that are that he presents this to are just like a slave to his words. There's no way to pull yourself from the vortex that is Terrence Howard. He's a sexual dynamo.
What I did,
That's the honest word, that was-
it was about in my 30s.
On your 30s?
In
So
my 30s.
what was the first time you had a sexual encounter with a girl?
Oh, I was 4. That was different. I was 4.
What? Did he just say that his first sexual encounter was when he was 4? And he just threw it away? I was 4. It was fine. It was 4. I was 4. That was a different thing. I was 4. Do you see the look on Paul Bet David's face? He's a little shocked. And I'm sure he's probably going to tell the story, so trigger warning for sexual childhood trauma before we continue.
It was the older girls that were watching me, you know, and they were like 6 and 7, and so that changed.
Did you say 4 years old?
4 years old.
With 6 and 7-year-old girls?
Yeah, and we did that every day until I was like 13. You know, had more sex then than I've had in my adult life, so.
Oh boy.
My expectation for interaction was those things.
I'm still confused. You said...
Is this the first time that we're hearing about this? Like in the Terrence Howard sphere, is this the first time that he's mentioned that he was abused, like as a child, like that he was involved in group sex with other underage kids? Like, is this, or is this just like part of his platform? Is this part of his whole shtick? God damn. Oh, fuck. Terrence, you've given me way too much to process.
4 years old? And they were 6 or 7?
6 and 7.
Were they Muslims?
No. This
Because I
is
think your father would...
Yeah, my father wouldn't have known, but when you're not supervised,
And you guys are just fooling around it?
we're just fooling. We played hide and go get, pants up, pants down. That was my experience, and I'm like, I look at my sons 8 and 9 now, no 9 and 10 now, and I can't imagine them getting involved in that, but I lost my innocence. It's effectively being molested. But then you have this
Grown girls, 6, 7-year-old girls.
They were 7. They were about 2 years older than me. Up until we were like 13. But all the kids in the neighborhood were doing that.
Oh, this is a neighborhood thing. You guys are just not.
I have to wonder, like, that's not ubiquitous. That wasn't a thing when I was growing up, and I grew up in a pretty shitty neighborhood. I don't know if that's made up. I can't. I can't for the life of me imagine why somebody would make something like that up. But he's just been rambling off nonsense for the longest time. So, man, I don't really know, man. Man, I'm changing my title again. I have titleophobia. I always gotta change my titles every once in a while.
Playing you're doing.
We played hide and go get.
What neighborhood was this?
This is in Cleveland. Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow.
30th and Central.
Who's watching over you? Are you living with mom and dad's in
Yeah,
prison?
my dad's in prison. My dad had just gotten out of prison, but then he's at work all the time, and trying to hustle a job because it was hard to get a job after that. And then my mother's in school. And I didn't know, it felt like it was wrong.
So Cleveland, Ohio, is where Terrence Howard was abused as a child, and I guess he quote, had more sex than he ever did in his adult life during that time. Again, I don't know why someone would make something like this up. Multiple years. He said he was 4, and it happened until he was 13. So I don't know why anyone would make up nearly a decade of abuse that was, quote-unquote, more sex than he had ever had in his adult life. That is just like the height of insanity. Even just to get publicity, I don't think that that's an appropriate thing to really make up just for the clout, Like, it's just so gross. Like, oh, fuck, man.
But I didn't know that it was wrong. No, I wish I did. I wish I'd never done that. I would probably have been a completely different person, but it gave me an skewed view of interaction. I kept thinking that, everybody was promiscuous like that. So by the time I get 16, 17, I've done enough to where I'm starting, now the spiritual side of me.
And then you live time in the, like you spend time in the world, and you live in society, and you realize that that's not actually a thing, because like there are just people who don't live that way. You said you expected everybody to be promiscuous simply because you had this experience. Like no adults knew. And he said it was a whole neighborhood thing. Like, there's just too many holes in this plot. I just don't really feel like I believe any of it, It really does feel like he's making it up.
Started to show up, but then I slipped back into it at 25, or 25 to 30 something.
But you said that you didn't do that stuff.
We're still trying to be a Jehovah's Witness, but still having this urge taking place, and the bad things I learned from my uncles and all of that influencing me. And it takes you a long time to try and get back to who and what you really, really are. But yeah, that really messed me up.
Are you kidding me? Like, I've talked to a lot of different people. No one's ever told me that more sex between 4 to 13 than any other.
Then I've had in my entire adult life.
Stop.
Because there's no orgasm, until you're about 12, 13.
Terrence, are you trying to sound like a predator? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Why are you on a podcast talking about when boys learn how to bust? What the fuck? is happening right now.
So,
And when you're saying sex, you're saying intercourse.
yeah, we had intercourse. I was having intercourse at 4.
How did that mess you up as an adult later on?
Well, because you think about the
Paul Bet David, I would assume you'd know how that messes somebody up. Early childhood trauma, developmental trauma, stunted development, attachment issues, like trust issues, intimacy issues. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
sense of a child and having to deal with those adult circumstances and situations, you're not mentally prepared for it. So now I'm so super protective of my children, of other people's children. I'm like, when we...
No, he said he just accepted that his girls are going to be raped. He accepted that. He's like, well, because of the way that I treated women, that's just karma. What the fuck? He's being very inconsistent.
have a friend come and visit, and they've got an infant. I'll secure the whole house and put pillows everywhere. I'm just overly protective because I wanted somebody. I'm trying to protect me. My kids are never alone. They are.
Nah, dude, you flipped out about a guy who didn't want you to bring like some clothing from a suitcase in because it was some security issue and you couldn't bring like a suitcase in, and you bitched about it. Like you went on a rant on this. It's hard for me to imagine that you would be fair and measured in any other situation.
Never alone without at least 2 people watching now, just because I don't want what happened to me to ever happen to
What a
them.
perspective. So somebody who is not, probably nothing happened to them. So they think automatically everybody's safe.
Safe.
But for you, since it happened to you, you're always paranoid of what could happen.
Yeah, I mean, when I was 13, you can trust me with your daughter because I thought the way the interaction was, there's this play that we do, I didn't pull myself fully together until I was about maybe 15.
No, he keeps going back and forth on the ages. He keeps dancing around from age to age, dude. Why, Paul Bet David, why are you not writing this down so you can catch him in these obvious fucking lies? If it sounded like sensationalism, you really should have been writing it down. It's almost like you're a grifter yourself. Weird how you keep advertising while you're talking to this guy.
I started seeing where I could hit because there was a girl that I wanted to marry, and I loved her. I loved this girl. And she wanted to have sex, and I didn't want to have sex. This was like 14. I just started studying the Bible. And
all this is in front of his wife. His wife is in the studio. This is our view, like, essentially from his wife. She's there in the studio with him right now, listening to him say this shit.
really coming around to who I would ultimately become.
Holy
And
fuck.
She ended up having a train ran on her by my friends, because I didn't want to have sex with her. I didn't know she was a freak. I didn't know that she was trying to be free like this. So it was stuff.
You don't know her reputation.
I know she didn't have a reputation at the time.
Oh my god, dude. And now, like, what we regret not sleeping with this girl while you were 13, some daughter of somebody, and she ended up having a train ran on her.
Who I would ultimately become. And she ended up having a train ran on her by my friends, because I didn't want to have sex with her. I didn't know she was a freak. I didn't know that she was trying to be free like this. So it was stuff.
You don't know her reputation.
I know she didn't
This is a 13-year-old girl, by the way.
have a reputation at the time, but she was ready to explore.
So she had the train that happened.
Or sorry, 15.
No, it happened.
Just thinking about it.
It happened after, because I wouldn't do something with her. So that's what I'm saying. I would have the ones that I loved, I didn't want to touch. The ones that were special, I didn't want to touch. But I was treating other people's child. Yeah, like, oh, well, she's not somebody I want to marry or
Did any
anything.
father ever find that and come and get you and want to be
I wish they did.
a brother? Nothing.
I wish they did.
Really?
No, because they were ever.
What would be the number? Like, how many girls would you say from 4 to 13?
Oh, at least 100. At least 100.
Oh my god. For the record, he expects us to believe that from the ages of 9 to 13, he was abused sexually as a child by over 100 girls aged 6 to 8. Again, I know that may sound incredibly ridiculous, but let me just say that again. Terrence Howard, on this podcast just now, has tried to claim that between the ages of 4 and 13, he was aggressively and repeatedly abused by girls ages 6 to 8, over 100 of them, according to him. And he's expecting people to believe that. Holy fuck, dude.
From 4 to 13, at least 100.
And you don't want. It's not something that
I don't.
you're sitting there looking at your life like, wow. So that's what made a difference for me when I got older. I didn't want it. When I would be next to these people, I knew that feeling of taking that walk. A lot of people didn't explore sexuality enough to where they had an opportunity, to sow their wild oats at that earlier age. But it's how the system of government has been set up to where the father and the mother are not at home. There's no caretakers taking care of, looking after, the most important part of the family anymore.
At that time when that's going on, would you? I have like 50 questions. Sexually transmitted. Did anybody?
Yeah, I got a question too. I got a lot of questions, Terrence. I got quite a few follow-ups to the things that you've been saying.
get anything, nothing. So none of those things happened. Did you witness older men coming in taking advantage of younger girls or no?
No, but what I did see was there were some 16-year-olds, messing with younger girls, but that was all normalized inside of the community. It did not.
Okay, so in this community that he's a part of, from the ages of 4 to 13, he was abused as a child sexually by girls, over 100 girls, aged 6 to 8. And that this was all just an accepted thing in the community. Normalized, according to Terrence Howard. Did any of you believe this? I'm going to say, I probably don't believe this story.
That was just a transaction. That was how we played. I thought it was normal.
And you guys called it a game?
Yeah, let's play hide and go get.
And you're saying that to like 3 girls are with you? You're saying that, or is it you and your buddies and 3 girls
like
there?
About 8 of us hanging out, and we'd all like hide and go seek, but it was hide and go get, and you would decide pants up or pants down, and I would hate for my child to be doing that this day, and it causes you to forget most of your childhood because you don't want to remember. You don't want to remember those things. So those are the things
Why
that
has he
painted
thought?
me, with
Why
my father
has
being
he
sent
thought
off.
enough about this to be detailing what the game is called? I don't think that he's recalling anything real that happened to him. Maybe he's the victim of some childhood abuse, but it wasn't by 100 girls. I think he's honestly just trying to increase his body count while talking about some claiming to, he claims to be real, actual trauma. So he's glorifying more trauma, or he's glorifying trauma. He's glorifying, reveling in being traumatized by predatory 6 to 8 year old girls who themselves don't fucking know what they're doing. Why the fuck? How do they know how to predate upon a younger boy? How do they know how to do that? Just the logistics of this are impossible. Welcome back to another episode of Who Gives a Shit. Yeah, you know what? You're right, JM Zook. Who does give a shit? Who gives a shit about any of this? Why even have a live stream? Why even have the ability to live stream, Who gives a shit? Why do people make things? Why be creative? Who gives a shit? Why comment on relevant issues, huh? Who gives a shit, man? Shit.
With my mother trying to have a career instead of taking care of us because she didn't get the career that she wanted. What did she want to do? She ended up graduating from college and all that, but she wanted to be an actress. She wanted to be a journalist.
I get it. Okay, so if I was to put, hang on, let me put my therapist hat on real quick. All right, my therapist hat is on. It's clear that you resent your mother for having a career, and that's why you're making up all this bullshit and you believe that you've invented a new math. You should probably talk to somebody about that. All right, conspiracy hat back on. Holy fuck, dude.
She wanted to be all of that stuff. That didn't happen for her.
I'm lucky I had another hat right here.
Because now all my brothers are Jehovah's Witnesses. They've made different choices in their life. But I know that those thoughts still go through their head of the choices that we made when we were younger. And you're just a little more overprotective. A lot more overprotective, about who you are. And I look forward to the next lifetime of not remembering it anymore.
Did you guys ever run into each other? Did you ever run into any of the girls?
No, I haven't.
Never. You've never been back?
I've gone there, but
it's hard to run into them if they don't exist. But, I also imagine that the world's a big place. It's hard to run into the people who abused you,
not walking through it.
You know, like, you ever seen the movie The Judge with Robert Downey Jr. and Robert Duvall? You know how he goes back to the town he grew up in and he never wanted to go back, and he runs into the girl his ex at the bar and he left. When you go back, you don't see any of these old friends.
No. And that's why I was explaining to my daughters that if I bumped into girls that I had interaction with, I wouldn't even know their face or name. It's
pretty wild.
Hi, everyone. My name is Terrence Howard. I'm an actor.
Why choose now? He just dumped a mountain of trauma onto the viewer. And now he's going to advertise his fucking consultancy service, which is $15,000 for 15 minutes on a call and around $450, $60, something like that, for a text message. Right after he talks about how he was traumatized sexually earlier as a child from the ages 4 to 13. I'm getting acid reflux just from this. How he was a child from ages 4 to 13. He was aggressively and repeatedly and consistently sexually abused by over 100 girls that were ages 6 to 8 in this community that he grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. And that he rejected a 13-year-old girl, and she had a train ran on her by his friend. This is a podcast. This is a thing that people listen to. My brain is itchy. I feel like my brain is itching. I think it's dying. I honestly think it's dying. I think my brain is just melting and turning into a puddle of goo right now.
but in the field of science also. So if you would like to connect with me, you can
I'm also I'm an actor, but also in the field of science. I'm an actor, but I'm in the field of science also.
connect with me on Minect. The QR code is down below, and let's have a great conversation.
So your mom inspired you to get into the movie business?
Yeah.
And how did that happen?
Because she wanted to be an actress, and I thought about it.
And what the fuck was the... What is all this? What is this is just in Paul Bet David's like locker room or something? Is like his... These look like safety deposit boxes.
And let's have a great...
All the best. Sebastian Foca. I mean, science is an act. I don't know what you mean by science is an act. I can't really read. Oh, that's Donald Trump. Okay, yeah. I think that's supposed to be Donald Trump's signature, which looks nothing like the words Donald or Trump. I think it's just a series of squiggles.
The conversation.
So your mom inspired you to get into the movie business?
Yeah.
And how did that happen?
Because she wanted to be an actress, and I thought if I became an actor, I would get her affection. I would, because she doted over my younger brother Antonio, and wanted him to be an actor. So I thought if I became an actor, she would, I would. get that love.
Antonio.
He's a contractor.
Right, yeah. See,
Yeah.
okay, hang on. He just resents his mom. That's pretty much, that's the answer to all this. I think he just resents his mom, and it gave him kind of a weird complex, and now he fantasizes about children. There you go. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We fixed him. We fixed Terrence Howard, guys. We figured it out. He resents his
Practicing
mom.
witness.
Practicing with.
Yeah, he's good for him. He's maintained
Good
that-
relationship.
Done
You guys.
yeah, we have a great
and
relationship,
done.
But
Are 11 of you guys all close?
most of us are.
Right.
There's a lot of communication, but then the younger ones are kind of getting their own thing out there. I don't have as much in common with my brothers anymore because I'm not a witness, and they're still trying to, proselytize in a way, and I'm trying to open their eyes too. Let's look at some of the statistics, some of the facts, from the scriptures. Every word
To
is
the
supposed to be
theory of
word
everything.
God.
Yeah,
If you find one mistake
exactly.
in that,
Yeah,
then
trying
you throw the
to
entire thing
really
out.
trying
The entire
to
thing
get
becomes questionable. And
know,
like I said, I'm not questioning
a
the
new
divinity of
math
God.
out
I
there.
do question how we've been taught in our belief systems. I think our belief systems is time to raise them.
I think it's because Terrence Howard is a time traveler, and he's come back to the past to teach us about space math so that we can catch up to where he was in the future, or to where he is in the future, I don't know. Professor Dave explains the guy that got cooked by Jimbo, of all people, apparently does. Apparently does what? But also, the idea that anyone would get cooked by Jim Bob is insane, because he is a stupid fucking guy.
And take the allegories that we can, but we need to start
Like
basing things on
extremely
actual
stupid.
fact.
So you going into Hollywood. At what age did you get the first job? How did you get into it?
First job I got was on the Cosby Show. I went to Barry Moss's casting agency because my brother Antonio was invited to come in there, and then he couldn't go because he was in Cleveland.
Yeah,
was
see, I
in New
told
York
you, he was,
at the time. I went in there and I got the job on the Cosby
he's been an
Show.
actor for a very long
No,
time,
that was-
since he was...
They cut me out of the show.
Only but a wee babe.
They
There's
cut
no
me
scenes
out.
of you in it?
They cut me out of the
But
show. because I was
away,
just playing
babe.
I was playing ping pong and all that, and I was so hurt by it. And I called my great-grandmother, Minnie Gentry, who was an actress who had been on the Cosby Show. And I asked her, I said, I feel like I need to go talk to Cosby, because Cosby had told me that he liked us together, and I hadn't talked to Barry Moss in 3 weeks or whatever. And so I went up to Cosby's room, went to the Kaufman Astoria Queens, Kaufman Astoria Studios, and made friends with everybody inside of the lobby, So they let me in thinking I was coming in.
Yeah, we really don't need to be hearing more about his fucking weird history with the goddamn Cosby Show. The fact that Terrence has a platform means our culture is stupid. I agree, Bilbo Baggins. I agree. I think it's highly strange. We don't really want to hear him talking about other stars or his Hollywood blacklist. I really just want to hear about his opinion on Epstein and politics.
This World Economic Forum CEO quits after Epstein links examined NVIDIA results failed to wow markets as it happened. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on
Let me know if the music's too overbearing. I can still hear the video over it, but I'm also grooving to this infinite smoke flow.
right now. And he's got a tough job. I think he's got a very tough job. He looked like he was pretty loose, happy, State of the Union. I thought he was going to be intense. He came in, he did his thing for an hour and 48 minutes at 79 years old.
Yeah.
About to be 80 years old. And he just lost a terrible ruling. That's a big defeat. It's a public loss. Listen, America's crushing.
Yeah.
America's doing great.
He's the Don. He is Teflon Don.
You ever met him? Have you
Yeah,
guys
yeah, he's Teflon Don. And I love his bravado, and I love the strength that he pushes out. I supported a lot of the things that he was doing, and I was never a Democrat in that support. But I've never voted because I didn't want to be responsible.
You've never voted.
I've never been a Democrat. Oh, cool. But I've never voted. So you just are nothing. You're not a Democrat or a Republican. You just are not a voter. You speak on the. I assume that you speak on the issues if you're speaking on them now. But you just, I don't vote.
No, I didn't want to be responsible for what other people. When you give a vote to someone, whatever they do, you have a hand in it. And I was not supporting everything that was taking place. But I didn't think that the Democrats was running the country in a proper way. But there's room for improvement now within this administration, and that's why I'm saying we should start using a little more tact, because nobody's threatened anymore by the threats. Doesn't do anything but causes the other nations to run to the enemy.
Yep. Any desire politics? Does that at all?
Yeah, hey, you know, at least Terrence is somewhat cognizant of decent foreign policy. He says that we don't alienate our allies. I don't think that's a bad take. I think the things that he's making up, I think those are all pretty bad takes. I think that him making up a story about this, such an extreme level of trauma, when he probably did experience trauma at some point and is just trying to sensationalize it to up his body count for some reason. Even though he did all that, I think I'm still willing to stick with him on just this issue by itself. We also agree on fundamental Christians. So there you go. We agree on 2 issues. There's a lot of issues, and we only agree on 2. But you know, that's 2. Gosh darn it, that's better than nothing.
Because to me, you give me the vibes of.
I'm honest, or try to be honest, and that doesn't work in politics.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, you just make shit up, but okay.
There's a showmanship element to it, right? There's an element of how you shine on the big screen.
But doing that every day, I can do it for a few hours on stage, but then I go outside and I'm a regular person. I don't run with a bodyguard, even though at times when I was doing the signs, I felt like I needed to, because I kept getting hit by all of these.
Did you met, first time you met Trump was?
I met Trump when I was doing, I think it was, I don't know if it was Jimmy Fallon or David Kimmel, and I was ready to go and do my thing, and then they were like, oh, we got to pull you because, Trump is here, and so we passed by each other in the hall, get along, But I did support him in the biggest way.
Or
privately. I supported,
I don't know. Give me a hard time.
Everybody, you support who you want to support. I did support a lot of his policies.
Were people in Hollywood, like on the outside, it looks like 90% is,
But you didn't vote for anyone, so how can you say you supported him? You can support the ideas, I guess, the concepts, but like, you didn't vote, dude.
politically. Are there a lot of conservatives that are in the business that just kind of keep it to themselves?
Yeah, I think so.
Are there some names that are massive names that if we knew they were conservative, you'd be shocked, or not really?
Yeah, I think a lot more people, the older you get, you start off liberal, but the older you get, you become more and more conservative, because you realize
that's true. That is true. The older you get, the more conservative you get. But I mean, that doesn't mean that your politics change. It just means that you have more stuff in your life that you want to protect, and conservative policies tend to take all that shit into account. And some people get more religious as they get older. Existential crises, midlife crises, that kind of stuff. People's brains, they change as they develop, and we don't really stop developing until our 30s. So it's like what people think is adulthood is really just the beginning of your life.
To be very careful with the censorship more than anything else. Because he is the president of our country, you have to be supportive and be respectful of him. Even if you don't like his policies, even if you don't like his personality. I was told when I was studying to be a witness, he said, are you supposed to listen to the elders? If you saw an elder that slapped another member of the congregation, would you listen to his advice? If that same elder lied openly, would you listen to his advice? And said if that same elder denied, Jehovah, would you still listen to him? And I was like, no, you don't listen to him anymore. And the brother said to me, he said, well, that same person was Peter. He didn't just slap another member, he cut off the ear of someone. He didn't just lie on anyone. He lied about, the Savior. As long as somebody is in the position of authority that they've been granted, you still listen and follow the authority and respect that position. But you do it with a full conscience, with an understanding, to become president twice. The way he's done it, 45th and 47th, he has earned the respect. He is still the most powerful person on the planet. And I really dig his stance, but I think there's times where you can use finesse. He's charming. You can use finesse to accomplish so much more because you don't have to use all the power that you've got.
Do you feel like his second term, he's a little bit more calmer than
he's
his
a
first
lot
term?
He's a lot more calm.
First term, it was like a fight. Every day was a fight.
Well, they were trying to impeach him
Right.
every single day. So we put the president into this PTSD mode.
Mm-hmm.
He's always trying to...
Nobody in these spaces ever tends to ask why. He was doing some pretty treasonous shit, so it's like, there's definitely reasons why he was being impeached. It's not like they were just, we don't like this guy, we gotta impeach him. They didn't do that to fucking any other Republican president. It's not like they never tried to do that, but it's just that they never really succeeded, I guess. I don't know. I guess I don't care that much. Even in space, man. I think every older generation is considered to be more conservative than the younger one. Yeah. And we go back and forth,
Been that, and I don't think anyone becomes president of this country so that they can tear apart the country. They're really trying to unite the country, like even with what ISIS is doing. They could do.
Unless special interests exist unless special interests exist that are asking him to do so, I don't think that, sure, that's probably not the default, but that's certainly why Trump wanted to become president. He didn't even want to be president. He got kind of like pushed into it.
Do it in a more diplomatic way. They can do it ice. Yeah, they can do it in a more respectful means. You do not. If you use aggression, then you're going to start a revolution. If you keep pushing with aggression, revolution ends up coming out of it. But if you use diplomacy, if you use reasoning, if you use understanding, then people can align to your cause. That was one of the things Nelson Mandela did. He was like, yeah, I can get up there and become emotional, and talk about all these terrible atrocities that's happened in an emotional way. He said, but then I'll just look at angry.
All right, this is so much less about space math than anything else. The rest of this is just fleeing the U.S. and Diddy's downfall. So I think we've probably squeezed enough juice out of this turnip. So we're gonna switch gears. Not switch gears. We're still talking about weird conspiracy shit, but this one's actually about aliens. So this one's actually not
there has been an
as
80-year
boring
cover-up
as
of the
Terrence
existence
Howard.
of non-human intelligent life.
Sorry, let me adjust the volumes here. Hang on. I'm trying to make my titles less and less coherent as we go on, just because I think it's funny. But that's, I guess, my own inside joke for myself, which is pretty nerdy. Glad I admitted that. I was chuckling to myself. All right, and then let me change my other titles too. Just want to make sure that we are all consistent across platforms here. We're no longer talking about Terrence Howard. We're now talking about aliens. We're gonna be covering ye old CIA alien disclosure.
Life covered up by elements of the U.S. government, but this past Friday, the first tranche of evidence was released to the public.
And the evidence is absolutely clear that there is some form of life with advanced technology. And they're all over the place.
But the people involved in gatekeeping this information don't think the public can handle the truth. People have had their lives threatened. A lot of them are afraid to come forward and tell the White House what they know. And this has been kept from even sitting presidents. And I've interviewed high-level intelligence officials and government officials, and there have been wiki crashes over the years. And in some cases, the crashed crafts had the bodies of non-humans in them.
And now we have people on ships seeing these things enter the water. It's seen enough times under enough different conditions that we just have to accept it as real.
So what exactly is inside this report?
We have so many sightings, even access to materials.
And there's a number of files, reports, video, and still images that were declassified. And the most notable piece of evidence in there is this.
So I have so many questions. You're probably familiar with this NASA report. They essentially say that they don't believe that these UAPs are aliens. Why would NASA be lying? Is there a reason why this stuff hasn't been captured on like an iPhone? Are they currently living amongst us? And then do you trust the Trump administration to release all of the available information?
I think eventually we'll get to that moment that we've all only seen in movies where a sitting president steps to a microphone and tells the world we're not alone in the universe.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
This is super interesting.
I welcome
to me.
it.
My team gave me this report to show me how many of you that watch the show subscribe. And some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly.
My interest in this topic comes from
I wanted to have a conversation with both of you today because you are two of the most popular voices online on this subject of UAPs, which is unidentified anomalous
sadly, I've never
phenomena.
heard of
Right, exactly.
It has been in all the news recently because Trump, a couple of days ago, released 400 classified files containing videos and photos and different reports on this subject of UAPs. Now, I don't have an opinion. I honestly haven't gone that far down the rabbit hole on this subject, but I wanted to have the conversation with both of you because you do have opinions. So,
Debate me,
starting
bro,
with you,
no.
Dan, what is
I
your
need to put a
background,
wireless camera
and as it
down by
relates
the
to
mailbox.
subject of UAPs?
Someone keeps parking down there. I live at the end of a dead-end road surrounded by trees, so you can't see my house from the road. That's a mystery I need to solve. Why don't you put a camera out there, too? Why don't you put, like, 6 cameras out there? Why don't you put a trail cam, put, like, some flock cameras? I think that's the brand name for the camera. Put some, not just one camera. Put, like, an array of cameras out there. Do, like, one of those Matrix 360-degree things, you know? A ring of cameras. A ring camera. A nanny cam. Put a teddy bear out there with a camera in its stomach. Why not? You know?
What is it that you believe that most people don't know or understand?
My interest in this topic comes from my childhood. And so over the years, I read every book on the topic, watched every doc. I always wish someone had made a super serious, credible, sober documentary that only interviews people who have direct knowledge of this topic as a result of working for the US government. And so got into producing as I was getting access to high-level intelligence officials and government officials.
I feel like I've been watching those documentaries since I was like a kid. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong on that. But it's... I think it's pretty common for people who come out of the government to be talking about how aliens are happening. I don't know. It seems like it's mostly other government officials, not just like wackadoos.
Or even filmed. Really quickly learned how serious and real the situation is, and how serious it's treated behind the scenes. And, I made this movie, The Age of Disclosure, in secrecy over 3.5 years. And I would say the headlines that I learned that the average person doesn't know is...
I can't afford to buy an array of cameras. They're expensive. Hopefully one outdoor ring camera does it. Well, then get like the really cheap ones from like Temu, Get like 99-cent cameras. Get like a bunch of them. They may only be 1 FPS, but gosh darn it. They'll kind of give you an idea of what you're looking for.
That there has in fact been an 80-year cover-up of the existence of non-human intelligent life. It has been covered up by elements of the U.S. government since at least the late 40s. Other nations have also covered this up. And the other major headline is that the people within the U.S. government that have been gatekeeping this, they've also been involved in a high-stakes secret Cold War race with adversarial nations like China and Russia to reverse engineer this technology of non-human origin. And the stakes couldn't be higher. Those are the two massive headlines. And I'm proud to say when the film came out, it created a national conversation.
Stop pausing it. That's literally why I'm here, is to deliver commentary. This one's called UFO Roundtable CIA Physicist Proves Aliens Exist, if this is the video you're talking about.
At an unprecedented level, and it led to President Trump issuing this directive in the middle of February, super unprecedented historic directive, instructing federal agencies to start declassifying evidence they have of non-human intelligent life and UAP. And then that process began this past Friday. The first tranche of evidence was released.
Tranche?
And during the process of producing this documentary, who did you speak to?
I got access to the highest levels of government, military, and intelligence community. My interview subjects range from Secretary Rubio, who's also our national security advisor now, White House National Security Council members, Navy fighter pilots, admirals, generals, former Secretary of Defense, the leadership of all the recent classified U.S. government UAP investigations. Every single person is extremely credible.
I put it in the chat.
Hal is one of my interview subjects. Hal's one of the most senior scientists to work on this topic for the U.S. government in classified projects. And him and all these other people interviewed, they had a lot of information they could legally share over the years, but they were always discouraged from doing so, and they never really had the opportunity to comfortably do it. No one wanted to be the one guy out on a limb saying something extraordinary on CNN or Fox or 60 Minutes and then being subject to the pushback and the ridicule. And so when I realized that, I started socializing a plan for how to step out of the shadows arm in arm with safety in numbers.
I'll pick up on that point there where you talked about safety in numbers. How he mentioned you there. You're part of the documentary. I saw you as well in the trailer of the documentary. What is your background, and what reference points are you drawing on to speak on the subject of UAPs and UFOs, etc.?
I'm a quantum physicist. I work for the National Security Agency, for various organizations in the intelligence community like CIA and so on. And so as part of my technical work, I was also a consultant, chief science advisor to Robert Bigelow of Bigelow Aerospace. He's really quite a titan.
Of Skinwalker Ranch fame.
He has 2 space stations orbiting the Earth. So anyway, those people...
Also, you have to keep pausing it in order to fit within the terms of fair use. So if anyone comes for your video, then you can claim, nope, because I have repurposed it into content that I can comment on and review, and that is fair and easy and all that kind of stuff. Just fitting within legal guidelines here,
People who are in the space business and they're moving out into space, they just can't help but wondering, what are we going to run into when we get out there? As a science advisor to him, turned out that the Defense Intelligence Agency came forward and said, we need to find out really what's going on in the so-called UAP area.
So then they determined they were just going to start a UAP program. That program they started was called OSAP. They hired a team, for example, Hal, and that program started in 2008 and got a lot of pushback behind the scenes because it turned out when they looked all over the intelligence community to see if there was another UFO program and didn't think there was, turns out there was one. And there was a deeply hidden program referred to as the Legacy Program. And it had been operating in the shadows since the 40s, outside of congressional oversight, outside of the oversight of the White House, completely,
completely hidden away. Yeah.
As hidden as a program could be. And so they started pushing back behind the scenes against everyone involved in OSAP because they didn't want anyone else looking into this, right? It started to cause a lot of bureaucratic issues for them, red tape issues, and ultimately OSAP lost its funding in 2010, despite the fact that it was looking into very real issues like UAP over our nuclear weapon sites. It shut down in 2010.
Why do you think it shut down?
they were dealt these bureaucratic hurdles behind the scenes by people involved in the legacy program, people who just caused problems and prevented funding. And it's a lot of it's a big bureaucracy. People can do things behind the scenes to prevent funding from coming through for programs. And so ultimately they lost their funding in 2010. And then Jay Stratton and other people involved, they were continuing to look into this because they didn't want this serious national security concern to go uninvestigated, right?
So that's how somebody like me gets pulled in. They say, okay, these pilots are out there, and they suddenly see craft coming out of the ocean and making right angle turns at 6G or whatever, and they say, oh my God, this is way beyond our physics. So I and other physicists sort of dug into, what could be responsible for this. And we actually found that just like we use so-called Maxwell's equations and electromagnetic stuff for everything we do in electromagnetics, we have Einstein's equations in general relativity for black holes and all that kind of stuff. But it turns out if you could engineer those, you would actually get the same effects that people were observing with these UAP craft. So we think we've come up with, what it is about the science of it. It's just that we don't have the engineering to do it.
Do you believe in UAPs?
Absolutely believe in UAPs because I've been exposed.
Yeah, I mean, UAP just means that something that hasn't been identified. It's not by default an alien. Like, do you believe in aliens? I think would be like the best question to be asking for. I think people are so hesitant to say the word aliens. They're hesitant to talk about aliens because they don't want to be seen as like a cuckoo for talking about aliens. It's like one of those cycles of self-talk. They're like, oh man, I can't talk about aliens or else they're gonna think that I'm trying to talk about aliens.
To data about them.
A more specific question would be, do you believe in aliens?
Yeah, so a number of the people I interviewed went on the record stating that they know from their own personal experiences that there have been UAP crashes over the years that have been recovered by elements of the U.S. government, and in some cases, the crashed crafts had the bodies of non-humans in them. And numerous people I interviewed went on the record saying that. And keep in mind, everyone I interviewed only shared what they lawfully could. There's a line they couldn't cross. Everyone I interviewed is aware of classified information they can't talk about, but they went right up to the line and made it clear that there had been recoveries of non-human bodies. A couple people actually testified under oath to Congress saying the same thing.
Why wouldn't they be able to talk about it publicly?
Well, when you're involved in certain programs, you sign certain agreements that prevent you from sharing specific information.
Highly classified programs. And of course, the big concern is, okay, whatever we might learn about these kind of craft and so on, our adversaries are out there, and there have been crashes in Russia, crashes in China. And so if we reveal what we're learning about the subject area and said it publicly, then it might help some potential adversary get a step ahead. So that's why it's all just kept really close in.
So a saying that I heard often from my interview subjects, you can't tell your friends without telling your enemies. Meaning you can't tell the public what we know and don't know without also telling China and Russia what we know and don't know. And giving them that information.
This is why I think
that
there would have been a leak by now. If there was like some conclusive proof that there's actual aliens, then there would have been some leak at some point along the chain of people who are like finding out these clandestine secrets,
And the obvious question anyone would ask when hearing that is then, well, okay, so what shifted? Why is that no longer the leading thought? Secrecy is best. And the answer is because the U.S. is in a really high-stakes race, a technology race, against these adversaries to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin. And the secrecy around it in the U.S. since the 40s has created a scenario where the scientific community and academia don't even know it's real. They don't even know it's a valid area of inquiry.
Don't even believe it's real.
Yeah, I mean, the smartest kids graduating at MIT this year, they are not thinking that this is something they can put their brain power towards.
So, come back to the question, do you believe in aliens?
I 100% believe that non-human intelligent life is here and has been here for a long time.
When you say here, do you mean
Earth.
Currently living amongst us?
I don't know about the living amongst us
don't know
part.
about that.
I don't know about that. But
Wouldn't
look,
rule it out. But
there's
don't know.
UAP activity being reported on a daily basis by commercial airline pilots, the FAA, by Navy fighter pilots off the East Coast, being reported up the military chain of command, and on top of that, regular activity over our nuclear weapon sites inside the United States. It's happening on a regular basis on the nuclear sites and on a daily basis in commercial air travel space.
UAP have come over nuclear missile sites and actually turned off the missiles. And so, when something like that happens, you just got to take it seriously.
And the technology that they're displaying is technology that no humans have. And again, there has been some crashes, and in those crashes, there have been the bodies of non-humans.
How do we know that? How do we know that in those crashes they've recovered bodies of non-humans?
The whistleblowers basically coming forward from the program.
So the basis of that evidence is that some people have said it.
At this point, until previously classified information.
Some people have said it. That's about the basis for a lot of these things. A lot of these evidences. I fucking hate saying people say, or when people say evidences.
Information regarding crashes and recoveries is declassified. Until that happens, the best we can hope for is credible people putting their reputation on the line to tell you this is what's been happening.
Did someone during your process of making the documentary who had seen non-alien, non-human life, non-human intelligence, tell you that?
Yeah.
Who was that?
A number of people, but notably, Jay Stratton, who we just talked about.
Yes, right.
Who co-founded OSAP, and then became the director of the UAP task force, the largest whole government investigation of UAP ever.
What did he say?
He went on the record in the film saying that he's seen non-human beings and non-human craft with his own eyes. That was the farthest he could go at that point.
Why did he say he couldn't go further?
He had a situation that he was involved in that for a few reasons he just wasn't comfortable talking about it yet, and some of it I think he just wanted to make sure he legally could. Now, going back to credibility, like take a guy like Jay saying that. When Jay retired a few years back, he was part of the senior executive services of the federal government. That's a level less than 1% of all federal employees ever reach. It's equivalent of a 2-star admiral or general. Very, very senior, very trusted, cleared at a very high level. He had worked with naval intelligence in a senior capacity. He had worked with the CIA. He had worked with the Defense Intelligence Agency as the head of air and space warfare. He's a super serious, credible guy. Yeah. And he's putting his reputation on the line to share this information to the extent that he legally could and comfortably could.
And when you asked him why the world doesn't know this stuff,
I'm gonna let this play, but I have to go pee.
in his view, what would he say?
There's a lot of reasons. I mean, certainly the idea that we can't tell our friends without telling our enemies has been a driver. To
Don't look at
recap
my
the
butt.
reasons for secrecy, I actually believe it's better to kind of start from the beginning. When in 1947 there was a crash at Roswell of non-human origin, and RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region.
That's right.
And then this is the image of their cover-up story, trying to show a weather ballooner. Yeah, so multiple people in my film go on the record saying the Roswell crash really happened. Technology of non-human origin and non-human bodies were recovered. If you put yourself in the shoes of the military and government at that point, like put yourself in Truman and Eisenhower's shoes, you're just coming out of World War II. The world was just chaos for a very long time. It's finally starting to settle down. You can't exactly step to the microphone and tell America that there's a new threat that we know nothing about and we can't protect you from. They're far advanced. What's the advantage of that? So secrecy became the plan at that point, and they had more questions than answers. So everyone I've talked to who gave me context explained that the plan for secrecy went in motion there. Let's investigate. Let's find out more about what we don't know before we tell the American people. That was quickly followed by the Cold War era, and we learned that Russia also had retrieved technology of non-human origin. And so we knew we were in a technology race. So then the idea of can't tell your friend without telling your enemy ruled the day. So now the Cold War mentality, led to more secrecy. And as a security wrapper for this program that it started, they created the stigma in the late 40s, early 50s, this cultural stigma, this idea that you're crazy if you look into this topic, you're wacky, you'll have your reputation ruined, you'll have your career ruined.
There was actually a CIA meeting where people got together and said, okay, in order to not have people be pursuing this area, let's go out of our way to spread what we would call now disinformation.
Basically the most effective disinformation campaign in the history of the U.S. government, because it got into our culture. Some movies were funded that made aliens seem silly and the idea of life from elsewhere seemed ridiculous, and that got compounded over the years. And then we got to the point where we were like, just like a few years ago, where the average person just thinks it's not real. The average scientists, academia, they think it's conspiracy stuff, it's nonsense, it's silly. There was no advantage for elected leaders to get in front of this, or for military members to speak up about what they learned or saw. It would be a career ruiner. And that started to shift several years back when Jay Stratton and Jim McCaskey, when they put together OSAP in 2010, and they started to go out there and collect data and get evidence, and they started to actually share it with the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee, and looking at classified data in a classified setting, people like Marco Rubio, who was the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee at the time, started to realize,
I hope you like aliens.
Here, but we've got a problem, right? There's a lot of UAP activity over these highly classified sites, like our nuclear weapons sites. There's a lot at stake. We are in this, race with other nations, and the stigma has created a disadvantage for us. It's very hard to win a technology race when the majority of your scientists don't know it's a valid area of inquiry, right?
And do people think that there's one type of non-human intelligence that's visiting the Earth, or is there many, many types?
People who have been involved in recoveries have said
there are at least four separate types. Now, I have not had direct access to that, but I believe the people who I talked to.
4 different types of life.
4 different types of life, at least. Yeah.
And the people I've talked to, through the process of making the documentary, both on camera and off the record sources, and the people Hal's talked to over the decades, have said that there have been dozens of recoveries of crashed craft in the U.S. alone. Dozens of craft of non-human origin that either crashed organically or caused crash and then recovered.
And have you spoken to people who, you talked about Jay, have you spoken to other people that have worked on these crashed crafts?
I've talked off the record with some people who are involved in recoveries. Mm-hmm. They would not go on camera to do interviews. Special forces people that would not go on camera to do interviews. One I actually thought, I've mentioned this in another interview, but one I thought was going to do an interview, and then a couple days before sent me a message saying, after further consideration and long talks with my wife, I decided I'd be forfeiting my life if I participated in her interview. And I thought that was like very unsettling message to get, obviously, but also very specific word choice, forfeiting my life.
What did he know?
Well, yep.
He was a very senior special forces guy who had told me he had been involved in multiple recoveries. That's what he told me.
Okay.
And I met him through some high-level intelligence people. Early on in my process, I got connected with the Senate Intelligence.
If you're just joining, hello, welcome, I'm Goose. We are in our second hour of streaming, and we're gonna go till like 10-ish, 8-ish, something like that. I don't know. We'll see what the winds hold. But we're doing a bit of a stream-a-thon, sub-a-thon thing right now, and so if you feel so inclined to hang out for as long as you want, please do the like and subscribe thing, and if I hit my goals, then we'll do the karaoke stream that's been ever fabled since the beginning of this stream's life, announced about a year ago. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put a different title up. Let's see. Aliens, cryptids, and ghosties, and goblins. Later, Retro Rewind. That also counts as an announcement. We will be playing Retro Rewind later on. Not really that much of an announcement, just kind of a part of the agenda for the day.
Intelligence Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee, and they had on their own learned the reality of the situation through the work of OSAP and then ATIP and then the UAP Task Force, and through their own intelligence channels. Leaders on those committees wanted to educate the public about what they could lawfully about this, but they didn't really have a way to do it. It's such a complicated situation. It takes a while to explain it. You can't do it in like a 6-minute news hit on Fox or CNN, or even like a 15-minute, 60-minute segment. You just can't do it. And no one wanted to be the one guy trying to do it. So when I started putting together the film and socializing this safe way for people to step forward, it also quickly became those people's plan for disclosure. That's why Secretary Rubio participated. That's why White House National Security Council members participated. It became, amongst the group of people who learned the truth, it became the plan for disclosure, the way to bring this information out in a thoughtful way.
Do the presidents of the United States know about this stuff? Are they aware?
Historically, no.
Historically?
Yeah, and even Rubio says on camera that, historically, this has been kept from even sitting presidents.
Who would know then?
So a number of the people in my film break down who's involved in the legacy program. Now, to put it simply, it's elements of the CIA, elements of the Air Force, elements of the Department of Energy, and a few major defense contractors. And they have the ability to access...
I feel like this whole Department of Energy thing, when that became like a little bit of a trope, I think that was inspired by Stranger Things. Like, I don't think that's really a thing anymore. Or like a really a thing, you know? I could be wrong, but I hadn't really heard much about the Department of Energy in the last like few years, you know. Your poll should have said Zionists versus UFO believers. What does it say again? It's usually just a clickbaity poll. Who's more believable, Christians or alien believers? We could do a different poll. But it's certainly not going to be Zionist. That's too overt, you know. People are going to know that it's clickbait. Let's say more fake. Ghosts or Jesus. There we go. Thanks for reminding me to do a new poll. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Justin.
Access information from a number of federal agencies and branches of the military, but the primary leaders of this program are the CIA, the Air Force, the Department of Energy, and major defense contractors. And Rubio breaks down...
What's the topic? I feel like I described the topic.
On the film, the way our bureaucracy works...
That's what's in the title, dude.
You could have career bureaucrats in positions...
We O-W? What is a woman? What? What is a war? USA is done. It's apex underwhelming. Us jubated and zeoped so well they don't even know they've been pushing Zeo agendas for the last 3 decades. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Oh, I see. Your name on here is Troll. I get it. Okay. No, that's cool. Yeah. Welcome.
Of power at those organizations for decades.
The topic actually is that we're doing a bit of a subathon right now, okay? I'm trying to get 500 subs. And that really only needs to be, I think, like 80 some odd people. So, you know, maybe. Just joining my phone blocks your title, sorry. Well, we're talking about ghosts, aliens, ghoulies, cryptids, and Mothman, and you know, pretty much anything that hides itself beyond the veil of perception.
and they can just wait out sitting presidents. They can wait out
They can let
sitting
them know.
senators.
Oh yeah, you're right. Jesus actually might have been a real person. Crap. No, that's good. That's good. It lets people think that I have like a misunderstanding of Christianity. Then they'll be like, oh, I've got to tell this guy all about Jesus. You know, that's clickbait right
Sitting
there.
presidents is just temporary help that are going to come and go.
And that's what's been happening.
Demons. You just said the word demons. I don't. What? What? Do you believe any of these things? Any of what things? Ghosts and Ghoulies 2 were entertaining movies. They were. Ghoulies and Ghoulies 2 were entertaining. Yeah, my wife has the toilet ghoulie tattooed on her arm. And do I believe in ghosts and stuff? I mean, I don't know. I don't think that I've seen any evidence thus far to prove that they exist, but I also believe that there are quite a lot of accounts and there's just not enough explanation as to the phenomenon of the mass hysteria that surrounds this type of stuff. And I would like to learn more about that. Not that I necessarily would start believing in ghosts, but I'd like to learn more about the psychology of why this happens. Person, real, but we were expected to believe he became a zombie and came back. Well, I mean, you know, if you want to be a good Christian anyway. Not, I don't. But, you know, if you do. I'm not saying even you do, but if you, as in people in general, want to be good Christians, then they're going to have to believe that Jesus came back as a zombie. All right? He doesn't crave brains, but worship. I understand that's a rational and logical perspective. I want to try and think I'm open-minded.
Up until this point,
And if I can
the fact that Rubio
present myself as an open-minded person to whatever weird shit happens in our universe, then I'll be ready to accept crazy shit when it happens. Maybe it won't be so disturbing or scary. You know, I don't know. I would love to be out in space and like doing space trucker shit. Like that'd be fun. I think a lot of people would like doing that. Space Trucker, I think, was a popular game when it released, so...
had learned so much
that's
about
any
the reality of the
indication.
situation and the extended cover-up, and then ended up arguably the second most powerful guy in the world as our Secretary of State and our National Security Advisor at the same time, which has only happened once in U.S. history. Henry Kissinger for 2 years. No one else has ever had both those jobs at the same time. The fact that he ended up in that position of power and influence after learning the reality of the situation, and right as the age of disclosure is coming out and driving this national conversation, it really led to the current President Trump being informed about this in a way that no president has in a very long time.
So are you saying that the United States don't think the public are ready to even know that this
Space is terrifying. I agree, Elizabeth. I fully fucking agree. Space is terrifying. Have you ever tried talking to Google Gemini or other AI? It's interesting talking about these topics with it because it has so much data to reference. I mean, yeah, I think everyone, when AI became like a big thing, I think everyone was talking to ChatGPT or whatever. But then when they started coming out with how they store and log all your data, I think a lot of people stopped. But yeah, I mean, I've done the cursory, like, what is the meaning of life? You know, what are we here for? That kind of stuff. It hasn't given me any insight that is anything different than from the philosophy that I've heard that people try to use to quote-unquote debunk atheism. If anything is a series of flowcharts, you can convince anyone of anything.
exists? Because, you know, they could tell us that they have recovered UAPs or aliens, whatever it might be, without telling us about the technology.
They could, and I think we're going to get to that point.
Yeah, I think they were trapped in the system that had grown up, and people behind the scenes.
Now, to be fair to a lot of like UFO conspiracy people, there was a lot of pushback from the government back in those days. There was a lot of like cover-up like activity. Like people, I think, were either thinking that it was going to destroy religion, or they were thinking that there was going to be chaos and pandemonium. And so there was definitely, like, Project Blue Book was a thing, you know? You can't wait till our sun becomes a red giant and everything we've ever built is destroyed. That's going to take a long time. Human civilization will be long gone by the time that happens. Like, we're talking billions of years, I'm pretty sure. Or hundreds of millions, at least. AI equals alien technology. Well said, Allison. Maybe that's how they're contacting us. Maybe they're reaching through AI LLMs to contact humanity, to teach us how to be real, to teach us how to be ascended. I just hit the microphone, I'm sorry.
In the classified programs said, well, you know, we don't know how the public is going to respond, so let's be safe and let's just keep it in-house.
Do you think Trump believes that there are aliens? Because I was looking at some of his quotes and he said, well, I don't know.
I mean, I think aliens could definitely exist, but the odds of them ever seeing us is negligible. Infinitesimal even. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't know. I think that just like there was such a random chance that life would form on our planet in the first place, if that is how it happened, then it would be an equally random chance that aliens would happen upon us. And I've got my fingers crossed for that. All right? There's also a non-zero chance that we could wake up with superpowers tomorrow. I got my fingers crossed for that too. You know, I can want two things for humanity. Don't know why I'm doing this, like the double finger guns. I've got a vertical double barrel on my finger guns. I don't know why it's there. But they were askew at first, and that wouldn't be good marksmanship. You'd want them to be facing the right direction, you know?
Know if they're real or not. I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it.
Barack Obama said,
well, yeah, Raw One, I said we were going to be moving on. You just got to be patient, man.
that aliens are real.
Well, he ain't classified information.
I think that's a 0% chance. You don't know. How dare you? Don't dash my dreams, okay?
That's supposed to be doing that. You know.
Where would the powers come from? I don't know. Something. Do you have any superpowers? I wish I did. I can read people pretty well. Like I can like determine a lot about a person from not really knowing them very well. That's kind of a superpower, I guess. I'm good at sniping in video games. That just sounds sad. I'm a really good shot in video games, and not even really a good shot. I'm good at sniping. I can do a one shot, one kill. Not so good at spray and pray. I wouldn't call that a superpower. I guess I'm just sharing some mild skills that I have. If I could have one, I'd probably want like matter manipulation. That would be cool. You'd have like Dr. Manhattan powers. Like you could just do whatever you shape reality. I could make a house out of anything I wanted. I could just form, like I could mess with molecules and make food like just out of nothing. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be a cool superpower to have. Alright, what about this? You can fly like Superman, but you can only fly 4 feet off the ground. Probability manipulation like Domino? That would be really cool too. There's another, I think there's a Marvel superhero that does, not Marvel as in like X-Force, but I think Marvel as in like X-Men, who does probability manipulation as well. Recoil control is easy, just drag the mouse down. You're adding too many mechanics for me to pay attention to, okay? It's not just point and shoot. Drag the mouse down? What the hell is wrong with you? How dare you tell me? How dare you try to get me to do something? I just want to look at something and point and click and its head to blow off. Alright? How dare you? Why would you ever recommend I play a game properly? I learned about the Chilbolton incident today. The signal was sent to space, 1974, called the Arecibo message. Decades later, a response showed up in a field in England. Is that the lights above a field, or is that like actual, like the what are they called? Crop circles. Like if someone attacks me, I could just say they have 0% chance of existing. Come on, that's like cheating. I thought you meant like you'd be, if you were falling, you'd be able to process like the best way to fall so that you receive 0 damage or something. Like it would still be a cool power, but I'm sorry, but you don't exist.
Aliens are real.
No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, if the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so if you want to make an announcement.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
One of the things that came out in the Age of Disclosure is that
he's the one that said he can disclose anything he wants. The only thing that has a remote chance of being real is aliens, and I'm not talking Jesus that overstayed his visa and proof we have now, the Black Knight satellite, which is just a thermal shroud Fallon. I think you started to have a stroke on the end of the sentence there. The Black Knight satellite, which is just a thermal shroud Fallon. It was a crop circle, but super detailed. Didn't someone come out and like admit to that? Like they came out and said that they're the ones who pushed the reed or they pushed the wheat down or something like that. They pushed the straw down. It's straw once it hits the ground, right?
During Trump's first administration, his cabinet was briefed by the UAP task force, by Jay Stratton. And when he briefed them, he was told that they had asked for this briefing because they needed to be able to evaluate what the repercussions would be if Trump decided to step to the microphone and tell the world we're not alone in the universe. Obviously, he didn't end up deciding to do that then. However, in this new administration, he's got Rubio in a position of Secretary of State and National Security Advisor and fully aware of the situation.
To be fair, it sounded like he said Rugio.
And that has given him the comfort to put this process in motion. There's certainly a disclosure process unfolding right now.
Obama said in an interview that he did with Brian Tyler Cohen, when asked about aliens, Obama said, they're real. I haven't seen them. They're not being kept at Area 51. There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy and they hid it from the President of the United States. Now, that sounded to me like kind of sarcasm. And he said they're real, and then explained that they're not real.
I just don't... I don't think that Obama really necessarily has a lot of reason to lie anymore, but then again, he was a spook. He was like and I don't mean that in the way that you think I do. He was a CIA spook. He was a CIA, was he the FBI guy or CIA? I don't remember. He was a member of an alphabet agency, and he like drone struck people and shit. Like, he has a lot of reasons to hide national secrets continued from his presidency. Like, he still gets protected by Secret Service agents, doesn't he? Like, isn't that for the rest of your life? Like, that means, like, you kind of, if they let you in on secrets of mankind, then you're kind of, like, gonna be under the radar, or you're gonna be over on the radar, way up above the radar. You're gonna be pinging your shit off in the radar for, like, the rest of your life, it seems like. But I guess maybe I could be wrong. Maybe he can just share whatever he wants. But if he's saying aliens are real, he's just trying to sensationalize something that people already believed. Like, he's confident enough to know that people aren't going to be like, oh, this motherfucker's saying that aliens aren't real. Like, come on, what a lie. Like, he knows that people already believe that aliens exist in general. So saying like aliens are real, but there's nothing at Area 51. There could still be something at Area 51. Like, I think that he doesn't have any reason to necessarily lie that aliens aren't at Area 51, but he totally would. He's a bit of a comic. He's a bit of a laughster. He's a bit of a chuckler. All right? He likes to do a little bit of trolling. Interesting you decided to lead with that, but I would love to ban you from the channel.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in Area 51. There's
crop circles were proven fake too. Yeah, I think most of them. Yeah, I don't think. And what's really funny is in the movie Disclosure Day, in the trailer that I saw, there was crop circles. I was like, huh, widely debunked. Very strange, but whatever. I remember that it showed human DNA from the message, and it showed alien DNA in the response. Okay. Yeah, I think I kind of remember that. I think someone, like, confessed to that, and then I think they showed how they did it with, like, it was like a heavy iron plate that they, like, mashed down the ground with, or they mashed down the vegetation with. And that's why it appeared to be so, like, severely bent and broken. Wait till you hear about the Black Pyramid in Arizona. The what now? Raw one, you gotta give me more information than that. An ex-girlfriend and I were in a park in 99 one night and saw a crazy UFO with all kinds of lights spinning around the center. It took off at insane speed. Are you sure that you were not the kid from E.T.? Because it sounds like the E.T. ship. Now, you could have met E.T. and you could have been friends with E.T. And I think you missed an opportunity there.
There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy and they hid it from the President of the United States.
So it would appear to me that Obama also doesn't know of
any
aliens.
Maybe. Who knows?
I think Obama was largely kept in the dark. I think he does know.
If that's anything, it's him just kind of like shaking off responsibility, any kind of responsibility that he might get for, or that he might like have to take on in order for to hide all of this stuff. But I think that he thinks it's ridiculous, and that he's saying like if it was true, it's going to have to be this huge conspiracy. I don't think he's like alluding to anything. I don't think he's trying to tell people to read between the lines. So take that. I think you can take that at face value. But then again, never a straight answer, right? Never a straight answer. NASA.
Base fact that we're not alone in the universe. And I actually think when he said they're real, I think he was being, that was his honest, candid, genuine statement. I think when he then said they're not kept at Area 51, I think he's also being honest because none of my sources say
they're
that
Area
say that
51,
UAP
yes,
and aliens are being
But
kept.
that doesn't mean that
being kept
nothing's
somewhere else.
being kept in Area
So I think he was being honest there, and I think when he made the
testing experimental stealth aircraft. That was my assumption. I don't think that it's like even all the weird like invisibility technology that we've been seeing them come out with, or like the exosuits or anything like that. I really just think that it's like a specific facility for testing stealth aircraft, and that's why people think there've been UFOs there, because it like really seems like it. Really seems like it. And I don't know if I'm going to be controversial here among you random viewers, but I don't think Bob Lazar is entirely truthful about the whole UFO thing. I don't think he's credible. And I do think that there might have been people who have gone on campaigns to discredit him, but I don't think that he's overall credible. Just in general.
the comment of
Sorry if that alienates any of you.
There's a giant conspiracy. If you watch the tape, he like sips his cup and raises his eyebrows. He said, I think he knows there's a giant conspiracy. That's the truth. The following day, Trump was asked about that on Air Force One, and he responded saying Obama revealed classified information and he shouldn't have said that. And I think that's the truth.
Yeah.
I think presidents don't know, and they're told not to talk about it.
Trump has started to release a lot of classified information around UAP and aliens. The first batch of that was released a couple of days ago.
Right.
What exactly is inside this report?
There was a number of files, reports, video, and still images that were declassified. This is information that previously had been classified or just never really made public. This was just the first tranche of what will be released. The most notable piece of evidence in there is an image, a still image from the 1972 Apollo mission. It's an image of a triangle, a seemingly triangle-shaped craft hovering above the moon and above the astronauts, and the image was taken from the lunar module. And the UAP task force looked into this image years ago.
I mean, that looks like it could be anything, including like maybe stars off in the distance. But also, that really just looks like a lens flare. I hope these aren't the real photos, because they don't look like they have anything in them.
And determined it was real. That seems to be the most glaring piece of evidence in this tranche. But I will say this: Hal and I both have a lot of the same sources of information, and everyone we've talked to at various federal agencies has told us that when the president gave this directive in the middle of February for federal agencies to declassify evidence of non-human intelligent life and UAP, only a few engaged with it. They only gave a small percent of what they have, and they only had a couple weeks to do it.
Mm-hmm. One of the things I think I've always struggled with the idea of these kind of conspiracies is that I don't know why that information would necessarily fall into the hands of like government officials, because alien life forms or UAPs would be visible and would land in anyone's back garden. So you can imagine a world, especially in a world where we have, I don't know, like 8 billion iPhones roaming around. You can imagine a world where if there was some kind of UAP crash in my garden, it would be on TikTok within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or if there really was.
Someone got there with an iPhone. You're right.
There was that incident earlier in the year with those. Were they drones in America?
Jersey.
Jersey.
Yeah.
And that was on social media within minutes, and everyone was talking about it and looking at what they were. I think in the modern world, because we have so many.
We need 4K alien evidence, none of this blurry lens flare stuff. I know, man. Like, just record something on an iPhone, on like a real iPhone. So you think tens of thousands of people who claim to have been abducted and have similar experiences are all lying? No, that's why I said I wanted to learn more about, about the psychological phenomena that happens that causes people to assume that they've been abducted, or to believe the thing that they're seeing is a UFO, or to fully just believe that aliens have made contact with them personally, or with us, in conspiracy theory circles, or whatever that presence is. Like, I don't think that they're all making it up. I think that there are just like there are tens of thousands of people who claim to have been abducted or to have seen UFOs or things like that, interacted with them or whatever, there are also tens of thousands of reasons why that might be a delusion for someone, or why that might be a mistaken identity of something for someone. So I don't know. It's again, I don't think it's like a meant to be doing, like, I don't think it's meant as something. I don't think it's like, oh, I'm gonna make this up so people like me. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's like they really believe that it's an alien, but there is some other like psychological phenomenon at play. There could be some other environmental factor at play. There could be some leak of a chemical that might cause them to hallucinate. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many reasons why somebody could think something. It just has to, like, I want it to come from someplace empirical that I can observe, like that way then I'll believe in all of this stuff too. You know what I'm saying? I want to believe, just like Mulder. I want to believe. Abductees is Art Bell 90s to early 2000s. That it was peak cinema on the radio back then. That's where some of the best content there is. It's almost exclusively an American phenomenon. Yep.
Ways to capture high quality video. If there was something out there, we would have seen a very clear image of this thing by now.
Well, there's
That's
a lot.
why there's a lot that came out in these files, because over the years, our sensor systems that the pilots have in their planes have gotten so much better. They've captured really astounding.
Does this life want to be seen? Do these aliens want us to know that they're?
I'd have to assume that given the level of quality of their technology, if they didn't want to be seen, we wouldn't be seeing them. So it seems like I would say there's evidence that for whatever reason, they're wanting to be seen.
But also, like, my personal opinion is that if someone answers that question, they're answering it through the lens of like how humans think, right? For all we know, we're ants to them. You don't hide from the ants. You walk around them. But you also don't pay attention to them.
Tens of thousands of people have claimed to see Bigfoot. They don't think they're lying. They truly believe it. The number of people who believe the thing doesn't make it more true. Yep.
Based on their behavior from the interviews
True
you've done,
that.
how do you think they view us?
I honestly feel like the dynamic is, we are very, very far below them on the food chain. Hal makes an analogy in the film. He says, the ants in your tree line in your backyard, they could be there for generations. You never think about them. You walk around them. You're not hiding from them, but like they're there and you don't really care, right? But what happens if they evolve one day and out of nowhere they figured out how to get into your house and they've beelined under your door and they're in your living room, right? We might have evolved technologically over the last 80 years since we cracked the atom so quickly that we're now, the equivalent of the ants showing up in their living room. Like all of a sudden,
danger, yeah.
all of a sudden, this warring species, this violent species, humans, we progressed so quickly. We went from no real technological progress for a very long time to cracking the atom and then figuring out nuclear technology and then continuing to increase, our nuclear technology development. And we have this program that has been retrieving their crash craft and trying to reverse engineer them. So we might be at that point where we're about to do what they do, and all of a sudden we are a problem. That might be the explanation of why they pay so much attention to our nuclear process. There's a lot of UAP activity, not only at the nuclear weapon sites all over the world, but
It's interstellar aliens, alien abductions, being Americana. There's variants like gurus communicating with them or remote viewing, but only Americans were abducted. Why? Yeah, I mean, there's mass sighting accounts that are like from other places, but you rarely do hear about actual abductions happening in other countries. I would love to know why that is. I've seen Bigfoot. This is weird though. Aliens is weirder than Bigfoot? I mean, there's every chance that there's aliens out there. There's almost no chance that there's Bigfoot. And the longer we go without finding conclusive proof, the harder it's going to be to prove it if we ever do find it. Especially with the advent of AI, You've got, like, podcasts with Bigfoot hosting. How is it ever going to work? How are we ever going to do it?
sites involved in the problem.
You have them behind your cabin. Where? And why are you not on, like, national news and stuff? Why aren't you winning the Nobel Peace Prize? Because I'm pretty sure that the first person to discover that Bigfoot is real and actually is able to provide proof and allow them to be accessible for study is probably going to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Or at least a whole bunch of contracts from some kind of land use companies that are really just shells for the government and trying to cover it up and shit, like... That means the cover-up's real! Are you one of them?
Process, the nuclear process, like uranium mines or refineries.
Is it?
It might just be we've gotten to the point where all.
I was thinking about having like a Sub-a-thon theme where, because this stream is obviously going to be it's on a Friday. We never stream on Fridays. This is sort of a departure already, but because it's a Sub-a-thon, I think what if I wanted to do like a theme where like I smoke a bowl on every hour, because I definitely don't do that normally. And I don't have any obligations later today, so I guess I could try to, but I don't want to promote that kind of thing. Potentially dangerous challenges, but like, I don't know. I wanted to have it be like a theme, like, hey, let's celebrate, but I don't want it to be revolving around substances, I don't know. I can't really think of what else to do. I'm an old drinking game kind of guy, when I was having celebrations, I would do like flip cups and shit. I don't know. They are beings. I don't want that area to be invaded. Right. I mean, like, okay, fair enough. I guess. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Good. I'm glad that you can coexist with them. But, it kind of sucks for the rest of human civilization if we can't like substantiate an undiscovered species that we might be able to somehow commune with or preserve, like be able to, you know, help them not become extinct. Like, I don't know. I would think that there are way more advantages to revealing the existence of something like Bigfoot. If you were to know about their existence, I think there are way more advantages to revealing that existence than there would be to covering it up. There are some that are nice and some that are dicks. Yeah, just like any sentient fictional being.
All of a sudden, they have to.
In the Soviet Union, the UAP came over and actually started a launch of the Russian missiles. I mean,
I don't have any problem believing you. You know, I think that it's just going to be a detriment to mankind if you choose to compartmentalize the information. But I'm just glad that you're able to commune with these peaceful beasts, even though some of them are dicks. And I hope that you'll tell them hello for me. And I live in the PNW. I know they're rumored to live in the PNW, so if you could at least have them make themselves known to me so that we can, like, hang out, like maybe chill around the campfire or something like that, that'd be cool too. So yeah, just let them know for me, okay? I'd much appreciate it. Yuri from Red Alert could launch nukes with his mind. That is true. That is true.
Actually forced the system to start into a countdown process.
How do we know that?
By the intelligence community's access to information about it.
Every person we spoke to in Belakovice said they saw a flying saucer on that day. For hours, it hovered over the nearby ballistic missile base. No one had touched any buttons. No one had entered any codes. And
Belakovic, I believe you, Jeremy. Tons of people have found tracks, and in a book I read called The Third Eye, a Tibetan monk wrote a whole chapter about Yetis and that he'd seen them. See, that's the thing. Like, I feel like there's so many accounts for things like this, and certain cryptids and ghosts and goblins and all that kind of stuff, that there's either a series of very intricate psychological phenomena that is causing people to have like what appear to be mass delusions, or there might be something out there. There might be something out there that we don't understand, or that you know, maybe there is a portal to some kind of, you know, Hollow Earth-like thing that we mistake to be the Hollow Earth, but it's actually like another realm or something. You know, like, there's all kinds of possibilities out there. You know, we can't just limit our understanding and ourselves to just whatever we see in front of our faces all the time. So I mean, you know, like I said, Jeremy, as long as you're able to coexist, I can't just fundamentally, or I can't just, you know, willy-nilly believe the things that you're saying, but I want to. And it'd be much better for humanity, I think, if you know, we were able to determine that the things that go bump in the night were actually real. God damn it, I want Twilight level coolness. You know, I want to sparkle in the sun like a real vampire. You know, I want to suckle on the blood of my quarry. You know, live forever. I think I just cut myself. Hang on, I'm gonna wait to see if I bleed. Nope, we're good. There are many layers to a person's skin. I just didn't happen to breach the last one. Remember, Bigfoot isn't listed as an endangered species in the US. There is no hunting season. I would have thought the redneck would have gotten one by now. True enough. You know, if they're not protected, they're free game to be shot by hunters. So maybe that's like a, you know, like a dog probably wouldn't eat a wolf. Yeah, you would. Bad analogy. There might be some like cannibalistic aspect to it, you know, like maybe they look too much like us that people don't actually want to hunt them, because it'd be like hunting the most dangerous game of all. Man. People in remote villages around my area believe in a type of vampire ghost that has a tail, which leads to some very weird burial rituals. A vampire ghost that has a tail. That's just like a demon. Like a traditional depiction of a succubusal demon, right? Although I think they're supposed to like fug you to death. I think that's like what the lore to a succubus is. They fug you and then you die from overfugging. Death by snoo-snoo, I believe. Snoo-snoo is the accepted term. It's the empirically scientific term. My name's Gilbert the Wise, and I'm very wise and knowledgeable. Well, welcome, Gilbert. I'm glad to have someone so wise and knowledgeable here on the stream. Yes, it's some sort of demon trickery thing. Oh. Huh. Cool. So ghost vampire, does that mean that it's like can go through walls and shit, or is it like you have to invite it in, or people used to club baby seals? I'm sure there's people out there that would hunt Bigfoot for sport. Yeah, dude. Come on. Of course. There's a famous story of the endless bag. How did you know my mother-in-law? Hi-yo! Where these types of demon were involved. Cool. What country are you in? Where is this lore from? Because that sounds cool. I want to look that up. I guess I could just type in ghost vampire with a tail. But I would be really interested if it was like a Latin country. Because then I'd be like, hell yeah. Ghosts are more fake, I feel like, because people have been more dishonest with the truth of investigations. Yeah, we were talking about earlier we were talking about that earlier. Like, it's such a prevalent thing that, like, for every person who is trying to earnestly figure out, you know, what kind of stuff is happening in the universe, there's like 10 freaking scammers out there. You know, like, the people are opportunists. They just want to take money wherever they can get it. And gullible people tend to be like, you know, believers in spirituality and stuff like that. And if they feel like they can take them, then they will. It's real sad. And the dilettantes and the charlatans, they take like the concentration away from the actual people trying to study things, you know, and like they take credibility away from anyone who's actually earnestly trying to find out the truth about these things. But it's just, again, in terms of the timeline, like in terms of how long that we've been around as a civilization and how little proof we've found for these things, it begs the question, is this more of a psychological phenomenon than it is a paranormal one? But to me, that's more interesting. To me, that's like, why does our mind do that? And how do we, like, pass information around us from disparate sources? Like, how does that work? Like, there's some kind of consciousness cloud or some bullshit like that, you know? That's what's interesting to me. But it would also be really cool if ghosts were real. It's a Latin country. Okay. That makes me very excited to look it up. The story of the Endless Bag is about a flour miller whose path went through the cemetery towards the mill, and one night coming back from the mill with his bag of flour, met some of these demons. He gets an endless bag of flour, but has to keep everything a secret to face death, and he eventually tells his wife. Ah, no! You don't tell your wife when the demons tell you not to tell anyone. That's a rookie mistake, man. Poor Ignacio? Poor Rolando? What was his name? What was the farmer's name? Flour miller. What's the miller's name? Did the miller have a daughter? Was her name Miller Lite? Miller High Life is the champagne of beers. I don't know if you knew that. But I've been told that. I've been told that by a label. It told me that it was the champagne of beers. Now, what I find really funny is that champagne itself is only... John Mill. Oh, you mean traditionally Latin country. Sorry, I was talking about one of your bastard offshoots. One of the countries where my ancestors came from. I saw an old world map that shows different beings around the world, including mermaids. The legends must come from the same place. Yeah, there's one of those it's like a Darwin, like one of those Darwin maps that has like all the where they found like different species and stuff. But it's like just with cryptids on it. I think I remember seeing something like that fairly recently. Or Lone Mill. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that a name? Lone? Is the name Lone? Is there a person named Lone?
Yet, as the UFO hovered over the base, the control panel showed the missiles were preparing to launch.
I came back from my UFO story. I was driving between towns, and in the sky I had 4 lights phase in, one at a time, and then they all rotated to the right at the same speed while falling slightly, then all disappeared. They rotated to the right at the... Oh no, you saw satellites! What would I look for in order... I can substantiate this, but, let me see. Hang on. It's not this one. Way too damn low then? No, it's a phenomenon. I promise. I promise. Just tell me. I'll put up this video and then you can tell me if it matches the description of what you're talking about. I think it's this one. So I'm sure many people are familiar with Corridor Crew. I don't think I need to...
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't call the FBI because they will try to shut
I don't
this
think I
down.
need to introduce them at all. But tell me if this is... Oh, it's even in the beginning of the video. Tell me if this is similar to what you're talking about.
Have you guys heard of racetrack UFOs?
I've heard of racetrack UFOs.
God, there's something like intentional jankiness in the flying triangle.
Shut up.
Wait, what the?
It's 3 distinct lights. As professionals, is this authentic footage or is this manipulated footage?
This appears to be in camera.
Why is that?
There's a few various clues.
The artifact
there's a very specific
example.
Act opposite of each other, like your Jalisco.
There we
Mexico.
go. That one. Look.
And this is a sighting from Jalisco, Mexico.
What the heck?
Yeah, it looked at first like it was rotating, but I think it's just like a linear trajectory.
Jeremy, tell me, is that what it looks like? Does it look like the gods are rolling around on a Super Mario Kart 64 track? Because the way you described it, you were driving between towns, so you saw some open sky, right? 4 lights phase in, one at a time. So like, zoop, 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 like that, right? And then they all rotate to the right at the same speed. No, the distance was a mile or so apart.
Trajectory of some kind.
Well, let's take another look here.
Well, I mean, okay, so if you were closer, up to where the satellite was transversing, then it might appear to be at a greater distance away, but I think they're really close together.
Because
just listen to him explain this, and there's every chance that this might explain what you were seeing.
This is a multiple sighting phenomenon.
Oh yes, I would love to see footage. Absolutely, I would love to see footage. Fuck yeah, dude.
Is it rotating or is it moving in a direction and just like fading off, tapering off? You're showing these together. Are you saying these are the same type of phenomena?
These are actually all racetrack UFOs.
What do you mean by racetrack UFOs? I still haven't gotten an answer on what that means.
I'll give you an answer once you figure out what the heck we're looking at.
Oh, we're looking at cars going around a racetrack, except they're in the sky.
Oh, dude, it's a mountain. It's just dark. They're coming around the corner. I say that jokingly, but that'd be really cool if that worked out.
I honestly...
Wait a minute, is that right?
No.
Oh, that would have been so sick.
But I bet there is something that is like that. So if you're looking across at like a pitch dark landscape, and you see like cars coming around a sharp turn in a mountain bend, and you see their headlights, they could be coming and going like across your view, and you may not know. Like, sure, you may look at the landscape all the time, but do you know exactly where all the tops of the mountains are on the horizon? I can get it. I had someone go with me who is ex-Marine and couldn't explain what he was seeing.
Here's another one.
Right. I'm looking forward to it.
See, they're called racetrack UFOs.
Now, Jalisco has these wonderful words for booze, like chelucas, chelucas, chelindos. Now I'm blanking on my on the Mexican Spanish. There's like a bunch of names for just cocktails in Jalisco for some reason. They like to party in Jalisco.
The base lost control of its nuclear weapons.
Logically, I would think that unusual activity would happen around consequential sites.
Yes.
I'd be more surprised if there was really frequent unusual activity happening in my back garden.
Oh yeah, Jeremy, have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the story and stuff.
For example. But around highly consequential sites, one would expect there to be people flying things around there, spying. You know what people are like with cameras these days. They want to take photos of anything interesting. They hang around police stations and army barracks.
Right.
So logically, I would assume that there would be an increased probability of strange activity in the sky above a nuclear site.
Well, in fact, there was a group of people in the intelligence community who recognized exactly what you're saying, and so they decided to make an attractive magnet by getting a whole lot of nuclear assets in one location to see if that would draw them in, and my understanding it was successful.
So, our nation and other nations have figured out circumstances.
The Line of Dots UAP report is heavily redacted 2020 mission report released on 8 May 2026. UAP researchers suggest cases like this may fit a wider pattern of sightings near military activity, but there's a lack of published proof that UAP were summoned to nuclear exercises.
Is that can, for lack of a better term, bait UAP. A certain level of nuclear footprint in a small radius tends to attract them. And our nation figured that out a long time ago. And so,
aside from the unredacted documents that have been released during any periods of disclosure in our country's history, there's still been very little proof that any of this stuff is actual alien technology, or that we're hiding some big conspiracy that there are aliens and that we don't want people to know about that. It's all just claims. It's all just first and second-hand accounts of reading documents. So it's like it's not actual real first-hand account, I was in the Air Force and what I saw was far beyond any speed any man-made jet could fly. And is there footage? And if there is footage, then I'd love to see it. But I again, like Mulder, I want to believe.
So did other nations.
One of the things that I've thought about...
If you're new to the stream, as I've said a couple times already, but if you're new to the stream, welcome. Hi, hello, I'm Goose. You can just call me Goose. What's up? Hope you guys are having a good day. This Friday. We normally don't stream on Fridays, but my wife is going to be out of town for the next couple of days, and so I don't really have much planned. It's going to be raining, so can't really do much outside. But we're gonna stream a good portion of the day today, and we're gonna talk about anything from cryptids to aliens to ghosts to ghoulies to goblins to whatever floats our boat for the time coming. And then later on we'll probably cool down with some video games. A retro rewind. We're gonna be playing essentially the owner of a VHS store that sells only horror movies. None allowed else other than horror movies. None. We will never allow anything else. Alright? But also, I'm about to turn the face cam off, and that is simply because I engage in smoketh of the cannabis. If you happen to also smoketh the cannabis, then please feel free to join me. But we'll go ahead and let the video play, and I will be right. My face.
I know very little about physics, but
be right
I know
back.
one thing I know is how big the universe is. Now, I'm quite a big fan of SpaceX. I'm actually an investor in the company, and from my fascination with space, I've learned just how big the universe is and how long it would take us to travel from, I don't know, Earth to the nearest galaxy.
That universe is big, y'all. It is big. If you've ever seen a picture of the universe, boy, that thing is huge. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would be tarred and feathered if you was to try and claim with any kind of credibility that there was a small, tiny universe out there. It is large, Marge. All right.
Galaxy. The closest star system to us, which is called Alpha Centauri,
Alpha Centauri, right.
is over 4 light years away, which is about 24 trillion miles. If we travelled at the impossible 10% of the speed of light, which is impossible, currently impossible, it would take the ship 40 years to get there.
Now, fortunately, what we learned in looking at what might be the underlying physics and using Einstein's theory of general relativity, it turns out that there are ways of modifying the effective speed of light to make it much higher. or much lower.
All right, here we go.
you
'Three,
can do
2,
that.
1.
when you
Smoke
get
'em if
into
you got 'em.
actually modifying
Cheers.
What we call the space-time metric.
My face
you
will be
get to a
right
point
back.
where you can make wormholes and warp drives, and those are things that are not off the charts. I mean, there are actually textbooks by general relativity experts on the fact that you could re-engineer the space-time.
So you're not
So
saying-
you could do it. You could get from here to there.
But you're not saying you would travel in like a line like you do in a plane, right?
Well, you could. You could. If you arrange for the effective speed of light in that line to be much higher, then without breaking the speed of light, you can zoom over there very quickly. So even in a straight line.
But no one at the moment knows how to do that on Earth.
We can write the equations and see how it doesn't violate our physics equations, but we don't have the engineering prowess.
So we figured out how these craft are operating, the theory of it, but we don't have material sciences right
Exactly.
to replicate it.
What I'm pointing out is if you travel at that speed across the universe, if you even hit, I don't know, an object the size of a pebble, it would be like a nuclear explosion.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're modifying space, it's sort of like making like a surfer wave on at the seashore. You arrange to
We're
have
definitely going to
space
hit the
moving ahead like
stratosphere.
that.
That's
So
for
you
sure.
Come up to a rock, it's just going to push it aside.
So
you can.
Usually, in the past, when my wife's been out of town, I get bored so easily because she's my wife, but she's also my best friend. I'm not trying to sound corny at all, but we've been together for so long that we kind of just we hang out all the time. And so like for me, without her in town, and like none of my friends live in town, like they're all back in California, so it's like I get super bored and I mostly just keep hitting that bong. Because like all my ducks are in a row, like if you're new here, welcome first, but also this is kind of like my journaling or my blogging or my therapy or whatever. And so like if I've got that on lockdown, then I've got my all my medication, all the stuff is happening, like I've got all the stuff that I need for mental health and happiness. So if all my ducks are in a row, I get bored pretty easily. I usually start I'll just do a marathon video game session, or I'll smoke way too much weed. You're a Californian. I am indeed a Californian. I am originally from the armpit of California, the greater San Joaquin, Sacramento Valley area. And I spent most of my younger years in LA and most of my adult years in the San Francisco Bay. But I live in the PNW now. We're moving back like later this year, I think, just because we've been here for almost 10 years and I think we've had enough of the place. Not like we're tired of it or anything, but I think we've been here long enough, And my wife's parents are getting old to the point where they're gonna need to start having us like take care of them and stuff. So we're gonna move back and help them out with that kind of stuff, I believe you, Jay. So much is kept from the public. Well, yeah. Like, I wasn't being skeptical when I was saying, like, do you have footage? Like, I actually really mean, do you have footage? Like, I want to see it. Like, I want to see any like documentation. If you filed a report, I want to see that shit, dude. Like, I want to see everything having to do with like cryptids and ghoulies and stuff. Like, again, if you're new here, again, welcome. But you also you might think that I'm like trying to poke a finger of fun at all this stuff, but like any of the crazy stuff, yeah, but any of the cool, like the government cover up and things like that, like I'm all about that shit. So, and I'll approach all that in good faith too. I may not necessarily believe that people have been abducted by aliens yet, but I want to. I really do. Maybe one day they'll reveal themselves. Valiant Thor, come back, Valiant Thor. Teach us how to be truly human. Truly human. Oh no, the aliens! They're attacking my stream. My bitrate is going down. I'm sorry if you encounter any lag. Twitch tends to be more consistent with the signal, so if you're having lag problems, please feel free to go there. But it should even itself out. The aliens! They're trying to keep me from revealing the truth.
Engineer that.
This is how I wrap my head around it. Essentially, they're warping space-time in a localized area. They're creating an immense amount of energy around the craft, and it creates essentially a bubble around the craft. And that bubble separates the craft from the environment around it. Mm-hmm. So the environment has no impact on the craft. That's why we see transmedium travel, like a craft going, smooth.
Okay, so like I don't disbelieve this. but I do truly have a question. Is there any explanation as to how they're bending space-time? Like,
do I have to keep something?
I want to know. No, I didn't want to.
Power in this?
I wanted to mute that. Sorry, I'm trying to find my Twitch. There we go. I'm gonna post and then pin my Twitch into the chat. If you're gonna watch for any length of time in horizontal mode, you might as well switch to the Twitch if you experience any lag for the YouTube stream. It's rainy in my area, and YouTube seems to be experiencing whatever bullshit with the local servers. So head on over to the Twitch if you need a more stable experience. Head over to the Twitch if the YouTube stream lags. Just keep in mind that there'll be some ads there. I don't think that they're very long, and I tried to turn them off as much as I could. So I don't like ads. I don't like doing that. As soon as I get monetized, I'm really only gonna have like the membership stuff. But like, I fucking hate ads, dude. Thanks, Allison. It seems reality is stranger than fiction in a lot of cases. Yep. Yes, indeed. Jay, what was your AFSC? I was a 2T2X1 Air Trans. Trans! Whoop! 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 To the camp with you! Alright, I sent that message and I am now pinned. So yeah, if the stream continues to be unreliable, then please feel free to head on over to the Twitch.
Moved from space to air.
But yeah, if any of you could explain to me like how that works, how they bend space-time around themselves, I'm interested to know. Is that fusion? Is that what fusion is? Or are we talking like a Star Trek sort of thing, like a Star Trek situation?
Air to the water without even a splash. The environment around the bubble has no bearing on the craft inside it, and the craft inside it is in its own space-time. And once you wrap your head around that, then things like interstellar travel become totally possible.
I'm 100% more productive.
But like, I just don't know what that, like, I can't wrap my head around it. Like, I don't know what that means, you know?
Using this app, despite spending 50% less time typing. And that might confuse you, but let me explain, which is exactly why I invested in Whisper Flow. They're also one of our sponsors on this podcast. Whisper Flow turns your speech into text, so you can send it in any...
Well, that was a dream that you had, Raw One?
App or device at any time. And I promise you, it doesn't seem to ever make mistakes. This is the most accurate voice dictation I have ever used after a decade of trying to get one to work. Not only does it save me a ton of time, it also corrects your speech if you change your mind mid-sentence before turning it into text on the device. I love it, and I know my team loves it too, because when I posted it on our Slack channel, asking if anybody /Steven to download it, companies that have multiple sales teams. And one of the things, as a founder of a company that's often confused, I switched over failing our symbol in real time.
2 ads?
Already EO to get started. That's Pipedrive. So advanced in their physics.
Damn, dude.
And their technology, if I should call it that. But at the same time, they seem to be crashing a lot. Which is
actually, some of them have not crashed, but have been simply left in the desert, sort of like a gift or a donation. We're still trying to figure that out. So, I mean, some of them do crash, and
it's starting to get a little less believable as we go on.
It can have maybe some of our electromagnetic pulsing and laser pulsing can interfere with their technology, and you might get a crash.
Why do you think another country hasn't come forward with similar disclosures and similar evidence?
I actually think there's a really simple answer for that. I think our allies follow the U.S.'s lead,
right?
And I think our adversaries, primarily China and Russia, have no reason to go public. They don't have the same sort of societies and dynamics. Like, Xi can do what he wants anyway. What's the advantage to him? Same thing with Putin. You know, there is no advantage. And when you look at it that way, you really quickly get to the, this is the way it is for that reason.
They did a study in 2026 and found that 45 planets are likely capable of supporting life. They call this the habitable zone, out of more than 6,000 planets discovered so far by NASA.
Mm-hmm.
There are approximately 1 trillion galaxies in the universe, and within these galaxies, 100,000 planets could potentially host life, according to Oxford University. Now, I believe that if you think about the entire universe, I believe that
was either a dream or a premonition. I don't know, dude. Have you ever seen the movie fucking Independence Day? Who knows? During that day, before you went to sleep, you might have like had some kind of an encounter, or smelled something, or saw something, or heard something that reminded your subconscious of Independence Day, and then you brought it up when you were dreaming. That's just your brain doing its job, all right? That's just your brain juices flowing the right way. Good there, sucker. Okay, now for in there now, okay?
We're not the only life in the universe.
Yes, right.
I think that's
a very scientific conclusion.
Probabilistically, it would be pretty incredible if we were. I mean, it's almost inconceivable that we are. The question of whether that life has been here is a question that for me is still a big question mark. Because I think Elon, whatever you think about Elon, he is someone that seems to just say what he thinks.
Or is
and
it
this is part
there?
of there's a lot of problem, is he seems to be pretty unfiltered.
Is
has
it
been asked multiple
there,
times as well
over
if he believes
here,
that there are
over
aliens
there?
in our galaxy.
Or
And he said
are
on
they
multiple occasions that he doesn't believe that to be the
coming?
case. And he's launching rockets all the time. So he said, I heard him say, if anyone should know, it should be me. Do you think he knows?
I think that you can't operate in space at the level he does, or operate as a contractor at the level he does, without having clearances that require secrecy. You know, there's all kinds of levels of secrecy. You know, everyone knows the word classified, right? There's classified projects, but there's also black projects that are unacknowledged special access programs, where you literally, by law, required to not acknowledge the existence of the program or anything it does. That's literally
anything it knows.
Yeah, that's literally they're literally referred to as unacknowledged special access programs.
That
So if you're
with the
involved,
team as well,
so if you're involved with an unacknowledged special access program, someone asks you about it, you have to say you have no idea what you're talking about.
And all of his team.
If they are part of the program, yeah. But just because someone's read it on an unacknowledged special access program doesn't mean all their employees are.
Elon said that we have 9,000 satellites up there. He's referring to his company Starlink, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spaceship. He argues that if aliens were constantly visiting Earth, the aerospace experts who watch the skies every day would be the first to know.
Well, look, NASA also has said for decades that they had no evidence of extraterrestrial life or UAPs, and last Friday, the federal government released a photo of a triangle craft hovering over the 1972 Apollo space mission. So somebody's not being honest.
The people in high positions of power, aka government, military, CIA, etc., have been working with demonic aliens, archons. This is a Gnostic text stuff, eh? Allison, you are among friends. Since the beginning of this Matrix world, I mean, unless you're anti-Semitic or like whatever, you know what I mean. AI equals alien intelligence. Are you the same person that said that earlier? Because that would make two people that came in here and said that, which would be wild. Oh, I can't tell. Damn it. Anyway, very cool.
You know, which also implies a lot of other people know things that they haven't revealed.
I think I've heard you say before, Hal, that you think this intelligent life actually exists amongst us. Yeah, the quote was, they are not occasional visitors. They live secretly alongside humans, but with advanced technology.
We have so many sightings and so many even access to materials and so on. I mean, they're all over the place.
65% of Americans believe intelligent life exists on other planets. 40% of people say military reported UFOs are probably evidence of extraterrestrial life, according to Pew Research. And 30% of Americans believe UFOs or unidentified flying objects are probably alien ships of life form. And 47% of Americans believe aliens have definitely or probably visited Earth at some point, according to YouGov. Half of Americans believe that UFOs/aliens have definitely or probably visited life at some point. Quite a lot of people.
Well, you see the Age of Disclosure film and the people that came forward. I mean, you had Clapper, head of the Office of Director of National Intelligence, and Senator Rubio at the time, now in his elevated position and so on. You now have people of real quality, and you know they're not lying, and they're coming forth and saying,
you should read the
this
book
is real,
of Thomas
we got to
Gnostic
deal with it.
Scripture.
And there's a lot we don't know about
Feels
it.
like you've got the wrong impression about
I don't think it's about whether
Gnosticism.
I'm wrong or Al's wrong. You'd have to believe that senior leadership
Didn't we talk
across
about this
the
yesterday?
government, the military, the intelligence community that has access to classified information and is saying, based on the classified information they've seen, this is a real situation. You'd have to believe all of those people are lying for some bizarre, unexplained reason. So I find that hard to believe.
Could it be the case that all of those people were misinterpreting what they were seeing? They saw something, fighter pilots saw something moving in their visors when they're up in
Not
machines.
really, because
I mean, in some cases that could be the case, but then when you have actual materials, crash craft, bodies that aren't human.
Also, a lot of these sightings, they're now in the process of, the White House, cabinet members are in the process of identifying where the evidence exists within federal agencies and the military so they can get access to it themselves and then determine from there what can safely be shared with the public. I think once they get their hands on more evidence, then a plan will be put in place for telling the world this conclusion. I think it's like
we're close.
Fait accompli, basically. Like, it's going to get to that point relatively soon.
If we get to that point and you get personally invited in to wherever they're keeping these materials and you get to see every single file that exists, and as you go through those files you realize that a lot of what you've been told is not true because there's other explanations, how would it fundamentally change the way that you see the world?
Some of the UAP we've seen, like take the famous, everybody knows the Tic Tac UFO, right? That Commander Dave Fravor, the Navy fighter pilot, interacted with in 2004, right?
I'll put that on the screen for anyone that hasn't seen it.
Great. And so take that UAP for example. Multiple data collection systems, and Commander Dave Fravor, a legend in the Navy, Top Gun guy, commander of an entire naval strike group, right? Like total badass, legend of a guy. He sees this with his own eyes, and a bunch of data collection systems capture data confirming it's real. This UAP went from hovering.
Not religious, but it's a different vibe than just the anti-Gnostic propaganda. Are you talking about gnosticism, or are you just are continuing your statement from before? Allison, I am Gnostic, yes. Well, there you go. Indeed.
Hovering above the ocean to instantly being at 80,000 feet, which is the entrance.
Was it Raw One? Was it you that said something about Archons yesterday?
To space, right? And it did that maneuver all afternoon. The amount of energy required to do that is so bonkers. No human beings have the ability to create that much energy, right? And
Well, yeah, that's why I wonder how they do it. Like, is it some kind of like an antimatter sort of thing, or like what's driving the things with that warp space time around them? Because A, that would be really cool. B, I want to know what does that
for an aircraft. And so, to answer your question, if we find out, the unthinkable, that this is not non-human intelligent life, that some humans have figured out how to crack that technology and did it as recent as 2004 when the Tic Tac incident
I'm going to check and see if the door's open for the
would
dogs.
be even more mind-blowing than accepting that life from elsewhere is here and has been here all the time, because it would mean that some group of humans leapfrog the rest of all of humanity technologically by thousands of years and then seemingly did nothing with that.
Or it could be something else. That's the nature of unusual things. They become great stories. So I think in the case of the Tic Tac incident, again, what I'm trying to do is interrogate this from all angles. Could it have been something else?
Look, any isolated event like that, you could do the whole could it be this, could it be that thing, but you got to take a step back and look at the collective. It's one report like that after another from credible people since World War II. During World War II, pilots were seeing what they called Foo Fighters, like these orbs.
It's already dinner time.
Move alongside our fighter jets, right? Like they would move in line with them.
And now we have people on ships seeing these things enter the water and then moving at
impossible
450
speeds,
knots or something, which no human being could.
As far as I know, our fastest submarines go like 50 miles an hour. These things are going hundreds of miles an hour under the ocean. So these craft are transmedium. They're seen in space. They're seen in the air. They're seen underwater. There's just too much activity to ignore it.
Yeah, and that would be a hard one to say. Well, is there some sonar thing that makes you think something is doing that? But it's seen enough times under enough different conditions that we just have to accept it as real.
Raw One says, "You are not from this world, Allison."
Is there a reason why this hasn't been captured on like an iPhone? In 4K.
There's been a lot of stuff captured on phones and video cameras. In that scene in the Age of Disclosure I mentioned, where Hal and some of the other people break down how these things are working, and they describe that they're creating a warp bubble around the craft. That warp bubble also makes it very hard to get a clear video of something, because you're taking a photo or a video through essentially a space-time barrier.
Space-time barrier.
It's like the equivalent of taking pictures of trying to take video of like koi fish in a pond from above the water. It's going to look all distorted because you're going through the water.
I don't feel like that's true, right? Like, see, my fundamental question is, how are they doing this? How are they warping space-time around them? Because that would, I guess, have to do with whatever light's emitted, because light is the thing that's captured when you take a photograph of something. So, like, I don't know. Is that would reality bending around something cause you to not be able to take photos or footage of it? That just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem true. Like, I don't know. Photographic technology has increased, like, I think just more and more as time goes on. Like, I don't think that it gets less sophisticated. But then again, like, I don't know what kind of anomaly we're talking about here. When they talk about the bubble, like, I don't know what that means. I want to believe, but they're making it difficult.
If you're trying to video or take a photo through this bubble, it makes it pretty hard, and you end up with the kind of videos we see.
I mean, they're talking about refraction, but what? Like, what?
With this NASA report that they produced on UAPs, Independent Study Team report, where they essentially say
NASA,
that they believe that
everyone take a shot.
UAPs are aliens.
Don't do that.
Why would NASA
Don't do that.
Like all
don't
these big
drink.
bureaucracies, there's people who are aware of the truth, and then there's people who
How dare you?
have the truth kept from them. Or, one of the people I interviewed was Mike Gold, who was on the UAP, the NASA UAP task force, and he talked about how that effort was flawed from the start. They didn't want to have a result that said NASA has all this information that they've kept from the public. They wanted the result that they landed on, which is there's nothing to see here. And they were really discouraged from, for example, the that image of a triangle,
nothing to see
what clearly appears to be a
here.
triangle craft over the moon. They were told not to.
I mean, but that could just be 3 different dots. Like, it could just be like dots out there. Like, stars make all kinds of shapes. None of us are from this world. I am proud not to be of this world. This world is an Archon-controlled hellscape. Well, likely a lot of advanced aircraft as jammers for modern devices that are backdoored, so you can't get photos of them. Militaries hate when they're photographed. Yeah, I think that to be true, because I've seen some of those Second Amendment audit or First Amendment audit videos where they like go up to military bases, and they are not happy about it. We get trapped in seemingly endless cycles of reincarnation to feed the archons until we learn the knowledge to break free. This was what I was talking about when I equated it to the Matrix. That was exactly what I was talking about. I said that I was like, the Matrix is not the best example. But like, it was the best one that I could come up with at the time. But that's what I was trying to describe it as yesterday. Allison said it better than me.
Include that in their report. Like they were not set up to tell the world the truth.
There should be a button just down below here.
I like the Gnostic side of things because it's the basis for a lot of the chaos magic stuff that I've read over the years, and I find it really interesting. That's why whenever someone mentions like Gnosticism, I'm always like, oh, cool.
And if it says subscribed, you're already subscribed. If it says subscribe, but which is our show. I
don't need your ads.
Is it possible? Possible.
Well, if it's using,
so you think it's impossible?
Yeah, using the term alien, has a certain connotation about it. So we can certainly say, the evidence is absolutely clear that there is some form of life with advanced technology. If you want to say
we're on the same wavelength / frequency, opposite sides, but yeah, probably in the same realm.
Well, what can I prove about it? Well, those are still unknowns that we're trying to suss out.
I got access to a very high level of the government, the military intelligence community, and there were a lot of people.
Did you get to go into a
wouldn't go on camera? There were a lot of people who couldn't tell me.
I hear those are all the rage these days.
But they all made it very clear.
People love going in skiffs.
Not just on camera, but off the record, that there is evidence at a classified level that is clear as day. Like some video taken when like the bubble is turned off and you can see a craft of non-human origin, clear as day. And there is evidence of the technology.
Okay, so that could be the sort of unexplained saucer-like photos that they've seen over the years. Like that could be why the sightings are so rare. That normally they're like warping space-time around, like they're in the bubble. Normally it's in the bubble and they can just avoid being seen just because that's the nature of how reality warps around whatever propulsion system they're using. But it's also, no, you can't go in my skiff, Skippy, I'm sorry. Only my wife's allowed in there. I don't know. So yeah, but I mean, I think that we've been able to debunk a lot of the freeze frame videos that we've seen when the bubble has dropped. But I don't know. I don't know if that's comprehensive. I don't know if it's been all of the ones that have been photographed that have been debunked. Not sure.
Technology has been recovered and of these bodies. And if you put yourself in my shoes, when you have so many senior people across the military, government, intelligence community telling you this, it's really just impossible to ignore it. Especially when most of them aren't even friends. They're not like ideologically aligned or politically aligned. They're all just different groups of people.
I'm less compelled by eyewitnesses. Yeah. This is the problem because I'm such a big.
When people mention Gnosticism, I just think the Christian sect and the Nag Hammadi library and the Demiurge and Archons. Yeah, I mean, my knowledge about that kind of shit's pretty disparate as it is, so I don't know much of the specifics, but I know that Liber Null and Liber Dei are based on lots of those Hermetic texts and the Gnostic shit, and reaching a state of Gnosticism was a pretty big thing in the Left-Hand Path. Pretty cool. Reaching a state of Gnosis. Gnosticism. Reaching a state of Gnosticism.
True crime fan. I hear about the bloody cases where eyewitness said this and then they find out
I didn't notice the chandelier.
That thing didn't happen. So, and I also just have my own experiences of like thinking I saw things when I was younger.
Here's an interesting thing you should maybe think of. So in the film, Rubio and General Jim Clapper, two people.
Yeah,
look at that thing. That's a fancy ass chandelier. It's all like crystal sections.
Using the term alien, has a certain context.
Seemingly.
I got access at a very high level of the government.
Yeah, that's why I said Hermeticism.
And there were a lot of people who talked to me off the record that wouldn't go on camera. There were a lot of people who couldn't tell me about classified
like the
information.
Order of the Golden Dawn and Left-Hand Path and all that. Oh wait, I keep forgetting that there's a delay.
I know classified information, but they all made it very clear, not just on camera, but off the record, that there is evidence at a classified level that is clear as day. Like some video taken when like the bubble was turned off and you can see a craft of non-human origin, clear as day. And there is evidence of the technology that's been recovered and of these bodies. And when you have so many senior people across the military, government, intelligence community telling you this, it's really just impossible to ignore it. Especially when most of them aren't even friends. They're not like ideologically aligned or politically aligned. They're all just different groups of people.
I'm less compelled by eyewitnesses. This is the problem, because I'm such a big true crime fan. You hear about bloody cases where eyewitness said this, and then they find out the serial killer wasn't that person, or that thing didn't happen. So, and I also just have my own experiences of like thinking I saw things when I was younger.
Here's an interesting thing you just made me think of. So in the film, Rubio and General Jim Clapper, two people who are completely ideologically and politically opposed to each other, made the same really intelligent point. And they both have knowledge at a classified level of the situation. They both said a problem we as humans have is that there's something in the human psyche that says I cannot wrap my head around or prepare for things I haven't seen or experienced, right? And time again throughout history, that has proven to be like a human flaw, right? Rubio goes on to say that the greatest intelligence failures in U.S. history come from a lack of imagination. And he cites a few examples. He says, we never would have imagined the Japanese could figure out how to get torpedoes through the straits and hit us at Pearl Harbor until they did. He says, we never would have imagined terrorists would fly to the homeland.
If you want to learn, just use the prime material and study. Wait, I just subscribed. It's nice to meet a fellow like-minded individual. Nice to meet you. I'm Allison. I'm Goose. Well, if you're slick, you stay away from hierarchies and orders and stuff like that. If you want to learn, just use the prime material and study. What, the prime material? What? What? Oh, you mean like the Gospel of Thomas, or are you're not talking about? Did we switch to a different type of thing?
Learn to fly commercial planes and then use them in a terrorist attack until they did, right? He says some other examples too. But time and time again, not wrapping our head around a set of circumstances that, and using our imagination to think about what might happen or what might be happening.
He's still not proving that aliens have existed. I think we get lost in the sauce pretty easily when we don't remind ourselves why we're watching something. And I think it's important to remind ourselves that he's supposed to be convincing us that it's nice to connect with you too. Absolutely. When he's not proving that aliens exist, he's supposed to be providing proof here, and that's why we're here. So come on, man.
As it's bit us in the ass.
Let's do this
He ends
thing.
his line of thought by saying lack of imagination leads to strategic surprise, like Pearl Harbor, like 9/11. And sometimes strategic surprise changes the course of history.
Mm-hmm.
And so, him and other people interviewed think it's really important to get ahead of this, as opposed to waiting for something to happen, as opposed to waiting for to find out the hard way that China cracked this technology before us and used it as in an act of war, or non-human intelligent life does something unpredictable, and then all of a sudden the U.S. government's on its heels, and so are other governments on their heels, explaining to the public what they've known for a long time.
I've often heard that the reason why they don't tell the general public that these things exist is because the general public aren't ready for this information. Is that an argument? I've not really heard you guys say that.
Yeah, no, there are people involved in gatekeeping this information that don't think the public can handle the truth. Hal recently told me that people in the Legacy program are pointing to the age of disclosure and saying,
I just don't think that's I don't think that's a good fallback. I think people could handle it if aliens were real. Like we've been preparing ourselves for. I mean, the media has existed. The movies and shows and video games and every single corner of the media has been inundated with alien culture, and I think that we know both to love and fear aliens respective to how they appear, either gooey, googly, gangly, or multi-limbed or insectoid or whatever. I think we're ready at this point. I don't think that any reasonable person would believe that with conviction, that we somehow aren't ready to learn about the existence of aliens. Speaking of Nazism, it's interesting that the Nag Hammadi texts were found right around the same time as Roswell. Ooh, coincidence? I think not. Never a straight answer! Alright? Never a straight answer. The truth is that the politicians are busy buying up all the land on different planets. I know, the moon's almost 99% under trademark already. Development is going to start pretty gosh darn soon. And, I don't know if you guys are ready for it, but I, for one, welcome moon hotels. I'm happy. I'm ready for it. I would love to visit a moon motel. A moon motel. The kind where you pay by the hour.
Look, this film reveals a lot, and people aren't losing their shit, People aren't jumping out of windows. It's not causing chaos in society. The public can handle the base facts.
Of all the things you've heard, Dan, what was the most compelling story or anecdote that you heard that convinced you?
It was really just the sheer number of...
There's already a protocol set up that they're following to disclose all the information to mostly sleeping public. Well, can't they just do it? Can't they just do it? Can't they just... Come on, I'm ready. Come on. Just open up the gates and let it all flood out. Come on. I'm ready for teleportation technology. I'm ready for bending space-time around ships. I'm ready for interstellar travel. And potentially like a mothership situation. Like maybe there's like actually like a big old ship out in space and we can be like living on it and stuff. That'd be cool. I'm ready for like an intergalactic like federation or something like that. Some kind of organized system of you know, aliens and cool like flibbity flu like creatures and stuff where you can like, I don't know, learn about them and their culture. That'd be super cool. Come on. Just release the information and the Epstein files. And the Epstein files. It you know, it would be unwise to not include the Epstein files in all of this requests for disclosure. That's kind of important.
Very high level military government intelligence officials who were telling me
ready for time travel. Hell yeah.
To my face, you know, that at a classified level they know.
Deja vu. Not everyone is ready. There's thousands of years ahead of us already. They don't just tell us. Well, I mean, it would be nice. You know, I think a lot of us are ready. It may not be everybody, but, you know, we can get everyone else on board. We can be like, hey, guys, come on. You know, shake them back into cognizance. They're like, you know, just awestruck by the UFOs, like, floating over them. And you just got to give them a little jiggle. You know, just be like, hey, come on. Like, you know, they're going to help us with technology and cure cancer? Probably. I think, you know, that'd be a pretty good first meeting gesture of peace. Curing cancer worldwide. Just, there you go. Yeah, as we were coming in, we let an aerosol agent out that actually just cured cancer for all you guys. Anyone that had cancer previously no longer has it anymore. Just our gift to you. You know. Welcome to the Federation. There you go. If aliens ever show up, I'll be convinced it's fake CIA psyop. See, they've trained us to believe that at this point, right? Goddamn government. Good thing I'm locked in my compound. They'll never find me. I have to head out for a while. Yeah, have a good one, Helmet. Enjoy your time away. I'll probably still be going when you get back. Later in the evening, when you've poured yourself a snifter of your favorite brandy, and you're about to sit down in front of the fire, bearskin rug laid out in front, with a scantily clad woman lounging on top, her leg draped over the other in a suggestive fashion while you swirl your brandy and you take the longest sip. Pausing for dramatic effect. It's because they have sinister agenda. That's why they disclose this information in the ways that they do. Well, yeah. Everyone knows that Trump's just trying to hide the Epstein files with all these distractions. I get it. I know. But I wish they wouldn't. I wish that they would release and hold people accountable for all the stuff in the Epstein files. And then also at the same time release all the UFO information. That'd be really cool. I'd be super into that. I want that to happen. And if we can prove, like that guy before, he was like talking about how Bigfoot exists and he's like chilling in his backyard. Like, if we can like prove that happens, and maybe we could pass some laws that protect them, and then he would be able to reveal their existence and they'd be protected. And then we could know that Bigfoot exists. We'd knock 2 birds out with a lot of stones. Probably way more than 2 stones, but we'd knock 2 birds out, okay? And I, for one, am excited. All right? People are going to come to their senses. We just got to let them. All right? Just got to let time pass a little bit. At least, what, Allison, you said about 1,000 years? I don't think I'll be around by then, unfortunately. That's a long time. 1,000 years. You know, there may be pills to extend our lives here pretty soon, but I don't think they're going to go about 1,000 years. You know, hating Jesus should be left to Israel. Why hate on a legend that was a better example than any of us? Not if he was a snake oil salesman. The hell are you talking about? And so, where do you see hating Jesus? Does any of my text here say that I hate Jesus? You can't hate something you don't believe in, buddy.
with absolute certainty this is real.
But if you had to pick one story.
Oh, I mean, it really wasn't one thing for me. It was the overall. It's like, for example, I interviewed Rubio and Senator Jill Brown on the same day. They both participated in the film and did lengthy interviews with me, and both looked me in the face and told me they thought this was the most important documentary that's ever been made, and that this was really important to bring this information out in a thoughtful way to the public and make them aware of what's happening. You can't like unhear stuff like that, you know, and it makes an impact on you.
What about you, Hal? What was the most persuasive thing that tipped you over the edge from a...
You're into the system a lot. Okay. How come you haven't abandoned it yet? I don't know what that means. Raw, you're going to have to elaborate on that. All pharmaceutical pills are evil. They all cause brain damage. I don't know that I still take any pill-based medication. ADHD meds. But I can't afford my healthcare anymore, so not taking those anymore. And the world sucks just a little bit more for it. But those were pill form. I try to treat myself well. I don't necessarily like work out a ton, but I don't know. Psyche means soul in Greek. Okay.
You know, maybe being agnostic to believing that there are non-human intelligent life amongst us.
Well, it's looking at the technology, which is so advanced, then I'm essentially certain that no us or our adversaries could have made it. So somebody actually made it, and it has to be somebody who knows a lot more about physics than we do. I mean, there's nowhere to go but to say, okay, there's somebody who is way beyond humans to develop that kind of technology and display it.
Of all the evidence that's been released, and all of the rumours and videos, and, you know, going back to the crop fields that we used to hear about many years ago, presumably there's lots of this stuff that you don't believe, that you think is nonsense.
Oh, there's definitely tons of reports that are that when you look into them seem like bullshit, for sure.
Because, you know, one of the things people often say is that alien encounter description.
I think most of them are going to probably seem like bullshit if you're trying to review the like thousands and thousands and thousands of cases that include probably a lot of hoaxes. There's just as many people who are trying to make a buck off of this stuff as there are who are trying to do the stuff or actually prove the stuff. What did he say? Non-intelligent human life? Yeah, that's what they're calling aliens. They said there's too much of an awkward connotation with the word aliens, and so they try to like not say it. That's weird. We know at this point that like aliens are called aliens, and like it doesn't change anything. I guess maybe like for dumb people, like they might panic more at the word alien. I don't know, man. Again, like I said, the entirety of entertainment has been around for a very long time now, and there's just no way that we're not ready for aliens.
Perfectly match the pop culture of that era. So people saw flying saucers in the 1950s after sci-fi movies popularized them, and grey aliens in the 1980s after books like Communion popularized them. And this kind of suggests that sightings are born from human imagination.
And they knew too much about flying saucers.
I think that's a reasonable place to come to. I think a lot of the reports we get, we can generally set aside.
Albert Bender?
Manufactured by humans who get caught up in
or Phil Hine?
A give and take on social media and so on.
Phil Hine
but
was
nonetheless, when you really zero in on actual evidence of technologies and evidence of bodies, there you can't just say
that's Phil Hine.
It's just social contagion.
When I think about the technologies, when I watched like the Tic Tac video, it's kind of blurry and I don't really know what I'm looking at.
I don't know.
Like there's this thing moving around on the screen that's like black and white, but I don't really know what I'm looking at. And I think this has always been the struggle with it, is we're so used to
the church would most likely call them fallen angels.
Consuming content in high definition that we can clearly, and it appears to be the case that so many of these UAP videos are like in the distance and kind of blurry and vague. So it makes them harder to believe. And I think we're all longing for like a solid video. You talked about them going in and out of the water. How come someone's not got, if someone like falls over, and we capture it all on camera these days, CCTV cameras on every high street, why is there not like a solid video of something going in the water and out the water?
Look, multiple people said on camera that they have seen with their own eyes classified videos that are indisputable. And some of them told me specifics, like that story I told you, the first video Jay Stratton was shown when he went down this rabbit hole. It's a triangle craft hovering over a nuclear weapons site. Air Force security guards had filmed it on a little VHS camera that they had. It was hovering long enough for them to do that. That kind of evidence exists, but it's just still classified.
Will it be coming out, do you think?
I hope so. I know this process is playing out right now where people like Jay Stratton are helping the administration find where the evidence exists so they can get their hands on it and then determine whether it can safely be declassified. Like that process is definitely playing out right now.
Do you trust the Trump administration to release all of the available information?
I don't think it's a question of do we trust the current administration will release it. It's do we think all these federal agencies and branches of the military are going to turn over the evidence they have to the administration? That's the question. And the jury's still out on that. They're not right now. They're pushing back, and they're pushing back hard. And that's why the administration is working with people
can't
like
give
Stratton,
in to your dogs.
who
No matter
have,
how
over 16
cute
years
they
have learned
are,
where a lot of this evidence is. They're working with
can't
people like
give in
him
to your
to
dogs. Your
find
dogs
out
are
where the
gonna try
evidence
to
sits,
convince you to
who's
give them
gatekeeping it in each
food
of
all
these
the
different
time.
organizations,
Cannot
and
give in.
how to get to it. So they're doing a fact-finding mission right now.
Come here, you bitch.
Whoa, what's on your face?
This is my Body Charge face mask. I've been wearing this for some time now. They're a sponsor of the podcast. They put this on 15, 20 minutes a day. I can sit here in the chair and wear it. Boosts my collagen production, helps with fine line. It's non-invasive. Legible. It is really alien.
We're not
because,
it could lead to interstellar travel and going farther out,
And I think it would have a great
unknown.
psychological effect because, if suddenly you go.
I think they is the Archons. Or the bad guys.
Go from the point of saying, well, maybe we're the only intelligent species in the universe, and then you suddenly get the idea that
I don't know I don't know if it's the Archons that are protecting us or if it's the Archons
I think all
that
dogmas
are
will just apply
behind it
to
all.
it, and I think the Vatican's already got ahead of it and said, they put out a message a couple of years ago that basically the gist of it was, God's universe and God's work is vast, and
Norms for proceeding in the discernment of alleged supernatural phenomenon. What life and beauty the Lord shows beyond our human understanding and procedures. For this reason, the norms for proceeding in the discernment of alleged supernatural phenomenon that we now present here are not intended to control or even less stifle the spirit. See, religious types? You're allowed to believe in aliens. That came from the Vatican. All right? And that's like a holy city. All right? How many holy cities do you have? All right? That's a holy city. That guy, he's like right up there. It's like you got God, and then you got Jesus, and then you got some other people, and then you have the Pope, and then you have the Vatican City, and then you've got like the Pope's house. He's important. All right. He's important in the hierarchy of the goditude. So you better listen to the Pope. All right. Lots of gold. There's lots of gold in that in Catholicism. There's lots of gold stuff.
Like basically, that
means it's important.
Say that he wouldn't have the ability to do that. I mean,
So
in fact, from a religious
think,
standpoint, and certainly in the case of the Catholic Church, they've had very positive views about population being throughout the universe.
And there's nothing really, at least from the Catholic Church's perspective, there's nothing that counters the. It doesn't allow you to.
All my dogs are already sleeping. Not even 12 a.m. They've been playing all day long outside in the grass. That's good for them. I wish mine got a lot more action, but we have a very small backyard. I don't know why I almost tried to say that like Dracula, but it's like I don't know. It's a small backyard, but they try to run around when they can, But we take them to the bog. We take them to the dog park every now and again. At least once a
wrap
week.
your head around the fact that there's other life out there,
Are you guys religious?
Not like overly religious, but like my mom's Irish and grew up going to Catholic school, and I went to CCD, Sunday school. It's called a CCD where I grew up.
Do you believe in God?
I do.
I do too. Yeah, and I'm a practicing Catholic. So
would that mean that you believe God has made all of these aliens as well?
That's what my worldview is.
Yeah, I would think that I couldn't say that's not the case, but as a scientist, I can't prove that it is the case. But just on the statistics of it, it's pretty likely.
Well,
an interesting thing happening right now, Steve,
I would
too,
say
is
that's
these
a
people who
pretty
have
sane religious take.
been gatekeeping the truth. A lot of them are afraid to come forward and tell the White House what they know because they think they're going to be villainized. They think the optics around this are such that, like, if someone's been covering this up, they're the villain of the story, right? And so, the White House and the Director of National Intelligence.
Goose, are you a data center fan? No. Skippy, come on.
And the Department of War realized this, and so in the last couple of weeks, they've been messaging out to the military and intelligence community that this is not a witch hunt. It's not an endeavor to punish anyone. They want to encourage people to come forward. They assure them there will be no punishment for being involved in gatekeeping this. They just want to learn the truth and find out where the real evidence sits. So that's another thing that's playing out right now that I think if it gets out there enough, it will lead to more people coming forward with that evidence we all want to see.
Yep.
Earlier on, you talked about how some people feel like their lives are at risk because of what they know. Has there been any instance of anyone being punished for saying anything in this regard?
Well, certainly having their clearances pulled or losing their opportunities for advancement. We've heard stories like that from several people in the intelligence.
Is there anyone you can name that has said that they were threatened or punished or in some form because of what
Well,
they
certainly the number one whistleblower for
not
many
cut
people
off
is
the
David
water
Grush.
supply.
And so he has outlined the various steps taken against him to basically ruin his career, significantly enough that he went to the Inspector General of the intelligence community and said, I'm being punished, shoved aside, losing clearances and so on, because I came out with this data. And they said, well, what you provided us is serious, worthy of consideration.
And I think a lot of people have had their lives threatened. I'm not certain if anyone has been killed, but I know people have had their lives threatened.
No.
And who's threatening them?
People that are involved in this program, referred to as the legacy program.
Who think that the evidence should not ever come out.
This legacy program. So this is a program ran within the U.S. government.
U.S. government,
elements
of it, and also defense contractors.
And you think the legacy program knows the truth in this regard?
Yes, because they have the first-hand evidence of the crash materials and the bodies.
There's 80 years of data that this group has.
And they haven't released or leaked that data for the last 80 years?
There'd be no advantage.
No one's hacked it?
This program is the epitome of a special access program. I think this program is as off the grid as it could possibly be.
It almost seems like there's nothing that eventually...
Yeah, but I think one of the better arguments for, the whole why haven't they released it yet is like that is evidence for why it doesn't really exist in any comprehensive fashion that might definitively prove that aliens are here and real. If there was actual evidence of it, then if there was actual evidence that the government had, they would have either leaked it or produced it by now. Simply because it's in the zeitgeist, like it's all people are talking about it like it's real already. So it's like people wouldn't be surprised,
It hasn't come to light that the government have done. Like I've sat here and interviewed a lot of CIA spies who've told me the history of the CIA and this program that lasted for 12 years and then it comes out and this program, and I mean even some of the stuff that I've heard you talk about how around what's it called?
Remote viewing.
Remote viewing. Yeah.
That was that CIA project.
That was CIA.
What is remote viewing?
Remote viewing, well, the CIA suddenly got concerned because they saw that the Soviets were spending millions of dollars at some of the best institutes to investigate the possible use of, quote, ESP.
What's ESP?
Psychic ability.
Yeah, psychic abilities, extrasensory perception. And so, as it turns out, I was at the Stanford Research Institute, and they saw my background. They came to me and said, we'd like for you to look into this. Is there anything to this? I mean, no scientist in America even believes there is such a thing as ESP.
Who came to you?
CIA.
This is in the 70s.
Yeah,
the CIA
in the 70s.
The CIA approached you in the 70s and asked you to investigate remote viewing.
That's right. And so they asked me to set up a small program, and 50 or 60K or whatever. And they said, we hope you'll find this is all nonsense. We can forget about it. We don't have to worry about it. And it grew into, more than a 2-decade program, millions of dollars. Stargate is
I like to have actual conversations with the viewers about bias. I have biases. I mean, I have bias against Nazis and racists and things like that, but I think those are healthy biases to have. But yes, the discussions I tend to have are usually without too much initial bias.
The label for it that most people know about, because
unless you came in here saying that, like, the first thing you said was like Hitler is right or something like that, then I have no basis to dislike anybody or dismiss anything they believe in.
By now, most of the information in the program came out, and basically, we just found that the people, essentially, just like you have artistic ability or athletic ability or whatever, musical ability, well, we found out that remote viewing, this ability to sit in a location and pick up information from someplace far away, is a talent that many people could demonstrate. And so we ended up actually training.
Yeah, but I think in the collective of the evidence that they gathered for remote viewing, they didn't have enough conclusive evidence that it worked to keep the program going, which is why it was disbanded. That and funding, but like, I want to believe, man. I want to believe, but I've seen the documents. There's no conclusive evidence that remote viewing worked. They have like 12 subjects that they were able to kind of like get to have like what they called above natural prescience, but I don't think they ever succeeded in actually sending their consciousness anywhere or anything like that. Like being able to do like, ever seen The Men Who Stare at Goats? Yeah. So good.
Army intelligence officers at the Army Intelligence and Security Command at Fort Meade how to do this. So
wait, let me just simplify this for the audience that might not fully understand what we're talking about. So remote viewing is the idea that I could sit here in London where we are now and I could be trained to see what was going on in another part of the world.
To make your mind's eye go to a remote location.
I'll give you a specific example. A Soviet plane that CIA wanted to get hold of went down somewhere in Africa. They didn't know where because the pilot had bailed out and it just went until it ran out of gas. So we got two of our, quote, best remote viewers, one that worked for the Air Force and one that worked for my organization, to say, okay, here's a map of Africa. Where's that damn plane? We got to go in and get it. And they put an X on the map that was in 3 miles of where the plane
remote viewing or scrying. Yeah, that's right. I know hippie woo-woo stick stuff.
It went down out of the hundreds of thousands of square miles, and so the CIA went in and got the plane. So I mean, it was, how do they do that? Well,
by the way, there's an audio recording of President Jimmy Carter telling that story.
Yeah.
Post presidency.
Maybe we should play that.
One time we had a small plane go down somewhere in Africa. We were not able to find it by surveillance from our satellites. So the director of the...
Yeah, but a long, long time ago. And I have tried to sit down and read a book recently, but I think my attention span's been spotty since the beginning of my midlife crisis.
The CIA, he was also director of all the intelligence agencies, heard about a woman in California that was a medium.
Although it was more of a YA book that I was trying to sit down and read, so maybe like an actual good book might catch my attention for longer,
And he contacted her, and she gave him the latitude and longitude of the plane's whereabouts. And the next time one of our space satellites went over that area, we located the plane where she said it was.
Again, this sounds like it's impossible.
Sounds like
it sounds completely bananas. It sounds like something out of an X-Men comic book.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy, but
okay.
There's
you
so
want to
much
be really
data.
practical about it. They often are skeptics would say, well, if they're so psychic, why aren't they rich? Why aren't they in the stock market or whatever? So we set up a little program on a challenge to predict silver
many
futures.
people do believe he was a prophet.
Silver futures.
Just the value of silver.
Yeah, the value of silver on a daily basis was going to go up or go down.
Entire corporations.
So we had somebody said, okay, I will, if you'll set up a little program like that for 30 days, I'll bet on what your, quote, remote viewers say, and I'll put the money in, and I'll give you 10% of what I make. So, okay, fine. Now, long story short, made $260,000 in the 30 days. We got our 10%, which is $26,000. So people could actually, in this case, even look into the future a day and generate a description.
Yeah, but again, this is all just conjecture. This is we only have this story to go on. Like, there's no documentation that this occurred, unfortunately.
What they were going to see in hand.
My parapsychology dives from the 90s are starting to be useful at 26. Who would have thought? Well, good for you.
And the following day.
Presumably not every day. How many people did you have?
I had to, it's like once you get into high school, like, you got to concentrate on other shit, and like I got wrapped into too many other things to pursue any of the supernatural stuff anymore. I used to love reading like Supernatural A to Z, like that kind of stuff. Pretty cool.
Do that.
Yeah.
But now I've got a little bit more time, and so it's easier to catch up on that kind of stuff. The mass media label dig as schizophrenic, of course, to discredit him. Don't they always? Isn't that always the way?
7 in that experiment.
And how many of them were successful?
You're just crazy.
6 of the 7 generated really good data.
So are those 6 of people now rich?
Well, I don't know. Some of them may have followed up.
Why were those 6 people picked?
Since we had learned that sort of anybody can do this, we were actually raising money for a school that was being put together. So I just went to the board of directors.
A school, eh? Maybe a school for gifted youngsters? That's a wig, isn't it? It's a fucking wig! It's a goddamn Professor X here!
I said, okay, I'm going to give you a crash course over the weekend in, quote, remote viewing of the type we train intelligence officers to do. And so you're going to be it.
So it was the board of the school?
Yeah, board of the school. Yeah.
Okay.
They all knew what I did for a living, and so...
This program, Stargate, got so much actionable intelligence from the remote viewers that Hal started briefing, at the time, the director of the CIA on a regular basis.
Yeah, I briefed all the way up to Bill Casey, the director of the CIA. Yeah.
So does it still exist, this program, in any capacity? Remote viewing?
If it does, you wouldn't hear about it.
Why?
Because it would be a black, highly classified program.
Why?
Because we don't want our adversaries to know how we might be getting access to their data.
You just told us.
But people can not believe that, and that's fine.
But aren't you under some sort of contract?
Well, as it turns out, the CIA and DIA, also went to the DIA, that program finally got declassified at the level that was operating at, and that you can go to the CIA reading room and you can get all the documents on it.
So your work was originally classified?
Oh, it was originally a top secret special access program, yeah.
There's a part of me that goes, if people could do remote viewing and see, into other parts of the world or predict the things that you're saying, I mean, if it was trainable, everything, so like life as we know it would be completely flipped on its...
If it was something that you could learn, wouldn't everybody be doing it? Which is, that's a credible argument, I think.
I think it's unreasonable to think that when Stargate became public, the U.S. government stopped remote viewing.
I wouldn't stop if I was the US government.
No.
If it worked, I wouldn't stop.
I think it just went underground, moved to a different agency.
Yeah, went underground.
So you were training people to do it, though?
Yeah, we had people that we trained.
So train me.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
How do
There
you
are
train?
courses. Now, a number of the military.
Which is, it feels to me like this is kind of a rehash. It feels to me like these guys are capitalizing on the recent disclosure hype to kind of rehash some of the old things. Because this was on yesterday. This was released yesterday, so... Yesterday? Yeah. And it's already got 1.7 million views. So I think they're trying to take advantage of the hype surrounding the disclosure hearings to try and capitalize on some of the old, like the Men Who Stare at Ghosts stuff, remote viewing. Because it says, CIA physicist proves aliens exist. How much of this has been about that? It was like a third of it was about that.
Military intelligence officers that we trained have now left the military, and they do have training courses.
Do you believe it?
I do. At first, I thought it just sounded too much like something in a comic book, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the more I first read about Stargate and the declassified documents, started to realize how serious the government took it, and the more I learned about it through Hal. And then eventually, I really don't want to get into the details of this, but eventually I got connected with someone who has done remote viewing for the government, and they did a demonstration for me that blew my mind.
Because you would think if anyone was capable of doing remote viewing, they could go on the internet and make one prediction or do one video that would be, proven to be true.
MK Ultra was never disbanded. Yeah, no, it turned into the way that we target marketing and advertising in the media now. Government psyops. Who is the colonel that did remote viewing stuff the movie is based on? That they wrote that booklet. I don't know.
And they would literally be considered to be a superhuman. Like, they would literally be... people would probably think they were a deity or a spiritual leader or something. If one person could do it.
What we found was that it seems to be an action that is just part of the human makeup. And so it isn't like they're a super deity or a godlike or really off the charts. It's something that people can learn to do, like they can learn to play the piano or whatever, for whatever reason.
Maybe
now we have new psychiatrists and neurophysiologists beginning to study, how does consciousness...
There would be like numerous guides out there, even like on the dark web. There'd be remote viewing guides that actually worked. I was a teenager once. I tried several different methods. None of them worked.
Do its thing in the brain and so on. And are there elements of it once you get into quantum theory and quantum entanglement that would say you could have evidence, beyond just our physical structure?
I think it could be rationalized with like a
I'm sure it is worse than that.
quantum connection.
Yeah.
Basically.
Wouldn't be surprised.
The moving your mind's eye to another location, which also goes to Hal's life very interestingly. First was Stargate stuff, and then he got into UAP. And the overlap that I find fascinating is some of these craft that have been found or crashes that have happened. The reports from people involved say that a lot of them don't have any control panels in them.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're basically empty other than seats, which suggests that maybe there's some sort of mind connection controlling these craft.
I did wonder about the crafts. I thought, if I was an advanced civilization, and I was that smart, why would I send life to these planets when I could just send the crafts? Why am I sending biological life when I could just send the...
Maybe they're manufactured biological life. Maybe they're the equivalent. Maybe they're not sentient. Yeah.
It's true.
But the remote viewing stuff opens up a lot of possibilities.
We, as part of this CIA program, we found that people could affect quantum devices that were totally shielded by superconducting shielding.
Well, tell them that particular story.
There's a, quote, psychic, so-called, and so I brought him to Stanford, and I was skeptical at the time, and I said, okay, well, we've got this super experiment where there's tiny quantum chip down inside of this electrical shielding, magnetic shielding, superconducting shielding. We want to see if you can affect it. And he did. This is supposed to be totally non-affectable by anything on the outside. In fact, it was developed by the Navy to just look for corks and stuff like that, and so it was supposed to not be influenced from the outside by anything. And he influenced it. When I say he influenced it, I'm not just saying there's a little blip that you could kind of read into it. No, it was a system where it ordinarily just had an oscillating signal like that, and then when he affected it, just stopped the oscillation. And then he can also make the oscillation go twice as fast. Of course, poor graduate student, his life depended on this not being affected from the outside, really. But then that raised a big issue for them. That means, does that mean if we hide our documents inside of superconducting safes, the Russians might be able to? So actually, when we had détente, the American remote viewers got together with the Soviet remote viewers and traded war stories, and did experiments together for.
I think I'm naturally skeptical because I'm skeptical with all things, but I'm often proven wrong. So my fiance, she believes lots of things I don't believe, and so frequently she's been proven right in those things that I remain open-minded to things in life because I've learnt to. So I think that's where I remain. I remain open-minded. And I think on the balance of probability, if you asked me, do I think there's other life in the universe? I think it would be crazy to say there wasn't.
Right.
But has there been life that has arrived here that we've recovered? I would need more evidence. Is that?
I think that's the right attitude, and we're hoping that with the release of documents that's starting to happen now, that you'll get that evidence. But in the absence of actually getting access to the evidence, it's very reasonable to be skeptical.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I do think, though, that the current administration in the U.S. is so focused on following through with this directive the president gave to get all the evidence within the possession of the federal government, all the different agencies, military branches, and then figure out what can be classified. I think they're taking it so serious that we're gonna get to more tranches of more meaningful evidence. And I think eventually we'll get to that thing that moment that we've all only seen in movies, where like a sitting president steps to a microphone and tells the world we're not alone in the universe. I think we're gonna get there.
I think so too.
Just a matter of time.
Does it change the meaning of life if that becomes the case? Does it mean anything for us as humans? What do you think the meaning of life is, Hal? And do you think we should change our behavior in any way, even if this moment does occur?
Personally, just as my own little 2 cents, I don't think that it would really change much for me in terms of like knowing that aliens exist. I don't think that I would stop living my life. I don't think that I would stop doing the things that I think are important. I would just know that aliens exist. And I don't think that's a scary thing, you know? I don't know. I guess we'll see how that all comes about. I'm gonna pee. I have to pee. That is a thing that must happen. Changing the time. I think last I checked, we were on like 420 subs. Hey, 420. Hey, whoa, hey, babu. If you were an aliens on a spaceship entering the solar system, would you approach Earth? What reason would I have to? Would I know that there's life here already? Alright, I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Shoobity-bop, dribbly-gree, doodly-doo, doodly-boo, doodly-boo. Come on. Hey! Yeah, like today, I'm guessing you could scan it. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'd probably be like, hey, what's up? Let me see what's on that planet down there. You pups are crazy. Wait, what?
It turns out to be a religion substitute for a lot of people.
Days after the United States government declassified a new trove of documents and images related to UFOs, I sat down with one of the Vatican's leading voices on the question of Catholic theology and extraterrestrial life. To what extent have you looked at this evidence, and what do you make of what's out there right now? Brother Guy Consolmagno, former director of the Vatican Observatory and widely known as the Pope's astronomer, is a planetary scientist, Jesuit brother, and one of the Catholic Church's most recognizable advocates for the compatibility of faith and science. But increasingly, people want to know something else. What does the Church think about aliens?
Well, here's what's in the Bible. Discussions of the Nephilim in Genesis. Who the heck are the Nephilim? The Psalms or the book of Job, talking about when God created the stars and they sang to him with joy. It shows that the author of Scripture then was not afraid of the idea that God created more than just you and me.
If we were to discover life, how would that change theology, or would it? In this conversation with Catholic News Service, we discuss UFOs, the theology of extraterrestrial life, the modern obsession with space, the influence of figures like Elon Musk, and whether our growing awareness of the vastness of the cosmos weakens or deepens the credibility of religious belief. This is Vatican Access.
Man, that violin player is going insane.
Before this episode begins, just a quick note. If you want to understand the Vatican, not just how and why the big decisions are made, but what leaders in the Church actually think about the most important questions, faith, God, meaning, the challenges facing our world today, then the benefit of this program is cumulative. It builds over time through the mosaic of voices that we are going to feature on this podcast. So if those kinds of conversations matter to you as they matter to me, go ahead and subscribe to our channel and share our work. It will ensure that you get notified as soon as new episodes are released. And it will help the content available here what actually
like to be here as always.
Well, I think the best way to start this conversation is with the Trump administration disclosing on Friday files related to UFOs, or as they are now called, UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. And this has been something in the zeitgeist since the New York Times ran a story in 2017 about these secret CIA programs that study these matters. Before I ask you a couple particular questions about that, what do you make of the interest in the public at large in this subject?
Well, the interest in, are there aliens? Because really that's what's driving it. If it turned out to be something really interesting in terms of physics, but nothing to do with aliens, I think people would get bored immediately. The interest is, are there aliens? And it's got a long and fascinating interest. It goes back to the Iliad and the Odyssey and the creatures that, Ulysses runs into on his way home from the Trojan Wars.
Hell yeah.
You can find things like this in Scripture. And what it says is that we're afraid of being alone. A friend of mine, Chris Graney, and a buddy of his have just published a book on multiple Earths in the history of it. And the fascinating thing they find is that even as science...
Is that really what it would come down to? You know what I mean?
It continually says it's unlikely that there are places like Earth with life like Earth. Nonetheless, people will grab onto any possibility that there might be life. And that's not necessarily a bad thing to do, because oftentimes the best science of the day that said it was impossible turns out to be wrong. And it's a new best science of the day that shows it's impossible. But the fact is, we still have not found evidence of any kind of life outside of Earth. I'm reminded of the old Pogo cartoon. If you remember, it was a talking animals cartoon from the 50s and 60s, comic strip in the newspaper.
I don't remember, but yeah.
It was sort of like Calvin and Hobbes 30 years earlier. Beautifully drawn. The guy, Walt Kelly, who drew it, was involved in the Disney studios. And he has the main character talking to the porcupine, who's the philosopher of the group. I love the image. And the porcupine says, there are some people who say that there are creatures in the universe smarter than humans. And there are other people who say that humans are the smartest creatures in the universe. Either way, it's a sobering thought. Which is true, because regardless of how it turns out, it's kind of scary. Either we're alone, which is scary, or there's people out there who in some ways are going to be superior to us. I'm actually on the Science Advisory Board of the SETI Institute. SETI stands for...
Going home to get high and raid sounds like fun, Skippy. I hope you have a damn good time. Kill a boss for me.
Research for extraterrestrial intelligence. The real reason they're looking, scanning radio waves from radio telescopes, looking for signs of intelligent signals. The reason they're doing that is not so we can talk to these people, because if there was intelligent life 100 light years from us, which would be really close, you'd say hello, 200 years later, they'd say what? And you could not have a conversation. It's just the laws of physics. What would be exciting of finding intelligent life would be that we had found life, because we haven't found life yet. And we won't really know what life is until we see more than one kind of life.
So what you're describing, I think, has been true for decades in terms of the scientific...
Centuries. It goes back to the Fontenelle and, writing about this in the 1700s.
Okay, perfect. Your colleagues writ large, Neil deGrasse Tyson, wrote a guest essay May 6th in the New York Times saying, give us the aliens, and it doesn't sound like from the article that he takes very seriously the possibility that the government is hiding anything. But he's saying...
He's a real astronomer. He knows we're incapable of hiding things.
Michio Kaku went on Fox News just in the wake of the Trump disclosures and said, we are at a turning point, this is a big deal. So specifically on these movements in government, well, what should... And by the way, I should also say, a lot of the Catholic press, I've noticed, has not actually engaged in the subject since.
Oh, we need a meteorite with some fossils on it. Yes, that'd be pretty. I assume that you mean fossils of like a alien civilization, and that would be pretty conclusive, I'd say. Pretty gosh darn conclusive.
Some of these so-called whistleblowers have come out. There hasn't been a lot of apparent interest in the Catholic media until the Friday
I'm gonna grab some more water. I'll be right back.
And then in our Sunday Visitor, there was a big write-up about questions that you talk about a lot, extraterrestrial life. So is this a unique moment for people to show their cards if there is anything to these theories?
No. Because 20 years from now, people will still be claiming that they found new discoveries, and other people will still be incredibly skeptical of it. We just look at the history of how people have reacted to these announcements in the past. And 99% of the time, the announcements turn out to be false. We're always waiting for the 1%. I don't think this is the 1%. If these are the best images they've got, they're no better than what we had in 1948. And there's two real reasons why I'm extremely skeptical. And the first is the cell phone in your pocket. Nowadays, we've got machines that show us that cats can play the piano. We've got machines that show us that police brutality really happens. We've got ways of filming and photographing things, which incidentally, 10 years from now when AI replaces all of this, we won't be able to believe anymore, but up to now. And we don't have anything better than that yet.
Well, I was thinking even now it would be very difficult to believe in the image that you're showing.
Certainly at this point. But more than that, the people who really know the sky the best, the amateur astronomers, the people who are actually outside with their small telescopes looking at the sky, they're the ones who know what's actually there and are not going to be fooled by Venus because they know what Venus looks like. And they're not going to be fooled by interesting things that happen in the sky because they've seen them maybe once every 5 years, but they've seen them before and they know they have natural causes. These are the people who are the most skeptical. I mentioned the SETI Institute. The SETI Institute is exceedingly skeptical of these things. And you'd think they'd be the ones who would be the most desirous of this sort of thing happening. But I'll go back to another point that Neil makes that I was making earlier. Astronomers sometimes are involved in projects where 50 or 100 scientists are going to be co-authors of a paper. When the paper is submitted, you are under a sort of promise that you won't talk about it until the referees have gone through it and said, yes, we've checked the science, and the editors have said, yes, this is worthy of publication. You don't want it to go out early, number one, because it may turn out that you're wrong, and number two, because you don't want to give other people the idea to go look for it too before you get there. Nonetheless, none of these people are able to keep a secret. By the time the paper has been, save has been hit on the last version of the paper, copies of it are already all across the internet because you've got any kind of interesting result, you can't help but share it.
Just because people are asking in these days, there is alleged evidence, especially testimonies people have given. Right. There are some weird images that the U.S. government has released. To what extent have you looked at this evidence, and what do you make of what's out there right now?
There was a time, when I was much younger, when I did look into it. I haven't looked in the last 10 or 20 years. I've never heard from anybody I trust that this is stuff really worth looking into. I say that with some caution. I have some friends who are true believers. One of the things I've discovered is, you mentioned the Catholic press, there are very few religious believers who are UFO believers. It turns out to be a religion substitute for a lot of people. And I have a good friend who is a devout Catholic and a UFO, I wouldn't say believer, as researcher. Here's how I put it. Back in the days when I was running the Vatican Observatory, I just retired. Back in those days, if you had come to me with a research project that was a way of searching for life on other planets, and it looked like the kind of science that would give me interesting results even if you found nothing, which is what SETI is doing, I'd say go for it. Because even if the odds are small, we'd be crazy not to look. But I could be wrong. Maybe we really are alone. The odds, at least of finding life the way we think of it, are getting smaller and smaller the more places we look. Though the oceans of Europa, maybe they've got fish or bacteria or something. I hope. I wrote a thesis about that 50 years ago, proposing that. I'd be delighted to find that. If you came to me and said you wanted to study UFOs, I would say, forget it. It's a dead end. Worse than that, it has been so poisoned by the charlatans who are out there trying to sell you a bill of goods, the Eric von Dänikens and the like. When you look into what they're writing, you realize they're faking their data, they're cherry-picking their data. They desperately want to be the ones to discover. And this goes to the deeper question of why do we do the science? Are we doing science so that I will be famous for the discovery I made and my textbooks in the future will have my name in them? Is that the kind of immortality I'm looking for? Or am I doing the science because truth gives me joy? And the odds of finding truth in this particular research project are so appealing to me that I will have that little moment of God looking over my shoulder, so it's saying, wow, did you see what I did there? Isn't that cool? Let's look at the next one. And there is a real issue, especially with the scientists you find on TV, of why are they doing it? Are they doing it because they want to be famous? Are they doing it because they want to sell books? Are they doing it because they're in love with the truth? And it's not a single, because all of these things can feed into who you are and what you are.
Are you talking about maybe people like Avi Loeb at Harvard, who has a big sort of making a big splash about the importance of doing this kind of research?
I don't know him, and I'm not going to try to play, guest psychologist to try to figure out what's going on. I'll tell you two people who I do know. I knew Carl Sagan pretty well, and I know Neil deGrasse Tyson. Both of them are good people. Both of them are real scientists. Both of them have changed, would change their minds and change their opinions. I think when they were young, they were both much more ferocious about being anti-religious, and as they get older, they realize the evidence isn't as simple as I thought. I think both of them did have a hunger to be known, which is why they would go on TV. And also both of them were subject to terrible criticism and jealousy from the people who didn't get on the Johnny Carson show or whatever. But both of them also were more interested in telling people about the stuff than in cooking the data to make themselves look good. So I have respect for those guys.
Monsignor Corrado Balducci used to speak publicly about extraterrestrial life and even UFOs. And one of the reasons he took it so seriously was because he said our religion is based on eyewitness testimony, and if we don't take seriously the eyewitness testimony of people who claim to have seen things in the skies, we have a problem. What's your reaction to that?
That's a really important point. And it is such a tangled mess. Any lawyer will tell you that eyewitness testimony is the worst kind of testimony because 5 people will see an accident and see 5 different things. But it works only if there are 5 different people observing it. It works only if there's more than one line of evidence. This is the way science doesn't prove things, science never proves, but creates more confidence in an idea. If it seems to fit many different ways of looking at it, we all come to the same conclusion. So yes, we should take people seriously, but we should also be aware that people will project onto what they see what they expect to see. Happens all the time in science. And that having seen something interesting, you want more. You want more evidence. You want the piece of alien technology that you got in the lab that everybody can poke. You want 3 or 4 different kinds of infrared, ultraviolet, other sorts of images of varying clarity, of improving clarity, that make you realize this is what I'm looking for. We're not there. My fear is we're never going to be there, because what people are seeing could very well be something really interesting, but we're interpreting it in terms of aliens because we can't think of anything else that it might be, or because we want them to be aliens so much, when in fact, we have to take seriously the you in unidentified. As long as we recognize they're unidentified, then it's worth studying. But as soon as you leap to the conclusion that I already know what it is, that's where the downfall occurs.
Is there a way of doing research on UFOs that could be responsible?
It's very, very difficult at this point because there have been so many people who've been trying to sell you bills of goods. And it's sad. I can see 50 years from now, people doing research on Mars, or we got astronauts there, continually claiming, to find life, and it turns out to be life just like life on Earth, and then we don't know, was it Martian or was it contamination? The important thing to know is that no science is perfect. I'm not perfect. I could be totally wrong. I have to go on my gut of what is the most likely direction to do science, where I think there's going to be an outcome that I can support. But when you get gray hair like mine, you've been around long enough to see theories that we thought were absolutely solid turn out to fall in the face of new evidence. And other theories that we just thought were maybe a possibility, and the new evidence goes, you know what, that was right all along. So you have to be prepared to be surprised.
So you've spoken in the course of these questions about how excited you would be, nevertheless, if we were to discover life. How would that change theology, or would it?
Well, it's funny. There was a fellow named Ted Peters who works for the Center for Theology and the Natural Sciences. About 10 years ago, he did a survey of people of every religion, including no religion, to ask, if we found intelligent aliens, how would that change your opinion of religion? And the universal answer, 90% or more of every different religious group, from the evangelicals to the atheists, was it would show I was right all along. And the fact that we haven't found that evidence hasn't stopped people from thinking they were right all along. So it's not a...
Well, yeah, I figured that was going to be their approach to this whole thing. I assumed that was the direction they were heading.
Critical experiment. What I think has happened is that in our heads, we've already, living in the world of science fiction, I got nothing against science fiction, I love science fiction, we're so used to the concept that there ought to be aliens out there, that if we did find them, the answer would be, well, it's about time. Yeah. I think we've already built into the cosmology, the worldview that we happen to have in the West in the year 2026. We've got that built into our assumptions about how the universe works already, that I don't think it would change much. And the more scary thing that people kind of are afraid to look at is, what if we are unique?
They're both troubling hypotheses.
Yeah, either way, it's a sobering thought.
I don't want to make an argument sort of too reductionistic in the sense of, well, if it's not in the Bible can't be trusted. But if there were such a discovery, we're not talking about necessarily amoebas, but it would seem like the church was ignorant of something very important.
Well, here's what's in the Bible. Discussions of the Nephilim in Genesis. Who the heck are the Nephilim? Frankly, I don't know. And biblical scholars have. What I think is, it's the way of the author of Genesis trying to incorporate the cosmology of 2,500 years ago, which talked about monsters and creatures and strange beings like you find in the Iliad and the Odyssey, and especially the Odyssey. What you find are the Psalms or the book of Job, talking about when God created the stars and named them and called them by name, and they sang to him with joy, which is beautiful poetry. But it shows that the author of Scripture then was not afraid of the idea that God created more than just you and me. We've got in our theology the concept of angels. Creatures made by God. They're creatures. They're not supernatural. They're creatures. And different from human beings. It really was only the Enlightenment that wanted to put humans at the top of the pyramid, not in the sense of the Psalms, oh my God, you've made us a little less than gods, but in the exclusive, to the point where the Enlightenment scientists refused to believe that meteorites were rocks from outer space. That's really a very modern idea of this superiority of we are the pinnacle of creation. We're not the pinnacle of creation. We weren't even made on the seventh day. The Sabbath was the pinnacle of creation. The weekend is the pinnacle of creation.
I agree.
So the weekend, wherever you are, if you've got intellect and free will, you can choose to contemplate creation and be amazed at the Creator, and incidentally love the other creatures you find in creation.
Have you heard this quote that's been attributed to St. John Paul II, that a child had asked him about aliens, and the Pope allegedly responded, remember that they are children of God, in a quite a positively formulated...
Well, I think all he's saying is really all I've been saying. If there's a creature, which is to say something created, which is able to be aware of itself, aware of other creatures, and free to choose to love or withhold love, that's, according to Thomas Aquinas, the image and likeness of God. What makes them aliens? They're our cousins. Or to refer to the way that G.K. Chesterton talked about creation in Orthodoxy. The earth is not our mother. The earth is not something we can exploit. Not any of those, but the earth is our sister. And as he says, a little dancing sister that you can laugh at as well as love. All of these would be our siblings. And that includes if, somehow we manage to make it out of silicon and wires in some kind of computer, which is we're a long ways from doing. But what the heck? Human beings have been creating such creatures since the first baby was born.
So I'd like to go back to something else that you said earlier about how imaginings about space, whether we're talking about UFOs or aliens, is a substitute religion. Maybe you could unpack that a little bit for me. Like, what would the need for a substitute religion be in modernity, and why does it take that particular shape?
Great questions. You probably need a sociologist more than me to ask that one. I'll talk about, the way my own experiences and temptations have run. I think people love to be in control, and we're afraid of anything that we can't control, we can't deal with, we can't. When I go on a trip, I think ahead of all the things that can go wrong, and what would I do if the train's delayed, and what happens if the plane is diverted, and how would I... None of these things happen, and when they do happen, it never happens the way I expect anyway. But that's part of the goofiness of me as a traveler. People, for whatever reasons, are sometimes deathly afraid of God, and the concept of God, and the possibility of God. But only something outside of our creation can give creation meaning. When you reject God because you had a really bad confirmation teacher, or because you're desperate to make yourself look like you're smarter than all those sheep. Hey, Jesus came for the sheep. We are the sheep. And I embrace my sheepness. I'm not afraid to admit that I'm a sheep. But people who, especially in our culture of crazy individualism, on the one hand, we want to be so individual, and then we're feeling lonely and wondering why that happened. So out of that loneliness, we then create a desire for something that is not only something that will replace the otherness of God to give my life meaning, but especially knowledge that the community, those scientists, those astronomers, those professors, they're hiding it from us. They don't want us to know. It's secret knowledge.
They say the Vatican's hiding it too.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you go to this website, I will show you. If you eat this apple, you will become like gods, and you'll find out all the things that God's been hiding from you. It's a temptation as old as Adam and Eve.
Gnosticism.
It's Gnosticism. It's the desire for secret knowledge. All the people who think that they're going to cure COVID or whatever the next virus is going to be.
Allison. This guy doesn't like Gnosticism.
Some cure on the internet that nobody else has found. If it's on the internet, anybody can find it, but forget that. And what's deeper than that is this desire to think that me being smarter than you makes me being better than you, as if smarter is better.
I think there's an interesting way to segue into another question I wanted to ask you here, because what you're describing has a lot to do with loss of faith and trust in institutions. We can't trust the major institutions to tell us the truth. One way I've seen that maybe manifest in terms of space and space exploration is arguably the back seat that NASA has taken in the public sphere, and the front seat that SpaceX has taken in terms of its capabilities, the sophistication of the rockets, the landings. Of course, Elon Musk is famous for promising free speech on the internet through his acquisition of X. So I guess what I'm asking you is, how do you see what you're describing playing out in the domain of space today?
Well, you got to remember, for all of SpaceX, it was still NASA that got back to the moon again. We have this mythology of the lone genius, whether it's Doc Brown making the time machine in his garage. You find this in science fiction, the competent man that was the hero of all the classic stories, whether it's Heinlein or any other things that John Campbell would publish. A lot of that came, I think, in reaction against the realization that we can't do it alone anymore. And we desperately would love to believe that Elon Musk built those rockets. I'm sorry, he didn't. He wouldn't know how to make a slide rule work. We'd like to believe that a person who I actually admire, Steve Jobs, but his vision made Apple. But he didn't do the wiring. And even his buddy Steve Wozniak couldn't eventually have done all the wiring. All of these accomplishments require institutions, which require bureaucracy, which require trusting each other. One of the great experiences I had at MIT was actually taking part in musical theater and other plays, and seeing how a play only works if the actors trust the other actors, rather than thinking they have to carry the entire show themselves. It's the way that science and engineering works. And to be able to not suppress yourself, but give all of yourself alongside a team of everybody else giving all of themselves. That's what makes a successful sports team. And you want to say that, oh, the superstar is going to come in. Well, how many basketball teams have had one superstar and, get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs because a team of 5 good players will beat one superstar and 4 not so goods? But people don't want to hear that. They want to believe in the superstar.
The Messiah.
The Messiah. And the Messiah, first thing he does is to collect 12 other guys.
He's kind of rambling. He's kind of going on and on and on. I don't know how much more of that I really want to watch, but this guy thinks that Trump's fallen angel aliens disclosure has begun. So let's listen to what he has to say.
Donald Trump just announced that he is releasing government secrets about aliens. Here is what he just announced. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other...
Based on the tremendous interest shown in releasing the Epstein files and holding those responsible accountable, I've decided to deflect by releasing UFO information.
Other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life. Unidentified...
Did you try that Red Bull lemonade yet? No, I have not had Red Bull lemonade. I did not pick up Red Bull. I don't think there's any reason for me to be consuming Red Bull.
Aerial phenomenon, aka UAPs, and unidentified flying objects. And any and all other information connecting to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters. God bless America. I don't think people are ready for this. I don't think people understand how serious this is. I don't think people understand how dangerous this is, and there are many Orthodox saints that have talked about this day, and they also mention that when this comes, we're in the end times, and Revelations even hints at this. I'm not an expert on that, and I think Revelation should be talked about very cautiously, so I'm not going to make any comments about that, but I'm going to talk about what I know about aliens, what I understand about what this all means, my hypothesis.
No sponsorship.
I think we are about to enter into very funky times, and I think if you are not spiritually equipped, you will fall to this deception, because I've seen this stuff up close and personal, and it is so confusing because it seems like these beings
I think many
are going
people
to
have been
produce
to a bar
like,
and have been at that bar when the Red Bull girls
which is why
show
it's
up.
going to be so easy for many, most Americans.
And I've never seen a Red Bull boy.
For this deception, that's just my personal hypothesis because of naivety.
Isn't that strange? Never once at a bar or gathering have I ever seen a Red Bull boy. It's always Red Bull girls. I don't think you're allowed to discriminate when you're hiring for something, so there should be Red Bull boys.
And because what's about to happen is there's going to be a lot of signs and wonders from these aliens, and there's going to be a lot of positive things about them. And of course, that's a part of the deception. Evil works in really small steps. It doesn't show up with pitchforks and knives. It has to show you that it's not evil. So it shows up in this very seductive way to deceive you. This is a spiritual war, and I get it if you're not like a Christian, how you might not understand that. I didn't really understand that until I really got into the heart and soul, if you will, of the New Age industry, which really is low levels of the occult, but the deeper you move in, the higher levels of the occult it becomes. And at the end, at least from what I understand, and maybe there's more, but from the end of it for me was when I saw the powers that these New Age gurus were ushering in, and it was aliens. And I know that sounds absolutely crazy. It sounds like, dude, you've fallen off your rocker. But that's what's happening. When people think about an alien invasion in the way Trump is kind of laying it out here, they think of it as like physical beings coming to Earth and making contact with humanity. I'm sorry to tell you, that might be a part of it. If that does happen, it won't be real. These beings are already making contact with people. These beings are already walking amongst us, but it's not like they're being sent here. They are possessing the physical bodies of people, and the people they possess, they essentially are spiritual teachers. They walk amongst us. So it's a human being that has been possessed and infiltrated by these aliens, which seem really nice. They seem really benevolent. They come with love. I would argue that 99% of people who are possessed by these beings that I'm going to talk about today, they are not at all violent. They are not mean. They are not any of that. I'd actually argue they're some of the most peaceful people you ever meet. So it's this is why this is so deceptive and confusing. But I saw up close and personal, and these beings, they have an agenda. Okay, they have an agenda. They're not kind, benevolent being. They might feel like that. They might look like that. Their actions might even show that. But that is part of the deception because they're playing along game. They want your soul. That's what they want. So I'm going to go into all this a little bit deeper. I want to start with this really powerful quote from St. Gabriel, and he said, during the times of the Antichrist, the strongest temptation will be anticipation of salvation from the cosmos, from humanoids, from extraterrestrials that are actually demons. One should rarely look up at the sky, as the signs might be deceptive, and thus one may be ruined. So that's a pretty, powerful quote. There's other saints in the Orthodox context that have prophesied about similar things, and it's really clear. I mean, there's books written on this. This one's pretty good. I actually don't agree with everything in here. It's called the UFO Deception. I'm rereading it again. I read it a few years ago, but I'm just kind of re-upping on it. I don't agree with everything, so let's talk about what's really going on here. Again, I'm not claiming to be infallible, but I did see this stuff up close and personal. I would say literally my best friend got possessed by one of these alien beings, and it, totally ruined their life and pulled them into all types of interesting paths. I know multiple people this happened to. It's not one, not two. For those of you that know me, I spent 10 years in the New Age world. And I'll be honest, like this specific topic is a little bit hard for me to talk about. So if like you feel my antsiness, that there's a reason for that, because this is about as sinister as it gets, and it's cloaked as a beautiful thing, which is why it's so freaky. Which is also why the Bible warns us that even the devil can disguise himself as an angel of light. I've seen that firsthand. I've also interacted with these beings. I don't really know if I got possessed by them or more so was a medium for them in my time in the New Age. It's kind of hard to parse out that.
Whew, okay. There's a lot of stuff happening here with this video. We kind of walked into a little bit of a kerfuffle of a crisis of faith, seemingly.
Going into all this a little bit deeper, I want to start with this really powerful quote from St. Gabriel, and he said, "During the times of the Antichrist, the strongest temptations will be anticipation of salvation from the cosmos, from humanoids, from extraterrestrials that are actually demons. One should rarely look up at the sky."
No, I mean, from St. Thomas would know about aliens and demons?
As the signs might be deceptive, and thus one may be ruined. So that's a pretty, powerful quote. There's other saints in the Orthodox context that have prophesied about similar things, and it's really clear. I mean, there's books written on this. This one's pretty good. I actually don't agree with everything in here.
The UFO Deception, an Orthodox Christian perspective.
It's called the UFO Deception. I'm rereading it again because I read it a few years ago, but I'm just kind of re-upping on it. I don't agree with everything, so let's talk about what's really going on here. Again, I'm not claiming to be infallible, but I did see this stuff up close and personal. I would say literally my best friend got possessed by one of these alien beings.
So he and his best friend drifted apart, and he's blaming it on an alien being.
And it, totally ruined their life and pulled them into all types of interesting paths. I know multiple.
So you and your friend lost touch. You didn't talk anymore, and you weren't, I don't know. Like, why do you have to disclaim yourself? I don't believe in it, etc. Are you talking to the guy in the video? Oh my god. You're gonna make me go through 3 goddamn menus just to get to, like, an important message, then it's probably not all that important. There's Orthodox Christians in America. I'm pretty sure. I mean, there's people from all different types of cultures and religions here.
People this happened to. It's not one, not two. For those of you that know me, I spent 10 years in the New Age world, and I'll be honest, like this specific topic is a little bit hard for me to talk about. So like,
so his friend got possessed by a alien being, and he was in the New Age world for 10 years, and now he's an Orthodox Christian?
Feel my antsiness, that there's a reason for that, because this is about as sinister as it gets, and it's cloaked as a beautiful thing, which is why it's so freaky. Which is also why the Bible warns us that even the devil can disguise himself as an angel of light. I've seen that firsthand. I've also interacted with these beings. I don't really know if I got possessed by them or more so was a medium for them in my time in the New Age.
And he also believes that he's a medium.
It's kind of hard to parse out that. I think I was more of a medium. People I know, though, got full-blown possessed. Like, these beings inhabited their bodies, and their personality changed pretty abruptly. And, what's crazy is, like, they...
Right, so through phase of life changes, or through growing up, or whatever made these people change their personality or behavior, we are now assuming that they are alien beings and that they were possessing these people.
They seem to have, like, all these miraculous healing gifts and powers. That's why it's so weird. Like, and I would even argue there's a little bit of fruit that comes from it, but there's way more sourness. And the thing with these deceptions is that they really work slowly. Like, there can be like a one-time moment where you like have.
Yeah, he was pointing to the book and saying he doesn't necessarily believe it. Oh yeah. I remember there's this one book that I like on the topic. I don't necessarily agree with everything he says or something like that.
This mystical experience and like pretty much the demon possesses you. Like that can happen. It's pretty rare, but it can happen, and it does happen at like events like Joe Dispenza, Sadhguru. We see this. They talk about it. They're not necessarily trying to hide it. I just think they don't know what the hell they're doing. I think they personally are deceived. You got Sadhguru literally talking to Joe Rogan about putting these beings in people and their bodies like getting hot and warming up and all this stuff. So it's really dark.
Definitely. Gosh, it'd be really cool if anyone could prove any of this shit that is actually happening. But it's some claims. I'm definitely hearing some claims here.
There is more life. We have done things with it in the past.
We've done things with it?
Yes, we've done some experiments with such life. We have made people experience this very strongly.
When you say we, what do you mean?
We as a group, we have done certain things.
You?
Yes.
So how?
Don't go into it.
Why not?
I have a reputation of being very logically correct. We have done experiments where we attracted certain certain life which doesn't have any texture of earthly life.
And how do you conduct these experiments?
I use certain people to invite them into their bodies, and what happened there is totally unbelievable for people because I'll tell you a simple thing.
Yeah, you're right. It's unbelievable. You know, I mean, I think even as far back as Edward Casey, like we were interested in, you know, mediums contacting the dead, and I think in most cases we kind of just determined that they were hoaxes. You know, very few cases were actually determined to be unexplainable or you know, supernatural in any way, shape, or form. It's been a long time. Like, I know that we go around in circles as far as like cycles of information go. Like some generations forget that we've debunked aliens, and so then the next generation is like, oh well, nobody knows about this, and so they're like, oh, the aliens are new now. You know, like we go around in this merry-go-round of trends and information and shit. Did Sadhguru kill his wife? I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. I think that Sadhguru is who you're talking about, but I don't know if he killed his wife.
I invited a certain life into one person.
I don't know his lore.
And I kept a bowl of water about 3 inches above the head. And when this life entered, and I tried to hold it within that body, you won't believe, this bowl, which is 3 inches, the person is lying down on the ground, on wet soil, you know, they just put a bed sheet and this person is lying down. This bowl is about 3 inches above the head on the ground. The water started boiling. There are over 200 people watching, the water boiling, all right? Because it created so much heat, and I let it go because it could burn up the person, you know, fuse out that person in some way. Because the moment it felt trapped, it created such heat. The water is actually boiling 3 inches away.
And how many times has this happened?
We did this about 2 times. We did it properly. Another time we did a mild one. After that, I thought I will go spend time there, so you could make a mistake and take somebody's life.
Yeah, you know, you've got to admit to some sort of fallibility in order to lend more credibility to the times where it actually worked. That's how you really like solidify people's belief in the things that you're saying, even if they're not true.
For your own life or something like that.
You know, when I was in my early 20s, I had a spiritual teacher who was a really high-level occultist, and he actually put a demon in me. I know it sounds absolutely crazy. It's just the truth of what happened.
He's a famous Hindu guru, founder of the Ishi of Ishu sect. It's a yoga cult. Hey, you know, if there's a cult that allows you to get super fit, then you know, a little bit of sacrifice should be accepted, right? Isn't that like par for the course, you know?
And this thing gave me
incredible take the wins
spiritual insights about people. It was really bizarre. And I think because of that experience, there was somehow like something in me got like altered that day, and I don't fully know if I ever like got it back. Honestly, like some part of my innocence left, you know, and I was really in devotion to this man and would virtually do anything for him. So I was strict, you know, I was strict.
So either you were really craving companionship, or you might have been in love with this person, and it could have been a bit of like, or it could have been some kind of love transference things. Who knows? The point is that you were really close to somebody, and they drifted away from you, and now you are hurt, you're feeling wounded, and so you're deciding to attribute it to something that is generally not accepted as being true.
And I think because I was open and vulnerable and devoted, you know, he singled me out and essentially put this thing in me that made me a lot like him, gave me a lot of spiritual powers. I could read people's minds, and it was just insanely bizarre. But what was weird about it is that if someone
now he's claiming to be able to have read people's minds in his time with his magical practitioner. His wife allegedly did yoga so hard she left her body, leading to murder accusations by her father, allegedly. Well, there's every chance that could have been the case. You never know.
With the Kundalini, you might have heard me talk about this a little bit, but I actually wasn't alluding to the experience I'm telling you now. This is a whole separate experience. Kundalini gave me spiritual powers 100%, but those powers like were consistent and they lasted.
Well, she was co-founder of the cult, and her sacrifice was ordained, okay, and she was willing to go into the void.
The experience with this, you know, occult guy was very different. Like the powers only lasted for 4 or 5 days, but like I don't know how to explain it. Like something changed in me, and I feel like what I've kind of concluded again is just like my hypothesis, but essentially like because I had like almost like come in contact with something very evil that was like working through me and like almost like a part of me in a way, that's actually a force. I believe, I don't know, I could be wrong, but it just seems like that thing is like the thing that like drew me into the New Age and was actually able to like get me around very powerful people in the New Age and eventually like build this business out of it and everything. Like it was almost like I prematurely tapped into the power that all these New Age gurus do at the highest levels when I was like in my early 20s and I didn't really know much about anything. But it wasn't because of me, it was because this like really, really high level occultist did this, you know, thing to me, like a moral sorcerer. Kind of did this thing to me and it like imprinted me in some way and like pulled me down like all these really dark paths essentially, disguised as a lot of good because, you know, in a weird way, when this happened to me, I wasn't like afraid of it. It was almost like an honor, which is just so demented and sickening even thinking back. Like,
I think this man was having a relationship. And I think that he was uncomfortable about it or insecure with coming out of the closet or something, and so it has to be demons. Now aliens are demons. Congratulations, society.
I feel so sorry for that version.
Look at what you've done.
Who was just so blinded by Satan, honestly. But it just is what it is. It's my life story, and praise God that I came out of that. But it's not easy to talk about. Stuff is very.
And now he's an Orthodox Christian. Good job.
Very dark, very confusing, and in a lot of ways vulnerable. I don't really expect people to understand this, but if I withhold what I talk about, I know my channel won't reach the people that it needs to reach. So again, it's vulnerable, it's hard to explain, it's confusing, but I'm just sharing what I went through. When it comes to like aliens and these like higher level beings, because that's essentially how this is all going to be positioned, is that these aliens or interdimensional beings or whatever words you want to use, they actually are like our brothers and sisters from like a distant planet, and they are just like much more advanced than us. That's kind of the positioning of them. And the first thing they attack is theology. Like, that's the first thing these beings do. So, I've seen Christians get bamboozled by these beings at like a Joe Dispenza event. They are looking to create a universal system. They will say things like, Jesus is really just, one of us. We actually sent him to you. You shouldn't be like worshiping him. He was meant to, he was one of us. He was meant to raise the consciousness of humanity. You're supposed to become like that. We're like really the real God, So they attack Jesus. They replace Jesus with themselves. And there's a lot of different ones, Pleiadians, all these different like star system beings. And in the New Age, there are people that like channel these beings. There's this thing called like the Galactic Federation, Ashtar's Command. All these like different like star systems. It's all bullshit. It's all a huge deception. And there's a lot of teachers in the New Age that relay messages from these like higher level beings. And
it is.
There's really three ways to kind of look at all of this. At least in my
I would consider it all a deception, but not like to make money, not to be demons deceiving people.
I could. Number one is that it's truthful. These beings are way advanced than us. They're from a distant planet. They're here to help us evolve in humanity.
Yoga isn't just the exercise. It's also a religion, Hinduism. I mean, I do yoga, but I don't practice a religion. I do yoga and Pilates when I work out. But I'm just stretching, bruh. I'm just stretching my hammies, bruh.
Is to see that these are some type of fallen angel.
Getting them hammies stretched out, just getting them hammies nice and tender.
Pretty much says, as well as many saints, specifically in the Orthodox Church, which is something to note.
Get them tender.
And
get them stretched out.
Do the great
get them tender.
To
get
take
them
as
long.
As they can into hell.
Get them soft.
Then there's a third
get
thing,
them pliable.
which not a lot of people know about, but it's that these so-called beings are actually nothing more than government.
One of these days, you're going to see me getting my legs behind my head, all right?
And they are trying to. They are essentially using.
Right, that sounded suggestive. That's not how I meant it, but it happens. Yeah, that's not what they do over there. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that. Wouldn't expect that. Maybe I would have envisioned in a flight of fancy, beating each other with reeds, getting all oily.
Advanced technology, and they target people to pretty much broadcast messages that they want humanity to start interacting with, so that they can usher in their kind of one government, one new world order kind of agenda. I don't personally think that third one is true, but I'm not really, and that's just based off my personal experience.
Take
I've
that
seen
back,
these possess people, like firsthand, like people I knew intimately, people I knew super well. So I don't think like a government agency could like do that. I don't know. But there's people, that believe that. And, there's a man named Greg Giles. He used to channel the Galactic Federation. He had a really big online presence. And, he pretty much fell off the face of the earth once he realized that there was very strange behavior in the, beings he was channeling, and how there was like this almost like mixed information and errors and telling them to redact certain things because it was like too Masonic and very, very strange. And he essentially said, these doing this completely ruined his life, took him down a very dark path. He's been completely absent.
It's not enough for people to subscribe to one conspiracy. Like, they've got to fold everything into it to some extent. It's like, it's always, well, it's the Illuminati and it's the Masons, and I believe it's also the Knights of Columbus and the Oddfellows, and I believe it's also a little bit of the Freemasons and the Majestic 12. It's like we all gotta have like some kind of recipe of like secret cabals that are running the show behind the scenes, It's more like making decorational gravel by smashing big rocks into small rocks for the foundation.
From the public's eye ever since. He had a blog, he posted a few final things that are really bizarre. If you want to read them, I'll post them in the description. And, this was a guy who was channeling these things and pretty much came to realize, like, this is a huge government psyop. In a sense, I do think that's what it is, but I don't know if I agree with it in the way he laid out. And maybe it is, maybe there's more than one truth in this. Like, maybe they're demons as well as government psyop. Like, it can be both.
Have you ever tried joining Freemasonry or secret society? I mean, I think think I had relatives that were probably in some kind of like secret societies, but this was when I was like a baby, you know. I probably went to lodges with my relatives who were in whatever fraternal organizations, but it was like Moose Lodge shit. It was like, it wasn't like anything cool, you know, nothing with any rituals. That'd be cool. I've been to plenty of Masonic temples. I've been to plenty of, you know, places that practice Kabbalah, you know, occult places. But I've never actually, like, seen any of the ceremonies or anything like that. That'd be pretty cool, though. Ow! I just hit my elbow! Pain thrums through my arm.
You know, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, especially if you know the origins about like the New Age as a whole. The reason I don't think it's a government psyop per se is because, you know, these beings have been around for a very long time, before governments even existed, I would argue. And I think it's more of a biblical understanding. You know, these are fallen angels, these are the Nephilim, and, you know, they kind of roam around, if you will.
Oh! We got another Gnostic. We got another Book of Enoch reader. We have a Book of Enoch enjoyer. Count it!
The powers of the air, and are looking to...
I swear, I think this is really what what most of my feed is filled with at this point, or at least like when I search for stuff like this.
You know, inhabit.
I didn't know that there was such a big crossover. You know? I didn't know that it was a theme.
Which is literally exactly what I saw up close personal. Now, keep in mind, I didn't know what was going on. I more so believed, like, the first bucket I laid out, that, like, hey, these beings are here to help us advance. Because, like I said, when my friends would interact with them, and when I would interact with them, there would be this, like, spiritual transformation that would occur in our minds, like, in our consciousness. You know, you would start looking at things very differently. You would look to make unity versus separation. So it seems like from what I...
Well, but he's laying out, you know, the stuff about the Nephilim and the Palladians and stuff, but he's also an Orthodox Christian. Is there overlap? I mean, yeah, right? If it's like Book of Enoch, Book of Thomas stuff, right? That's still part of a religion.
It's all an experience. It seemed like these were good. You know, these beings were clearly very intelligent. They were here to make the world a better place. But ultimately, I realized it's a total deception, and that they're actually just like really high up demons. Like that's what I essentially concluded. And you know, that wasn't something I came to overnight. Because again, I was on like that team for a while. So like, if you have a belief system about like, hey, the
never-ending reincarnation until you gain the correct knowledge and remembrance and ascent, that'd be pretty gosh darn cool. I would love to go up to the next plane of reality, whatever that may be. It'd be like bursting out of an egg. I'd be like, you know, whatever form I'm in once we move on to the next phase of existence, you know. If he was an Orthodox Christian, he'd be getting an exorcism at this point. Yeah, I mean, I figured those ideals aren't really, they don't like dovetail very well, you know. Even like pooping is a sin.
Demons or the aliens are good. You start to have like a bias, you know, and you start to kind of just neglect all the negative things that are coming as a byproduct of engaging with these occult beings. And just, you know, by the grace of God, really, and over many, many years, and things just breaking down in my own life, as well as people close to me and seeing like they're very...
That's what I'm working on desperately. Hey man, just do way more psychedelics, you know? Just keep doing them. Just stay not just microdosed, stay dosed. Just keep yourself like always looking at the layer underneath whatever the current reality is. That's how you're gonna get there, you know?
Very strange behavior, and seeing their spiritual beliefs totally morph and become very satanic in my views. Like, you are God, like you are here to usher in, you know, the new earth. We are light beings, we are star children. And seeing these people like literally get possessed, I started to question. Yeah, and after seeing, you know, like I said, my friends and, you know, close loved ones go down a path of, you know, really interacting with these beings to the point where it almost became like their best friend and like a sidekick that was spiritually protecting them and guiding them. I just couldn't help but see that like something was very off here. And then, you know, once I moved out of Los Angeles and was kind of out of that whole world, it gave me the space to start to look at things differently. And
so his social circle experienced a schism, and he's really just applying that to demons, which, you know, I don't know if I lend much credibility to all that. I think that demons are not responsible for why we don't feel good. or why our best friend isn't our best friend anymore.
One of the first things I concluded that wasn't that Jesus was the truth. It was actually that these beings were like evil. That was the very first thing I like started to like shake my foundation in the New Age. Because again, it's like I would listen to people who channeled these things, talk about these things, and I really believed like, hey, like we humans, we clearly don't have it figured out. So we have this like higher intelligences trying to contact us to help us out. I mean, it makes kind of like some sense. But obviously I've come to realize that wow, this is a complete deception. And fast forward now, being removed from that world for almost 5 years, and looking at like where my life went compared to all those people that were interacting with those beings, it's like the fruit is sour. And again, it was slow. Like in the beginning, I would say they excelled way more than me. They were doing better than me in a lot of ways.
The apple's gone rotten.
Yeah, marriage is broken apart. Becoming almost like, the fruit's just really sour. So again, I apologize if this video is a little bit different than my typical, pretty coherent typically, but this topic just really, it's really hard for me to talk about.
It's also very long. You need to speed up, my friend.
Really hard for me to talk about, just because I guess I've seen it so up close and personal, and I just worry about what's honestly, it's very freaky, very freaky. Because I would even argue like if the average Christian came in contact with one of these beings, like they would think they're interacting with the Holy Spirit, and that's what freaks me out, because that's exactly what it feels like. Like literally, I cannot tell you how many times I interacted with these things, and I'm crying because my heart is just filled with so much love.
Shush.
It's so strange, but it's like a bait and switch. It's so hard to explain. It's like you get this spiritual experience, but there's like this strange like emptiness after. It's so hard. It might linger for like a couple of days or even a couple of weeks, but like when you come down from that,
you're asking me if I'm Gnostic. I'm not myself
just, like,
Gnostic.
I don't know how to fully explain it, and it's almost like the synthetic thing that just is trying to like rope you in and confuse you and try to show you like that this is God. This is the source of truth, and it wants you to like keep chasing that experience almost. So it's freaky. I've been in situations where somebody
which is like again I still feel like a lot of these guys, they post these videos to take advantage of the UAP disclosure stuff, but he's not talking about Trump or the aliens right now. He's talking about fucking Jesus and shit. Like, come on, man, talk more about aliens.
Touch them. Like, if you touch their physical body, like you go into like a portal of bliss. So it's very bizarre, and I mean it's completely evil, demonic. But again, it doesn't show up like that. That's why it's so freaky. So my fear is that whatever is about to go down with this whole like Trump disclosure thing is like, again, there's going to be phases of this. I don't think like tomorrow the aliens are going to like come down and make contact with us. I think
I just did a captcha that was a goose. Oh, it's making me
gonna take some time. I'm not like pretending to know the timeline, but it's begun. Like first it's like, okay, we disclose all the information to the public about what we know about these beings. They have the crafts and the potential aliens, kind of like Area 51 stuff, and like all that stuff, and they show us like a little bit of that. But then like because the world is seen, like they make themselves known to us in a physical form. And again, I wouldn't say it's impossible for them to manifest physically. I don't know. It's very well possible. And my concern is that like because people are not really, they don't really understand this stuff, they are almost gonna like look upon these things and it's gonna possess them. That's my like fear. It's a little irrational, but they have that power, and I don't want to give them more power than they deserve.
I don't have any.
I lack these them. These things are wickedly powerful. And again, it doesn't show up as like some evil thing. But that's why it's so scary. So these beings speak a language of peace. They speak a language of unity. They speak a language of no war. I would have to imagine that what's gonna happen is like, these beings have been interacting with us for hundreds of years. That's the reason why wars haven't happened. And people are like, oh my God, look, it's a toxic compassion. It's like, oh, they're so sweet. Look, they're stopping wars. Oh, look, they're the real God. That's how this stuff is gonna go. And again, it's like the spiritually naive are gonna fall for it. But what I'm more afraid of is like the occult technology that will be used to manipulate people spiritually. I don't know how they'll do it, but it won't be that. Like I don't like. Yeah, it will happen. Like I don't know how it will all happen, but there will be something like that, and that's what I'm so worried about, man. Because once somebody gets possessed by one of these things, they start to affect everybody around them. Because again, they become like this spiritually evolved, what seems like an enlightened being. So it's like, again, if you are not so sharp with your discernment, you will confuse this as somebody who has like the power of the Holy Spirit. So it's freaky. It's definitely freaky. I'm not looking forward to it. But what I can say is that like praise God for church. Praise God for church. Because this attack is not on non-Christians. They don't want the non-Christians. They already have them. They want the Christians. They want the Christians.
Oh my
and
gosh.
that has to do with a longer play of the future of Earth. That's what it all comes down to. And people talk about how like Christians aren't persecuted. Christians are absolutely persecuted, and they've been being persecuted for a long time. So you're gonna have Jews against Christians already, Muslims against Christians, and now you're gonna have like aliens against Christians. It's just like it sounds like a little doom and gloom. And I don't want to be like that, because if you are a Christian, like in a way, it's like like this might be close to the end. I don't think so personally. Like I don't. Like, when World War II was happening, like I'm sure people thought it was the end. When the Great Depression was happening, I'm sure people thought it was the end. The thing with this though that is different is like this is something spiritual.
Have you ever been possessed? Are you asking me? I don't think I have. I mean.
Okay, here we go.
I don't think that ghosts are necessarily real, so.
We're talking about a higher level intelligence that is coming to Earth. This is a little different, and in a way, it's like it can sound like it's going to be a unifier. Hopefully, more people like me start making content about this to really educate the public. I'm like, hey, these aren't like good. Like this is actually the enemy. We need to not listen to them because I'm telling you, they're going to attack. They're going to attack Christ. Yeah, because they want your soul. And I've seen my friends lose their soul to these beings, and it's the scariest thing you could possibly ever imagine. It is the most freaky, sinister, strange thing I have ever witnessed in my whole life. And I mean, that's part of the reason why I have this YouTube channel. It's like, because this is the enemy. Like, this is it. You know, and like I said, every New Age teacher is ushering in these beings at large at their retreats. They're ushering in these beings, and these beings are possessing people. And in some cases, the guru can put the being in you and like accelerate it. We see that with Sadhguru and Dispenza, you know, talk about these things. So it's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. We even see it with someone like Billy Carson. You know, Billy Carson, that's his origin story. He got worked on by these gray aliens. And you know, he lies a lot, allegedly, but I don't think that story was a lie. You know, I've looked in his eyes, I've spent time with him, and there's something very spiritually off about him. And that's what beings do. You know, I can like almost see them in people because it's, again, there's a certain look that they give. It's hard to describe, but it's almost like they have this strange glow about them. But there's like...
We're going to get exorcism YouTube videos again. I certainly hope so.
It's always in the eyes. I really don't have a language for it. It's always something I can pick and point out. I actually did a video on a guy that disclosed this, the UAP phenomenon. He talked about how he saw like an alien spacecraft or whatever, and the closer he got, the more like love he felt. And that's it to a T. Like that's exactly what I experienced, but not in a physical way. You know, he saw it through like a spacecraft or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. Just some like unidentified, you know, thing. The way I experienced it was, number one, seeing these things in the spiritual realm. Number two, being a medium for them, and like feeling their power work through me. And then number three, which was the most bizarre, was like when people were possessed by them and what that did to like people around them. Like it was like some crazy stuff. Like,
so often when people describe like spiritual experiences, they're going through some like phase of life issues or something like that. Typically, it could either be like going off to college, it could be going through puberty, it could be, I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why someone would go through these experiences that would not be explained by psychic or alien phenomena, but you know, I want to believe. What's the name of this video? Why do you keep asking me what the names of videos are? Trump's fallen angel, parentheses, aliens, disclosure has begun.
it doesn't make any sense. Like, again, like touching them, like all of a sudden you're like going through a spiritual portal, like, or hugging them, and you're like both crying in bliss and ecstasy, like really bizarre stuff. And it's like, again, it's just like this like demonic power. What I've concluded is that these demons have been interacting with society for a very long time. I would argue they've even helped certain people like invent certain things, and they work through New Agers. They work through New Age teachers. They work through people who channel. And again, it's about getting people pulled away from Christ. That's the essence of it. I mean, this is a full-blown spiritual war, and it doesn't matter if you're doing something like, something like Sadhguru. Sadhguru has a really good reputation, but he's no different. He's ushering.
It's a real roundabout way of trying to convince people to be some type of Christians. Yeah, man. I just want to learn about aliens. I just want to see if aliens have been visiting us. I just want aliens, I want aliens, and I want them to be like flying down in saucers and shit. I want them to hang out, I think he's accurate too about the New Age deceptions. Jesus Christ, you guys, we're supposed to be talking about aliens. We're trying to find aliens here. We need aliens. Alright, let's just see if any of these guys are talking about aliens. That's definitely not real.
Because there's some ramifications. You want to see an alien?
Ah! Where'd this guy come from?
Oh shit! Ah!
Steven seems to think.
What?
That there are.
So by now we have all seen the UAP release files that the government has gave us, correct? None of us were actually surprised that it was a bunch of fuzzy dots. However, some of these do look like the angels.
Yeah, that's some type of flare. That's all that is. That's really, really easily identified. There's also this one is with the laser designator. He spliced them together, but that was just a flare. Search interdimensional aliens are here. Aliens archons have been around since the archons created this hell earth reincarnation. That's why they want abortions outlawed. I mean, I'm down for talking shit about people who want abortions outlawed. I'm all for that. Alright, let's type that in. Enter dimensional aliens are here. Let's take a look. That's from 2 days ago, 13 hours. This last month, 11 hours, 1 day. I'm not going to go back too far. 5 days ago, this month, last month. 18 hours ago. We'll take a look. We'll take a little cross section.
That Ezekiel described like this.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been saying that, but that's not it. That's a flare. A flare will generate a lens. It'll generate a coronal flare or a coronal lens flare, just like that, when it's when it's bright enough to either take up all of the oh man, how do you describe that? It's if it's looking at you, you know what I mean? Like, oh, on YouTube, not TikTok. Like, if the light is looking at you, which, if it's at its brightest point, it's going to seem like it's looking at you. I use the term looking at you very loosely. Did I seriously just type in YouTube to Google? Or to Bing? That's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to go for the address bar. What was interdimensional... Alright, after we look at the TikToks, we'll take a look at that.
But this is what the aliens look like.
Sure, that he was okay with me sharing?
But this is not an official Pentagon release.
Because there's some ramifications to putting this out.
We're going to overlay these, but what's freaky is their faces. Like, a bunch of faces in that video, little
Oh, I get it. So the sound bite is the actual... what they're talking about, but the footage that they're showing is just the AI. Like, they're just trying to rope people in, you know?
faces.
Steven seems to think.
Now I'm gonna play the rest of that at the end, but wouldn't it be a shame if the government actually was giving us AI just to keep us entertained, right? So if you're a longtime follower, you know that I run a lot of things through deepfake, and I did scan this through a deepfake. Now, I cannot deny or confirm.
Run things through a deepfake? What? What do you mean you run things through a deepfake? You mean like some kind of a program that can tell whether or not it's deepfaked? Like that doesn't do shit, dude. You can look at something and tell whether or not it's AI. None of the... Oh, man. Did the ink all just go to his brain or something? Like, what happened?
That this is real or not, because there is some type of filter over it. Now, this can commonly happen if it went from, like, old school film to digital. That means it was transferred over.
Dude, it's people helping aliens walk. Don't you think that this would have been like the biggest fucking news on the goddamn planet? If this was available to the public? ChatGPT, is this real? Yeah, exactly. Now I ran this through a deepfake.
But here's the crazy thing. A lot
What the
of the
fuck
shit
was that
they
supposed to
did
be?
release, we knew about this stuff. The Black Knight satellite.
Oh, you guys were talking about that. One of you was talking about that earlier.
But this one is crazy.
What? There's no way. There's no way you believe this. There's no way this guy believes this. No, he's got to be rage bait. I'm sorry.
Now, if I told you that witches and witchcraft absolutely exist, I'm talking about that real magic, would you believe me? And I'm not talking about cinematic magic like this.
Ugh. Rub me down, sweetie, I'll grant you a wish. Ew.
What the fuck is happening right now?
Yuck.
But would you believe if one of the oldest books known to mankind also talks about witchcraft and witches? In 2009, an unknown hiker was walking around with his dog named Tarzan. They both look up.
An unknown hiker. You didn't get the hiker's name, but you got the fucking dog's name? This has to be rage bait. There's no way this isn't
and
rage
see
bait.
something that completely shocks and terrifies
There's
both
no
of
way.
them.
There's no fucking way.
The dog initially starts barking.
What the dog
lady
do?
looks
What the dog do?
looks over at this man, and what happens next is completely mind-blowing. Now, before anybody jumps to AI, mind you, this video is a lot older than 2009. It surfaced on the internet in 2009, and originally this video has been taken down multiple times on YouTube. And now, me personally, I absolutely do believe in it, because when I was younger, about 5 years old, I had
I absolutely do believe in it, because I have a single story that's going to tell me that I believed it, and I was really convinced, because word of mouth is exactly the best way to substantiate something's existence.
It surfaced on the internet in 2009, and originally, now before anybody does something that completely terrifies both of them. The dog initially starts barking. The lady looks over at this man, and what happens next is completely mind-blowing.
What is that supposed to be? I feel like this is a very pixelated piece of footage that I think is supposed to be framed as showing a person floating, but that's clearly a jungle gym. Like, I know it's pixelated and compressed, but that's a playground. That's a kid on a playground with a parent looking up at him.
Now, before anybody jumps to AI, mind you, this video is a lot older than 2009. It surfaced on the internet in 2009, and
Are you dumb? Or are you crafty? Are you dumb or are you crafty?
originally this video has been taken down multiple times on YouTube. And now me...
Yeah, because nobody can see what's going on in it.
Personally, I absolutely do believe in it, because when I was younger, about 5 years old, I had something happen to me that even today with ChatGPT, modern technology, multiple doctors, I even spoke to priests about this, and they couldn't make a lick of sense out of it. But that's for a whole different video. If you want to hear about it, get this.
So he's shown like hundreds of people this footage and nobody can explain what's going on. He's walked up to these people with his phone and been like, hey, can you tell me what's going on in this? And he asked ChatGPT, so he's trying to be pretty comprehensive. He's doing his research, as they say.
Video up to 300 likes and I'll drop it. I promise. This is wild. And my mom did take me to a few doctors and they couldn't figure out what was wrong.
Yeah, I think he's just farming engagement. That's gotta be what that is. Why would anyone believe that? Like, why would anybody believe that?
Dr. Davis here, he has been a long-time researcher. Not just that, but this man has so many SCI clearances, it's insane. And he briefed Congress, homie. He literally told Congress, there are 4 types of aliens.
Multiple species? Are they what was their size, and how many are usually on a craft?
They're typically the multiple species people who would be raised in markets. People were talking about reptilians, and in some ways it's not that they're reptilian within something.
Just because something testified something in Congress doesn't mean they were A, telling the truth, or B, knew the truth themselves. They might be deluded, like they might have some psychological problems going on. Like, yeah.
Trump has started to release a lot of classified information.
As you may have heard, not even a week ago, astronomers casually found the best evidence of life on another planet ever. It was on this big fella, K218.
I feel like TikTok's going to be mostly low-effort stuff. Yeah, but if the rage bait rages people to look at it, maybe it'll rage people to look at my stream, you know? Hey, ooh, maybe I'll get more viewers, huh? How about that? $2 years, 4 years, 7 days.
The government has spent the last week telling you there are underground alien bases in the ocean and maybe in the center of the earth. And those aliens are fighting each other and may start to fight you. But why would you start telling people this stuff now? The reason is quite simple. They want you terrified and confused. And
I'm pretty confused. Let me tell you, I'm pretty confused. I'm not terrified, but I'm pretty gosh darn confused. A lot of this disclosure stuff and how people are looking at it is very confusing to me.
Gonna do it.
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can. They want to find out about the UFOs.
The interdimensional beings is what our witnesses will call these things.
We have sworn testimony
at their recovered alien bodies.
Right, these guys have no reason to try and, maybe push a UAP disclosure movement or anything like that. Certainly not to distract from anything else that's going on in the government. Of course not. Surely they wouldn't have an agenda.
So now this underscores the need for a ballroom. Here he is talking about the ballroom.
I'm building a safe room. We're building a room right there. And this has bulletproof glass. This has, this is the highest level of security.
He built a safe, but it's a secure ballroom. Also, there's aliens that are going to kill you tonight. We're being supervised by higher intelligent races of interdimensional time-traveling demons. But when they see bulletproof glass and this ballroom, they're not going to fuck around. They're not stupid. They're not going to get through bulletproof glass windows in the ballroom. So just put all of that in your head. Hold it all in your head at once and try not to go insane.
It's hard. It's hard to do that. You really gotta have some kind of constitution. 10 days ago. $5 months, 2 years, 10 months, 3 years, 1 year, 2 months. You know what we'll do? Go like this. This year. Ancient Aliens, there you go. We should totally be talking about Ancient Aliens. We should be watching Ancient Aliens. To be fair. TBF. George Knapp. I like George Knapp. Very urgent. Music has a sense of urgency. I like it. Allison, I know quite a lot about the failed footballer David Icke. I've watched documentaries on the man. I've read the man's books. Not a huge fan, but big time. Loved reading about him. Loved reading about his theories. Loved reading about all of the stuff that he believes. Growing up, I enjoyed reading up all that stuff, but not his biggest fan. I do like George Knapp. I like George Knapp. I think he's grifter adjacent. I can look. I'm patting him on the back. I got my hand on his shoulder. He's grifter adjacent, but I think he's made a good life out of not necessarily scamming people. So he's doing good. He's doing
okay.
Good for
what's your takeaway from what we saw released today? Generally,
like he's a true believer,
I think it's a big day. I mean, President Trump, got to give him credit for this. He said he was going to do it, and he did it. And I imagine there are a lot of federal folks, Department of War, FBI, the other agencies that are involved, who really had to scramble in the last 2 months to go through the file drawers and cabinets
to
and
find
see what they had
something.
and put together a release. They had
Oh
to
shit,
vet
we
the
got to find
material
something. He's
and,
asking about us.
to make sure that some of it was not going to be a danger to
Robert
national
Duncan, I'll look him
security
up.
if it's released. That's why I think a lot of the more sensitive stuff that we happen to know exist was not in this initial release, but we've been assured that there will be further releases. Congress has been told this is just the start. So I know that it is perfunctory and is inevitable for people in UFO world to gripe and whine and complain and moan and groan about anything that comes out of the federal
CIA
government or
scientist
from
who worked
anyone
on
else.
AI
Any
and
kind of
remote
release,
brain
any kind of
interaction
video,
with
any kind
radio
of
waves in the
document.
field of
Oh my
cybernetics.
gosh,
Is that the guy
the
you're
wheel
talking about?
goes up. Oh, this is terrible. The video is fuzzy. It's awful. It doesn't prove anything. That's mandatory. If you don't do that, you get stripped of your UFO researcher card, membership card, I think. So that started a week ago.
See, he has fun with it. Knapp is a man. I used to have I don't remember. I don't know where all my UFO books went, but I had a couple books by Knapp.
And it's been building to a crescendo in the days ahead. And last night, it was all over every social media platform. And there it is again today. Inevitable, certainly predictable that they're going to be griping about what was released. I see it differently. I think it's important that they kept their promise, and B, you release this stuff under the umbrella of the federal government, an official release. It has sort of a stamp of approval on it, like a good housekeeping seal
Slain
or
in
something. When it
police
comes
shootout.
from the federal government, there's
Behold a pale horse. Oh, yeah. Killed in a shootout. Yeah, this was the guy. Didn't he try to make like traps in his house? Left his hilltop property, threatened a passerby with a gun. Yeah. He did make tunnels under his house, did he? He had like shotgun traps and shit. 17 officer operation in November. 2 sheriff's deputies designed as pickup driving civilians tried to lure Cooper away from his house and large stock of weapons. Cooper surprised them by driving, not walking, to come scare them off. When the officers identified themselves, Cooper drove home, then almost killed an officer when he swerved around a roadblock erected in front of his house. He shot the other deputy who ran from his truck to the house. William Cooper was killed by multiple shots before he made it inside. An acquaintance of Cooper's said the officers were lucky to get him when they did because Cooper kept his semi-automatic AK-47 by the front door. Damn. Buh. I don't think that's the right... is that the right Cooper? I don't think so. Is that the right Cooper? William Cooper, conspiracist. He was involved with the CIA, became a whistleblower, and they killed him. Is that Robert Duncan or William Cooper? Because Cooper believed that... Oh, wait, no. Milton William Cooper. No. Who was this guy? Behold the Pale Horse. Yeah, so... I think this guy was a white supremacist. Cooper also claimed that the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, was actually an Illuminati work. Well, it would not surprise me. They're really speaking my language, conspiratorially. Let me tell you.
saying they're not making claims. This proves there are aliens. It's not proof of extraterrestrials. It's just proof of unknowns that have been sitting there in the files that may or may not have been addressed or investigated, but it's real and they're sharing it with the public. I think it's great.
Is there anything you see in this, in the release today that's remarkable to you?
Well, a couple of things jump out. For example, at least 2 of the videos that were in this batch are things that we have released ourselves and have reported on. One was this thing that looks like a chandelier. Jeremy Cobell and I released a freeze frame of that back in January of 2024 and took all kinds of grief from people who said this is just a lens flare or something like that. When I see there's a video, we had reported it was a video, and the analysis done by our government, by our military, so we don't know what this is. So I was glad to see that now the video has been made public. I was also happy to see a second video that we made public earlier this year. It was something that was seen over Syria. It was recorded in 2021, and they called it, the list in the government server was Syria 2021 UAP. They had looked at this thing, and it's an example of instantaneous acceleration. This thing is floating one way, it goes back across the screen and goes boom, instantaneously in an opposite direction, a movement that we cannot duplicate. Our government called it a UAP. We released it. All kinds.
I think back in the day I read Behold the Pale Horse. And I thought it was really cool. And then I read later that there was some sort of like white supremacy stuff or eugenic stuff that he was pushing, that it was like, but I'm not seeing any of that here, so maybe I was remembering that about somebody else. But I mean, he believes in all that stuff that we talk about on here: Majestic 12, the Bethesda Hospital, New World Order, Skull and Bones, Knights of Columbus. Knights of Columbus!
Tons of people made fun of it and tried to dismiss it. And now today we see them release it again. That particular one.
Okay, then it was somebody else that I was remembering. Yeah, because I didn't see that on any of like the Wikipedia or anything like that. So it obviously wasn't him that I was thinking about.
If you're following the story from Congress, Congress has demanded the release of 46 specific UAP videos. They got that list from people very close. We know 2 citizens submitted that list to them so that they could know exactly where those videos are, what servers they're on, and they demanded a copy. Now, there aren't many of those that I know of that I'm familiar with that are on the list of 46 that were released today. I don't know of any in particular, but at least the Congress has put the Department of Defense, Department of War, and other agencies on notice that, look, we know these exist. They better not disappear until we get to see them. So that's a double, that's in addition to the release that was made today. You know, I'm sure that there are a lot of people in the next.
I don't know why there was a little thing there with music. Dun, 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 dun. We didn't just like start a new segment or anything. This is just, we're going on from the same thing. There was no reason for that.
National intelligence apparatus that are not happy about this, that didn't want this released, that they've sat on this stuff, stashed it away in government classified servers, and did not have a plan to ever release it. And now Congress knows about those videos and is demanding a copy of them. And at the same time, this Trump initiative with Hegseth and the FBI and others, they've been forced or ordered to release this stuff. And we are told that more is coming. More is better. And when it comes from the government,
more information's always better,
under orders
right?
from the president, it carries a certain amount of credibility, more than just me filing a FOIA and getting a release. I'll say this about the document. So I'm just starting to read them. It's a lot of material. Some of the stuff I have seen before.
Yeah, no problem, Allison.
In particular, there's something called the Twining memo. It's one of the most important memos that I read. It was something I saw when
one of the the goose rules. There's quite a few of them, but one of the first ones is don't be a dick. So I try to abide by that as often as possible.
First started chasing UFOs a long time ago, and it was an assessment of the UFO situation by a General Nathan Twining in 1947. Now that year might ring a bell with you.
Well,
the year,
Roswell.
Roswell and the Kenneth Arnold sighting was the beginning. And that document says UFOs are real, not visionary or fictitious. They're disc-shaped. They have all kinds of capabilities to climb amazing speeds, maneuverability that we do not have. This is not ours. It's from somewhere else, and we better pay attention to it. It's basically what it said. It was confirmed for me when I was starting to investigate this. Hey, they know behind the scenes that this is real. It's not us. We're not.
I mean, that's why I'm here. We all need somebody to talk to every now and again, and it helps to have people on the internet who are willing to listen. And that's, I consider this my therapy. So when I get to talk to people about stuff that they're interested in, then it's even better,
Flying some secret machines. Same kind of arguments that are made today. It must be secret American technology. Were suggested back then, but that's not what it is. So, and this document was written in 1947. It was never going to be seen by the public. They had no idea that FOIA would ever exist, that they'd be forced to cough up things like this. And I think it's significant, even though a lot of us are familiar with this document, if you've spent enough time in this field, to have it released, not as a FOIA request to an individual researcher, but as a release to everyone in the public, carries special weight. I would say there's 330 million Americans. I would say there's 328 million of those have never seen this stuff before. Most people don't spend every waking moment digging into UFO documents. So when they see this in a release and it gets reported on major media, it's going to be a big deal. It will sink in. There was also a release of something related to the Apollo 11 mission, where the crew are...
Yeah, but not mass panic.
Revisiting different challenges that came from during that lunar landing, that famous case, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. There's a breakdown of things that they saw along the way. These lights that penetrated the capsule from somewhere else, and then lights that were in a lunar crater. Buzz Aldrin has hinted he saw some pretty strange stuff while they were floating around the moon there. Now we've got some substance to it. And even though that document has also been in the public realm before, who reads it? Who has time to read that stuff? You haven't read it, Ron. I hadn't read it before. So it's really cool to see these documents come out, coming from an official source with sort of the stamp of approval from the White House on it. And I think it is a big...
You're not allowed to say cunt? Do you think that would get the chat censored or something? No, I have it sped up because I'm not willing to just sit here and listen to him ramble on for half an hour.
step along the way. I think this is a
16 minutes, but it may feel like half an hour.
A huge step for transparency on this issue and credibility on this issue.
Robert Duncan exposed the patent made for the V2K equals the Fey effect, or the Frey effect. When he realized that they were using his technology to experiment on citizens, he became a whistleblower. And well, that sucks. What is the Frey effect?
And we can now officially be hopeful what the next releases might be. And we're assured by friends of ours in Congress and by statements made from the administration that there will be more releases in the weeks ahead.
The conversations between the astronauts, I believe Apollo 17, were sort of interesting. I've seen like fireworks, like flashes in the sky to the tune of that's the best how they could describe. And that conversation fascinating with the people on the ground. This is what we're seeing.
Yeah, and one of those two guys in that conversation he was a doctor, a geologist, had a doctorate. His name is Harrison Schmidt. He was a member of the NIDS Science Advisory Board. He was part of the board that Bob Bigelow put together. He was the last man to be on the moon, and he was on this NIDS board and had an interest in UFOs many years after that lunar experience that he had. There's also a tape that I was listening to, Ron. You got to check this out. You might want to pull a clip for our Mystery Wire viewers there from Gemini 7. The crew is floating over, I think they're passing over Antigua, and they call into Houston and say, Houston, hey, we got a bogey at 10 o'clock. They go, what bogey? What are you talking about? Are you sure it isn't the booster that separated? Said, no, we're watching the booster. This is something else. And again, a lot of little particles that were going by, but something larger that was following along with them. It's fascinating to hear that audio, and it's amazing that it's just been released. Good stuff.
There also seemed to be a video that I saw of something that looked like, how can I describe it? Geometric shapes, like you would make in a spirograph or something. But it's leaving a trail of some sort. I don't know if you've seen that video yet.
Yep, that would be the trail from a flare. Pretty easy to explain.
I'm still waiting.
In Scotland, cunt is just a pronoun or term of endearment. No, I know. But like, why'd you type it differently? Because you can say cunt. I mean, it's a terrible word, and my wife hates it. But you can say that on the internet. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's okay. I mean, I say fuck constantly. YouTube doesn't like it if you say fuck too many times in a row, but I could probably go fuckity fuck fuck, go fuck yourself, fuck me, fuck you. I just can't maybe strobe the word on the stream where I go fuck, I probably couldn't do that. But you can cuss on the internet. If it's considered a cuss. I know, in other countries it's considered a term of endearment. Oi, cunt! We've all seen The Boys. And we've all seen, what's his face's, what the fuck is his name? Carl Urban. We've all seen Carl Urban's flawless accent. I'm sure that you'd agree, if you've ever seen it, I'm sure you'd agree that his accent is no notes whatsoever. Just force of habit for when it used to get censored. Well, I'm actually curious if it gets censored. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. But I don't know if that's just me typing it because being able to type it because I'm the channel owner, but it feels like it doesn't get censored. No, it's not showing up on my multi-chat, so I think it might have gotten auto redacted. Because otherwise it would still show up as something that I said. Okay, so maybe it does get cut from the chat. I thought I didn't have it moderated. P2K, voice to skull, alien intelligence used to get into humans' innermost thought and the archon its ability to force them. P2K, voice to skull, the Frey effect. Huh. Alright. Weird. Yeah. Not something I'm familiar with.
Wading through all this stuff, but yes.
Okay, but it was interesting to me because it was leaving a trail because you don't see typically a trail being.
Yeah, Australians are way liberal with that word. They definitely that is they're the very quickest that you're ever going to learn that it is just a term of endearment because it is just prolific with the Aussies.
Following something or behind trailing something, which was interesting, but. Overall, what do you anticipate?
Yeah, again, that thing trailing it was just smoke.
From here, going forward.
And you can see the parachute that it's connected to at many different times in the video.
You know there's more stuff out there. You've seen that stuff. What do you anticipate going forward?
I think Congress will get its request that those 46 videos will eventually be released either through this process or a separate process. Either way, that's a good thing. There are some really compelling images in those 46 videos. I'm not saying I've seen all of them, but I'm familiar with a lot of what that content is. I wouldn't say that any one of the ones that I've seen would constitute a smoking gun, and people, again, when they see them, they're going to gripe. But the fact is, those videos are most often recorded at night. blackness. They're recorded on thermal image systems, not IMAX cameras, but thermal image systems. So people will complain, oh, that's dark and green. Yeah, well, it's not a movie camera. It's a thermal system and a sensor
LiDAR,
that's tracking
right?
things that could be of national security interest. And then lastly, a lot of these images are fuzzy by nature. The people who are physicists, way smarter than I am, who look at these things, thinks it's a result of the propulsion system, like the tic-tac, like the gimbal, that whatever is the propulsion system generates some sort of an aura around these things that makes them kind of fuzzy. So of course, UFO people love to complain.
Well, no, the chaos symbol that people have been seeing recently, that's just a flare. That's just like a phosphorus flare, like a really, really, really bright flare that's throwing off a corona. That's all it is. I mean, it's likely that it's like coming down, like from the viewer, it's coming down toward them. That's why at the end it kind of looks like it speeds off. But you're not looking at a horizontal space. You're looking up in the sky, and that thing like goes past you. Or you're looking down and you pass it, but I don't think it's being taken from... I think all it is just a jump. It was a jump. It was like maybe a supply jump or something like that, and they've got a flare coming down, and that's all it is. It's very easy to see. I think I've seen posts on Reddit where they're like, it's on all the UFO forums where they're like trying to see like, okay, now what is this chaos symbol thing? What is it? And it's always like conspiracy, 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 and then way later on down in the comments, it's like, oh wait, I just saw the parachute.
This gives them a built-in excuse to complain, but it doesn't mean there's not legitimate images. And
like
yes, there are some
satire
that are clearer than the ones that we've seen before, and I hope they'll be coming out because there's some good stuff in there. We know where a lot of it is. Some of it is stashed even deeper. I suspect that maybe the best case scenario down the road is they will go ahead and admit, maybe in a speech from the White House, that there have been crashes, that we've recovered specific materials, crash materials, and bodies. David Grush has gone on the record under oath in front of Congress and said exactly that. He said it in other interviews as well. I have talked to people who I know really well for a lot of years who say it's true, that we've got this stuff. The problem is, I don't think anybody knows the answers for sure. I don't think anybody in our government or outside of it can say for sure where these things are, how long they've been here, what their intentions are. You know, ultra-terrestrial, extraterrestrial, interdimensional, time travelers, what are they? Take your pick. I don't think anybody knows for sure. So it kind of puts the president in a bind if he wants to make an announcement because he can't answer the biggest questions of all. We just know this stuff is real. We have images of it. There are documents and reports.
What? He can't answer the biggest questions of all? I mean, because he doesn't have the data, right? Because he's not actually, you know, a thing. Don't trust symbols. I was just saying it looked like a chaos symbol thing. That's what people have described it as. It looks like a sigil. And they've all been inverted to be used against us. Well, I mean, we've differed on a lot, and I so far, and I think that, you know, a thing that I don't think would, you know, cause you pain or discomfort that I was about to say would be that I think that symbols are pretty cool. I like symbols, and I think that if they elicit positive emotions, and if they are able to change your life for the better, then see, the thing, I don't want to explain my whole life philosophy, but I think I can sum it up by saying that the way that we change our environment is through our own changes to ourselves, and the way that if we change our mind, if we change our behavior, if we change our personality, the way that we interact with the environment around us, then that's what's going to elicits all the change that we attribute to things like magic or religion. That's, I think, that the most simple way that I can explain my philosophy on this.
And investigations that have been underway for a long time, we know we can't quite figure it out.
Symbols.
We're trying to reverse engineer the technology in places like, I don't have to...
Meaning if we as a person if I'm just person A and I'm like just super into symbols and they actually help me lead a better life, then, you know, symbology or whatever, then I'd be like, make sigils and shit, you know, get tattoos of the symbols and shit, and do, you know, what you think is better, as long as it's helping you lead a better life, more fulfilling, better and more fulfilling life. As long as it's helping you be a better member of your community, so be it. I say the same for religion. If believing in ghosts makes you more charitable to those around you, if believing in ghosts makes you a better person, and it makes you quit smoking, or it makes you, quit beating your kids, or if it makes you not be racist anymore, then more power to it, you know? If believing in aliens makes you a better person, you know, then that's totally cool with me. If believing in Bigfoot makes you a better person. Not all the time does that happen. Some symbols are cool, yes, thing to use your intuition and learn. Listen to it is what symbols are good and which are inverted. See, that, I mean, and that could even lend credence to what I was saying about the fact that our will shapes our reality. Like, if I am bound and determined to make somebody's day difficult, I could do it even in just every small action I take because it's sitting there in my subconscious. And things like symbols, or things like instruments, or things like tarot cards, or things like divination rituals, or things like that, they help us focus all that shit that's happening in the back of our heads and bring it into the front so that we can actively process it. That's why, you know, what I'm trying to say when I think the symbols are useful. Same thing as religion. If religion is something that helps you connect the shit that's going on in your subconscious and lets you process it in a healthy and meaningful way, then that's cool. Good religion works for you, you know.
It's at Area 51 anymore, but it's probably been moved somewhere else. But that stuff is real. And like I said, when we started this conversation, this is a banner day for this topic. It's a historic day, I would think, and there is more to come. It's pretty exciting.
Yes, manifestation is actually magic. No, that's. I think people use the term magic because they can't describe the science behind it, and I think that's the most accurate way that we can say that magic is real, because we just use the word magic when we can't describe the science behind how something is happening. And if you're talking about manifestation, meaning like in The Secret, like spirit boards and shit, or not spirit boards, dream boards and shit like that, then like that's what that means. You know, we affect the environment around us. We affect reality simply by existing, simply by doing the natural processes that our body goes through, that our mind goes through. We affect reality around us. Therefore, we are magicians. Therefore, we are reality benders, because we can affect things simply by changing our minds. And it's not a psychic thing. It's not psychic. It's not ESP. It's not anything like that. We're not projecting any energy out into the world other than the energy that we're just creating through our emotions. Like, that's all it is. Like, all magic is us determining that we're focusing our will, and we're using whatever instruments or symbols or sigils or rituals or whatever to do that. And when we change our life, meaning like when we adopt a new routine to incorporate a ritual, when we breathe out the word of a sigil, when we're like trying to conduct chaos magic, when we're going into some kind of routine, it's completely changing what our brain, what is going on in our brain juices up there. It's changing how we're perceiving the world. It's changing how we are interacting with our environment around us, even subconsciously. So that's all magic. That's what magic is, especially chaos magic. Like, that's any chaos magic practitioner is just making up a set of rules that don't necessarily mean anything to anybody else, but mean things to them because it's what helps them focus their will so that they can like do more things. You get what I'm saying? Like, imagine if, you know, you're trying to quit smoking and you listen to a tape to get you to quit smoking. It's like a mantra or whatever, like one of those subliminal message tapes or things like that. It's not the tape that's doing it. They may market it that way. They may say that they're the only ones who can help you quit smoking, but it's not that. It's the fact that you changed your routine. It's the fact that you've now started listening to a tape. You're now going through a mental process every night that forces you to bring whatever it is in the subconscious, which is like, man, I wish I wouldn't smoke anymore, up into the forefront of your brain so that you can actively process it. So no matter what, it's always up there. It's always something that you're working on, even if you don't know that you're doing it. I mean, you do. You could just stop for a moment and take a breath and realize, wait, I'm listening to that tape. Oh, so now I'm walking more because I'm not spending time outside smoking. Now I'm taking the trash out more. I'm cleaning my spaces more because I'm not spending time smoking. I'm not going out to pick up cigarettes. I'm not incorporating more stress into my body because I don't have to drive to the grocery store to get cigarettes and incorporate road rage into that. You know, I don't have to worry about traffic. I don't have to get stressed out more simply because I made the decision to do some other crazy thing to stop smoking. That's magic. That's reality shaping. That's like will manifesting. Yeah. And that's that. I mean, I got it tattooed on, or I tattooed it on myself. I mean, I love that shit. Chaos is really cool. Really, really cool. But yeah, manifestation is like the heart of chaos.
They're staying away from Area 51 stuff, though, in this. So far, in what I've seen, I haven't seen any stuff there. That doesn't surprise you, though, does it? I mean, that's a top secret.
Doesn't surprise me.
They want to keep
it. There are places where maybe people don't want to go just yet, but the essence of our reporting over the years is that we've recovered this stuff and we've been taking it apart and analyzing it to try and see if we can duplicate the technology. That is true. Whether it's at Area 51 anymore or not, I doubt it, because there's too many people out there looking for it, including investigators from Congress. So they can leave Area 51 out of it altogether. But that reporting long ago is proving to be amazingly prescient in that it's true. The stuff that was going on back then, we reported any.
That it's just the chaos symbol. But the text above it says thyself, and then on my other arm is no. Like know thyself. They're just some stick and pokes. They're not like professional tattoos or anything. Just a needle and some ink.
89, it was true. And even
love
if you
to
don't
do
believe
that on
Bob
stream
Lazar,
someday.
those programs are real, and we're going to keep plugging away until we get them to admit it.
Okay, a busy day for
But
you.
it's a little hinky with the terms of service. If you're not a professional tattoo artist, and like you don't ever claim to be, then they have no reason to believe that you're a professional at what you're doing. So they might like take your video down because you can't you shouldn't be doing stuff like that. Like you can't be promoting anything that like a professional would do, or you have to have like a disclaimer or something like that. I keep emailing people to ask, but they're not emailing me back. I think that's pretty low on their priority list.
George, certainly.
Yeah. But hey, if we get more more subs, followers on Twitch, but if we get more subs on here, and if I'm able to get the video or the channel monetized at some point in the future, then I'll have an actual person I can talk to at YouTube. But for now, not quite. So I don't know if I can do a self-tattooing stream. I might just do it. I might just say fuck it and do it. And then if I encounter like someone saying like you're doing something against the TOS, then I'll just not do it anymore. But I gotta touch them up. I mean, this was supposed to just be a draft, but it's been there for like 3 or 4 years now. I'm a procrastinator sometimes, What's your views on Kundalini? That sounds like a sexual term, so I'm gonna say I'm gonna hold off on my views for now. What is that? Kundalini. Kundalini, form of divine feminine energy believed to be located at the base of the spine. In the Muladhara is an important of the Shaiva Tantra, where it is believed to be a force of power associated with divine. It is sexual. Slightly. It's about sensual power at the base of the spine. That's where it looks like the symbol Kundalini rising is the symbol from the medical profession. Pretty cool. I love that esoteric shit. That's people who spell magic with a GK. With a G and a CK. It's the raising of a serpent. Right. Yeah. Through your chakra. Mm-hmm. And if that chakra is located at the base of your spine, a serpent. Let's see. Okay, so imagine here's the chakra, okay, and here's the serpent. This is the base of your spine, all right. There's a ring here, and this is the shock, and this is the serpent going into the chakra. Something tells me that it sounds exactly like what it is.
Thanks.
I'll be home soon. It's a bad day to not be there in Las Vegas, but I'm coming home real quick. So
there's
I'll see you
serpents
soon.
involved.
Anything else that I
Come
left
on.
out?
We all know what that
You know,
means.
I was watching some of the coverage here in the hotel,
The
and
camera's all blurry now.
I saw one of the networks come on, and it's the same old, an anchor who had never dealt with this topic before, and two of her colleagues all chuckling it up. It's like a 3-minute chuckle.
Chuckling it up.
This is so funny. Can you believe we'd ever be talking about this? Yeah, I can believe it. You should have been talking about it for a long time. And you're a knucklehead for not paying attention to it and ignoring it for all these years. So I didn't think there was
Okay, in the global conspiracy of the people who haven't released any of the information on UFOs and UAPs and stuff like that, I don't think that the local fucking media, I don't think that local Channel 8 news are the ones who are complicit in this. I'm just saying. I just do not believe that that's what's happening. In Gnosticism, the serpent is not evil. Well, the serpent in this case sounds like a euphemism, if you catch my drift.
Is anything funny about it? I didn't know why they were laughing, but they better start doing their homework and get caught up because it's going to...
Because they think it's ridiculous. Because they don't, I mean, even if they were, like, eventually going to be believers, and there's a point where you're not going to believe that aliens are real, and you're going to be like, what are we doing right now? What is the news? Like that's pretty, pretty normal. That's a functional news department. You don't really engage with stuff that isn't looked at like news. That's just how that shit operates. Come on.
Going to be a story for a long time.
No, it is, and it's real. It's there, and get on board or else.
Yeah, Mystery Wire will run you over.
Run you over. All right, George. Thanks.
Right.
See you when you get back.
All right, Ron.
Okay, bye now.
Thanks, George. I appreciate it.
The government has been...
Oh, God!
Mantis beings, like interdimensional, humanoid, mantis, alien-type beings, they are so common for human beings to see. There is such a common, it is so well documented at this point. It is such a phenomenon that there is now a legitimate survey from 3 of the top psychedelic researchers in the field that are now asking people who have had experiences with mantis beings to do the survey, to start to try and document the breadth of how often this comes up.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna make sure the door is closed, but then we got to talk about what she just said. Heavy. Oh, she's so heavy. Do you think she'll bring in a couple more viewers? Look. Look, internet. Look how cute. She's very heavy. Look how cute she is, internet. Look. I definitely... This channel... I'm out of breath now. This channel definitely deserves to be monetized because of this little cutie. Alright, look at her. I am totally manipulating her. I'm exploiting her, but look at her. Look how cute she is! Thank you, that's very nice. Very nice? That's very nice. Thank you, that's very nice. Gary Sinise? Oh, she's so big. Oh, she's so big. She's like a ghost dog. She keeps getting cut out by the green screen effect. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello. Come on. You can do it. Say hello. Say hello. Come on. Go on. Go on. You can do it. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, she's so big. Oh my gosh. Oh, look how tall she is. Woo! How's your view from up there? Eh? Oh. Oh, God. She's like 35 pounds now. Ah, she hurt my back. Woo! Very cute pup. What's up? Her name is Ita. Ita!
There's a Reddit that has 14,000 members called Mantis Encounters.
Okay, so we're talking about mantis people, and I guess the government released a survey asking people if they've ever encountered a mantis person.
That's 14,000 people who literally even knew to go to Reddit to even talk about these things. Can you imagine how many thousands more? My first big channeling experience that blew my mind was with the mantis being. And
that's okay, Allison. I'm pretty enough for the both of us.
I soon discovered after that many people see mantis beings during altered states of consciousness, but not just that, because
you don't think I've ever seen a mantis being?
I've created a video like way back talking about this, and there are so many people who have had experiences with mantis beings and seeing them or communicating with them without anything at all. I actually know 2. There was no substance, no molecule at all. And it just strikes me as like, at what point, how many thousands of people need to see something in order for that to be accepted? You know what I mean?
Well, maybe not accepted. Maybe like, you know, thousands of people seeing something should elicit a response to investigate and to like thoroughly research the situation and see if we can't figure out what's going on. But you don't just accept, you know. There got to be some kind of like study, some kind of proof or something, you know. Like, I gotta have that. I just do.
How many of us must see UFOs and alien sightings and things like this? There is just thousands all over the world. Like,
I like her sweatshirt.
at what point does that become the more accepted? Just like, yeah, it seems like, what are we all just making it up? Trust me when I say like,
no. But there's like delusion, there's psychological issues, there's all kinds of different stuff that can make you think that you're seeing the divine or that you're seeing aliens. But that's why we study things. That's why we do the research, and that's why we get like accounts like this, because people like the actual, not me, but the actual scientists, those guys, they want to know these kinds of things so that they can do better research. It may end up being that they were wrong, that like, oh, well, we thought that there was not aliens, or we thought that there was, you know, nothing that was happening here, but like, you know what I mean? You're attracted to her. Wow. I think she's pretty, but I'm very happily married. My wife is pretty gosh darn gorge. It's pretty hard to top that. That old piece of ass.
Thing cool or fun about being like, so there's one time I encountered a mantis being. The way that people look at you when you say that, it's not like people. There's so many people that probably never.
What do you want?
And talk about paranormal activities and what they've seen and all that stuff, because they're afraid of people telling them they're crazy. And I feel like, look around, folks. Isn't this the time? How weird everything seems. We're in the upside down right now, are we not? Doesn't everything kind of seem
definitely
like it's all,
upside down?
Like the illusion is all coming apart.
But I think what that is more of an opportunity to learn more things, to research more things, to do more studies, you know, gather more information. I think that is like, to me, that's the coolest thing, is learning about shit that we thought was one thing and then ends up being another thing. Like, I think that's really cool. I hope that continues, you know?
Non-human life forms that could be interdimensional beings who are visiting us. Can you just explain more to people at home what that might mean?
Yeah, so that's definitely a mouthful, but that is directly based on information that we've received from witnesses, also information that we have obtained and witnessed via our investigations. There's some stuff that I can't disclose of what I have immediately seen in some of these skiffs, but what I will tell you is this is not just some crazy...
We already saw her talk about this earlier, but I did just kind of want to hear it again. I mean, I think a lot of this is really just the government being the government and trying to still continue to do what the government's doing. Like, but also, like, I don't know. Again, there's just so many accounts that it's really hard to just kind of, like, dismiss everything outright, you know, as being nothing, as being big nothing burgers. But it's also easy. You gotta debunk. You gotta just keep debunking. Debunk everything. Be a skeptic. Continue to debunk all this shit. And eventually you might get to the real thing, you know, once you weed out all the scammers. Upside down equals inverted. Those who use their ability can see through this created matrix. It takes a lot of fungus power, but when you see it, you'll know it. You know, it takes a little bit of fungal power, and the intention of being able to see through some shit. And you may be able to see through some shit. That being said, we've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm going to take a few hour break. Use intuition and discernment. Always. Know thyself, remember? Do what thou wilt. I'm going to take a few hour break, but I think I still have enough energy where after I eat and I get some dessert in me and get a little bit more stiggity stoned, then I'm probably going to come back and do like maybe a late night stream, perhaps. But I got all weekend. You know, wife's out of town. She's hanging out. She's getting drunk. She's having a good time. But I may not be getting drunk, but you get what I'm saying. You know, I'm having a good time too. All right. And I guess this is my boys' night in. There's no multiple boys, but I'm the boy. All right. And I'm gonna be the boy. I'm gonna go eat some pizza. But for now, we're gonna cut it off here. I'd say like check back again around 8 p.m. Eastern or Pacific Standard Time, and we will probably reconvene at that time. All right. Have a good one. We'll see you in a few hours. Bye bye.